Trust me, I don't wanna beg you to love me, won't you feel me? I don't wanna force you to hold me. What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right dosage? Is there somewhere we can go to fix these broken roses? If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took him off the shelf, would he even be himself? If I told you that we could have a better life.
No sleep, you'll never find me dreaming these days. Lonely, I had to get another set of keys made. What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right dosage? Is there somewhere we can go to fix these broken roses? If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took her off the shelf, would she even be herself? If I told you that we could have a better life.
If I choke on the words in my mouth, will you help me get them out?
You know I'm always worried about. If I told you
That we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took him off the shelf,
would she even be herself?
if I told you that we could have a better life.
I can never keep my distance from a little mischief, I admit. Now I'm hanging on my hopes on us and letting you decide. I will never lose my interest if there's something in this. I'm convinced there's a glimmer of a hope for us, or is it just a lie? So why you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high, when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, visible, visible here. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. So did your luck run out? Are you running dry? Did you realize in your hope for now? I never had it down until now. From the moment you came over, I'd be anything you wanted me to be. Now I know that it was only curiosity that led you to me. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high, when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, visible, visible. you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. So are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high, and you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, visible, visible here. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. Show me how to make it real. I won't let you down. If this is how we're meant to feel, I never had a doubt. Through every test, I gave you my best. I am obsessed, believe me. So take the next step, we'll make up the rest. Try to let go. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a ride. You wanted me to break the rules. I can read the signs. I can feel it burning through. You see it in my eyes. It's complicated, 'cause all along I've been waiting. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a Just take me for a ride.
things that you do to keep reminding me there's magic inside me and you. Dreams to reality. All of my worries and fears fade away with you. There is no limit to all of the things we can do. Let's go, take my hand and hold it tight. I won't ever stop dreaming. Eyes closed, jump right in, we'll take them tight. Let's go, 'cause I got that feeling. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that. Never stop dreaming. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that. Never stop dreaming. You take me to a better place. Never wanna leave. Affection in a million ways. When you're next to me, all of my worries and fears fade away with you. There is no limit to all of the things we can do. Let's go, take my hand and hold it tight. I won't ever stop dreaming. Eyes closed, jump right in, we'll take them tight. Let's go, 'cause I got that feeling. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that. Never stop dreaming. Give me that, 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 give me that. Never stop dreaming. Gotta show them how bad you want it. You don't always get them second chances. Don't start chasing till you got it. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I'll never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, 'cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave, I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end. You think I'm done, but I just started. I'm the fire that lights the darkness. Don't get strong, confused with heartless. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I'll never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, 'cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave, I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end.
Underneath the neon, in them jackets you can lean on. In the drop we can be gone. Like a dream, I think I see one. On the rig, you know I need that. On my neck, your name is ink black. Got your hands up on your hip, like a pin up in that fit. I be lying through my lips, say anything to see it dip.
Drop it low, let it show. Do your thing out on the floor. I'ma count to 1, 2, 3, chorus on the phone.
I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Bump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Too bad we breaking woke pink. Might have take it slow. Back into the moment when the summer had a summer glow. Body like somebody gon' be missing, ain't somebody. Twerk it like a ratty, I'ma eat it like a zombie. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Bump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Too bad we breaking woke pink. Might have take it slow. Back into the moment when the summer had a summer glow. Body like somebody gon' be missing, ain't somebody. All I want is
Underneath the neon, in them jackets you can lean on. In the drop we can be gone. Like a dream, I think I see one.
I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Bump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Body like somebody gon' be missing, ain't somebody. Twerk it like a ratty, I'ma eat it like a zombie.
Summer night, sipping up the vibe, here to make you dance now. Feel the heat, taste of something sweet. Wanna take a chance now. We don't care if it's a weekday. We're getting on it like we've nothing to lose. Out out there soaking up the sun rays and feel the rhythm of our favorite tune. Underneath the stars and neon lights, something in the water drives me wild. We got the game, cool champagne, light it up tonight. On fire, won't stop, don't stop. Give me the getting down, funky sound, cherry sugar high. Now raise your glass up, hands up. Give me the summer feels. Got no plans, honey golden sands. We're California dreaming. It's a euphoric bliss. We want it just like this. We're trying to catch a feeling. Underneath the stars and neon lights, something in the water drives me wild. We got the game, cool champagne, light it up tonight. On fire, won't stop, don't stop. Give me the getting down, funky sound, cherry sugar line up, get on the track, it's us, no looking back. Your love ain't no race, but baby, if I win, then you win too. I close, there's all I lose. Your kiss, I can't wait to taste it. Oh, it's running through my mind, oh. But we're running out of time. Just tell me that you're mine. Gotta get you, wash your hands on my skin. Gotta get you.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Hello everyone, and welcome to South Africa. The best players from around the world have come here to fight for the title of 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour champion. After an incredible journey, Wisenhouse, Paris, Las Vegas, it all comes down to this. With this as our backdrop, you can really feel the energy of this place. It's powerful, just like freestyle chess, full of emotions, creativity, and surprises. From here, we're heading south to one of the most beautiful places on Earth. A place where luxury meets nature and where the 2025 champion will be crowned.
Welcome to Grootbos Private Nature Reserve, the home of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Season Finals 2025.
It takes your breath away. The perfect place for the grand final.
Where strategy meets beauty and champions are made.
Set between mountains, forest, and ocean, Grootbos is not just a location, it's a world of its own.
It's the perfect place to celebrate the beauty of nature and the brilliance of freestyle chess.
Who will win the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in South Africa? And who will be crowned the champion of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour? Get ready! Hello everyone, and welcome back for day 2 in South Africa of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour Season Final. I'm your host, James Dash. As always, happy to be joined by Tanya Sachdev and David Howe to bring you all of the action. And today, we dive in to the bracket stage, following what was a very thrilling round robin just yesterday with the likes of Vachier-Lagrave surprising so many. Stellar performance out of him just yesterday, Tanya. It was quite the showing on his birthday.
It was insane. Vachier wasn't just blowing birthday candles, he blew up the leaderboard. What a performance, you know, and it's the level of play that we're talking about here. 5.5 out of 7. Undefeated, you know, fresh from his World Cup victory, starts the day with a convincing, crushing, almost 10-move victory against the world #1. I mean, he's the man to beat, clearly. I think in some ways, too, Vachier not the only surprise. Levon staying in top form from Las Vegas. He'll lock up the second spot on that leaderboard coming out of the group stage.
Yeah, very, very impressive, showing that experience really does matter. He's looking so calm. He's looking so creative. That's Levon at his best, and he's going to be tough to stop, I'm going to say, in the knockouts, where it all starts to level up now.
Yeah, so those were the two top dogs, but let's go take a look at the standings, see where everybody fell when it came to the conclusion of yesterday's group stage. Those two, of course, would get their first picks. Coming out of the group stage, Vachier-Lagrave, after a slow start to the day yesterday, he slotted all the way up into third. Magnus Carlsen just barely eking his way into the top 4 at 4.5 points as well. Fabiano Caruana, maybe a disappointing start to his tournament so far. Not happy with his play. He would land in 5th place. No opportunity to decide who he ultimately plays against. Hans Niemann will follow him in 6th, Vincent Keimer in 7th, and Parham as well, rounding us out in 8th. As I mentioned, given the group stage performances and the overall rankings, you would get to choose if you're one of the top 3 your opponents in that order from the bottom 4. So Vachier-Lagrave, he had his pick of the litter when it came to dinner last night, and we ultimately decided what would be our 4 matchups for the group or for the bracket stage today.
Yeah, he's become famous for his picks, of course, Vachier-Lagrave. He started the year by choosing Hikaru Nakamura. I think no surprises that he chooses Parham Magsudlu after yesterday's round robin.
That meant Levon Aronian got the next pick and maybe surprised some people with the Hans Niemann pick. We'll talk about that in just a moment. It was Vincent Keimer who ultimately got picked up by Vachier-Lagrave, and that left Magnus Carlsen with his opponent in Fabiano Caruana. So these are the 4 matchups that we have today for our quarterfinal bouts. Best of 2s in 30-15 time controls. Another important note that we're switching up the time controls here, slowing things down just a little bit.
And that's huge because for players like Vincent, we've seen that narrative shift so much once we go from the round robin to these faster classical knockout systems. And I think that was also part of the story that made Cinderella's performance so impressive with 10+5, a fresh position every single time. His quality of play, just the precision that he showed was absolutely top level. But I want to ask you guys, right? You were at dinner, James. David,
Take it easy.
we might talk about that later. But were you surprised by any of these picks? Because to me, Vachier taking Parham, I think that was an easy call. We were talking about it. Parham had a disastrous day, a nightmare, 0 out of 7. They do say it's the darkest hour before the dawn. So I'm hoping Parham makes a comeback. But Levon going for Hans, what do you make of that?
Yeah, I think for me, that's the one big surprise. With Hans, you just don't know what you're going to get. Like, he can beat anyone on his day, but he can also lose to anyone on his day. So it's a bit of a gamble, I would say. If he'd chosen someone such as Vincent, I was expecting Levon maybe to pick Vincent, then at least he knows if he can survive the 2 30-minute games. If, for example, the score is 1-1, then in the rapid tiebreakers, he's a huge favourite against Vincent. I'm not sure that's the case necessarily against Hans. So brave from Levon, but he's a brave guy.
He's very much a brave guy. I do think the decision really was between those 2 gentlemen that you mentioned. If anything, I could also look at the fact that Levon, hey, in order to win Vegas, he took down Hans. Maybe he just feels like in freestyle chess, I have Hans's number.
You know, I'd say out of the 4 players who had to make that pick, I think it was the hardest choice for Lev.
Yeah.
Over Hans and Vincent. He chose Hans. For Arjun, he was left with an option between Vincent and Fabi, and you're definitely not picking Fabi in most cases. I mean, Mystic consistent, even if he has a little bit of a shaky day, going for Vincent, and then we're left with Magnus versus Fabi. To your point, I think Levon, you know, we speak about winning the finals in Vegas against Hans, convincingly 1.5 to half, not needing those tie breaks. But he also took down Magnus and Hikaru. I think today it's going to be about Levon's creativity versus Hans's unpredictability. Super important for Hans to keep his composure today.
Yeah, let's pull up the upper bracket just so we can see how the whole tournament tree will play out over the course of the next 3 days while we continue our discussion. I think it speaks to just generally Fabiano's overall level of ability that even on one of his worst days, he's still finishing 5th, and he's still the guy that nobody wants to choose. That does mean, though, that we have a first-round matchup between Fabiano Caruana and Magnus Carlsen. You can see there in the 2nd slot, just below Cinderella's and Parham Magsudlu. Then, of course, Levon Aronian and Hans Niemann there at kicking off the bottom half of the bracket alongside Vachier-Lagrave and Vincent Keimer. Now, this is a pseudo-double elimination, so you can see there, losers of today's matches aren't necessarily out of the tournament. They will drop to the lower bracket and have the opportunity to, at the very least, fight for 3rd place. There is an interesting discussion here, though, about the overall tournament and Grand Slam standings and who is still in the running for our overall title. There's only 2. It's Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana, and they go up against each other today in the quarterfinals. Magnus has built himself such a lead when it comes to the Freestyle Championship points, sitting at now 85 points coming out of the round robin. The only person who can catch him would be Fabiano, who currently sits at 53. Good news is he's got his destiny in his hands today. You dispatch Magnus, and that's step 1 of many to overall taking the title.
Exactly. Fabiano will not just need to defeat Magnus, he'll need to win this Grand Slam as a whole. And he would also need Magnus to lose another match in the lower bracket. So it's not going to be easy. But I think it would be appropriate. If Fabi is to win the overall season, the tour, then he needs to win a Grand Slam at some point. It's incredible that he's second at this point, despite not having won a single event. Yeah, that's how consistent he is.
I think that's a great point. So let's talk about these two a little bit more when it comes to a head-to-head, because we did see them go up against each other yesterday, but it was Magnus who would ultimately come out on top. So how do you feel these two players match up against each other here, Tanya?
I mean, this is the El Clasico of chess, right? This is a script that's been written so many times. You could write a book on these two, how many times they've faced each other. Another chapter going to be added today. We've got David's player cards there, 91 to 95. And I'm looking at the stats that we've got going on. I think the one place that I find Fabi to edge out Magnus significantly would be calculation. He is known as one of the best calculators in the world. And I think Fabi's best chance today would be, in my opinion, to try to create a mess, to try to drag Magnus out into those complex, complicated battles as quickly, as early as he can, and keep one eye on the clock. I think time management would be incredibly crucial in this matchup.
Exactly. I think it's a bit of a godsend for Fabiano that they have now 30 minutes on the clock, as opposed to yesterday's 10-minute games where he did struggle. You need time to calculate. It's that simple. He wants to get deep into a position. He knows when the critical moments will arise, and he needs some time in the bank. But historically, he has struggled a bit against Magnus in recent times.
Anything Fabi can learn specifically from, let's say, like the approach of Sindarov against Magnus Carlsen from yesterday?
I think that's a great point, because in that game, that was the starting of the day. Magnus messed up the opening big time. So that's what freestyle chess does, right? We're talking about pulling your opponent in these complicated battles. I think this format really lends itself to that, because there are no safety nets. There is no familiarity of the position. So even a GOAT like Magnus can get into big trouble very early on. So keep looking out for those opportunities. But I think more than that, David, to me, Fabi really has to step up his own game from what happened yesterday.
Exactly. I think all facets of his game were a bit off yesterday. Fabi, he said that was the first time in a whole month he'd touched any chess pieces. So firstly, he needs to warm up, feel a bit more confident. He also needs to take advantage of the openings. Magnus was bringing his queen out on move 2, move 3 in 4 out of the 7 games. So Fabi needs to say, okay, this is what Magnus is going to do. I'm going to be ready. I think that's what should define the opening discussions.
Well, as some people may know, that most recently we have brought on a partner here on the Freestyle Chess, Carlsen, a marketplace prediction or predictor. I'll be curious to see what maybe some people or the fans at large think are the chances that certain people come away with victories, or even who thinks it's actually possible for Fabi not just to take down Magnus today, but to, again, continue that run. What are the likelihood that Magnus loses another matchup in the lower bracket? All things that Carlsen can help represent in terms of data.
You know, I'd actually had a look at that right before the start of the tournament, and our community felt that Magnus, they gave him a 58% to win. And Fabi was at 16%. And to me, it felt 58%. That's a bit of an underestimation there. And also at 16 for Fabi, I mean, he's second on the tour standings. You don't want to face Magnus in the quarterfinals, but in a situation like this is your best shot.
Yeah, 58% overall. That means he's a favorite against the rest of the field. Yeah. Oh, it's tough to call. I mean, it's tough to predict chess, especially freestyle chess. But yeah, I guess he's done it before.
And he's the GOAT for a reason.
Yeah,
right.
He's won a few things in his career.
Let's talk about some of the other matchups. Let's go ahead and talk about Vachier-Lagrave, our top performer out of the group stage. He's up against Parham. Parham obviously struggled yesterday, not getting a point on the board. But that's not to say that he didn't have winning positions on the board yesterday. So that's where I would look, is where is the conversion of some of those winning positions, and will he be able to find it today with more time at his disposal?
For me, Parham, it was a complete spin-off after what happened in Game 1 against Fabi. I think we'd be talking about a completely different round robin had he won that round 1. After that, he was on tilt. You know, even the last game, I went through it at night, he was completely crushing Magnus. Missing that huge opportunity, which would be some sort of a consolation prize, did not happen. 0 out of 7. I mean, that is just such a disaster that you want to almost block it out of memory right now for Parham. I would say if he didn't have the day that he did yesterday, David, this matchup, if we take it in isolation, even you look at the player cards, the numbers 89 going against 87, Sindarov against Parham, I don't think there's such a big favorite, but it's just the form that we saw yesterday.
Exactly. I think it's a mental thing now for Parham. He just needs to forget, live in the moment, and believe that he can do it. But he's a quite confident player in general. He's a very streaky player, so if he can break this losing streak now, who knows, he could even go deep into this tournament. I do think if Parham can get any result in the first game, even if it's just a draw, then it's a whole new match.
And there's also that added pressure, right? Because Sindarov has gone on to pick Parham, and he knows exactly how dangerous this guy is. Yes, things didn't go his way. Parham not having that much experience in freestyle chess, one of the least experienced here. He did play Grenke, but that was the only event that he's played in the Grand Slam. For Sindarov, there is this thing that he's picked the guy who really struggled yesterday, and he has no option at all. I mean, birthday momentum, World Cup momentum, taking down Magnus, leading on the leaderboard in round robin, taking it all home. He has to do it. And that's added pressure.
It's a banana skin. I think this match, I have a feeling it.
This is the... All right.
It's like he's too much of a favourite judging on yesterday's performance, and Parham's so strong that, I don't know, it's not going to be easy.
Don't overlook it. You see at the bottom of your screen, Sindarov absolutely set the pace for the rest of the field, but the person who was nipping at his heels is Levon Aronian. We already mentioned that he is going up against Hans Niemann. We talked a little bit about why maybe he decided to pick Hans over the likes of a Vincent Keimer, but now let's talk about how we expect the matchup to actually play out. You think it's going to go akin to what we saw in Vegas? Is Hans going to come out with a different type of strategy, given the fact that he wasn't able to overcome Levon last time around?
Yeah, I think a lot as well depends on Hans's mindset. He's been sitting alone throughout yesterday. I'm not sure that brought him too much success. I was looking through the openings afterwards, and he was surviving the openings, but he wasn't doing much more than that. He was never better. So he's already starting from a bit of a handicap, from a bit of a kind of the back foot. I think if Hans doesn't lose the first game, he's got great chances. I think if he loses the first one, Levon's through.
Gotcha.
I just think the tilt would kick in.
Spotlight on game one then of the day.
It's huge, I think, and that's true for all the rounds, right? We've got only a best of 2 in the quarterfinals. I mean, the margin for error is very minimal, and I agree with what David just said. Simply, I think Hans, the one that we saw in Vegas, was different from what we saw yesterday. He felt very convincing from the very start, extremely confident. You know, his unpredictability was put on test, and he proved himself. But here yesterday, I think Hans was struggling on the clock early on in many of the games, shaky in the positions. So definitely he needs to change that, and I think Levon was impressive start to finish.
Final matchup will be Arjun versus Vincent. We'll have some time to talk about that in just a moment. Both of these guys have had kind of different stories when it comes to their 2025 in freestyle chess. Vincent starting strong, and we're still waiting for him to recapture some of that brilliance. Arjun has always been there, a part of the conversation. But it's just about time for us to dive into the studio with Fiona Style Anthony to kick off the day with our position lottery.
And welcome to the quarterfinals here at the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam season. Here in stunning South Africa, Groote Bos. Yesterday, we kicked off the action with a round robin. We witnessed a day of tremendous chess action. So let's take a look now at the highlights from yesterday.
Welcome to the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam season finals. Welcome to the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam season finals in South Africa at Groote Bos Private Nature Reserve. What a spectacular start to the 5th stop of the 2025 Grand Slam Tour. The round-robin phase delivered surprises right from the start. Magnus Carlsen had a difficult start against Vachier-Lagrave, but recovered quickly and ended up in the upper half of the table despite the rough start. He beats his rival, Hans Niemann.
Magnus just signals, I'm so happy. I have everything under control. Burn your time, my friend, and I'm going to kick you in the next couple of moves.
And Magnus also prevailed against the Weissenhaus winner, Vincent Keimer, whose costly blunder in their game pushed him down to the lower part of the table by the end of the day.
I'm just surprised. That was one of the most bizarre blunders I've seen at this level.
At the top of the table, it all turned into a head-to-head race between Levon Aronian and Vachier-Lagrave, a battle that would only be decided when they met in the final round. Going into the game, a draw was all Vachier, the birthday boy, needed to secure first place. And with a composed performance, Sindarov did exactly that, finishing the round robin ahead of Aronian, claiming the top spot and adding 8 Grand Slam points to his score. Get ready. It's time for the next round. After a thrilling preliminary round packed with 28 games, brilliance, and bold moves, the tournament enters its next intense phase, the quarterfinals. The top 4 players earn the right to choose their opponents, and the matchups are set. It's not a surprise that Vachier Sindarov selected Parham Magsudlu, the underdog who is relatively new to freestyle chess. Levon Aronian chose Hans Niemann, setting up a replay of the Las Vegas Grand Slam final. Arjun Erigaisi will face Vincent Keimer, and Magnus Carlsen goes head-to-head with Fabiano Caruana. From now on, every game matters. Every move could change everything.
Chess is hard, freestyle chess is harder.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not the one out there having to play and just here to enjoy the game.
Stay tuned.
So the quarterfinals, the stage is set. We're about to find out the first position of the day, and I'm delighted to be joined by Ethan Ilfeld, the founder of Diving Chess and CEO of the Mind Sports Olympiad. And Ethan, we played diving chess at the Seiler Hotel in Cape Town. What was that experience like for you and to see the sport on the big stage?
I have to say it was so inspiring to see the best players in the world try diving chess with such a beautiful view. Cape Town is an incredible place, and this whole tour has just been incredible. And to see them take on this physical challenge and excel at it has been so inspiring. I'm blown away, and it's a real treat to be here today.
We're delighted to have you. We're delighted you brought diving chess to us, and you're about to draw the first position. Ready? Okay, you can give it a mix and pick a number. So the first position is position number 305. 305. Thank you so much, Ethan. As always, the players will have 10 minutes to prepare. Best of luck, gentlemen, and to the fans at home, have fun.
Here. Same.
Usually, usually like this, it's equal because there's more margin because black's pieces are normally placed.
But d4, d5, c1, it's like something you could be. Okay, but to d4 we cannot play c5. You always care from. No, I mean d5, e6 should be normal. Like, I don't believe.
Why? E6?
Like maybe first b5, then e4, e6.
Yeah. You do have to be careful about this. Not really careful about the h2 pawn.
You want to play c4? Take.
This looks fine.
This looks fine. e4, e6.
Yeah,
And bishop on a8 is so strong. d4, c5. I think.
C4 is logical. Let's just say like this. How this?
That has to be okay, right? Yeah, it has to be okay.
You also feel like f6, knight f7, maybe it's not a bad setup. Maybe because this is so vulnerable, and I'd like to play f6.
I guess this is pretty...
Yeah, I mean, it's here. Oh, yeah. You could also play knight c6 first, maybe. It's not d4. But d4 is not a big take in d5.
I don't...
Okay, so why do we have to?
Yeah, I agree. Just play like this first.
Or e6 maybe?
The only thing is you're worried about...
Wait, f4.
Well,
What do we have? So I don't like. Actually, F4 is a bit scary.
Yeah, can you just play E6?
Yeah, like.
I mean, F6, Knight F7 is also a good idea.
But E6 is hard.
What's white's next?
Okay, wait. This can do E3 though. Sorry, get on E6.
If you go E3,
yeah, I just don't know. It's just when it's symmetrical like that, it's fine. The thing is that
also be castled very quickly, right? I mean, if
yeah, maybe
G7 becomes so vulnerable, white will become castled.
Could be something. Okay.
I don't know. I think.
Other moves. C5. D5, D5. C5, D5, C4. D5, E4. Not that clear. Knight G6.
Yeah, but you're not really like C4. You're not really shutting anything down, yeah?
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to play for E6 and then fight for the D5.
I doubt it.
This is wrong. I mean, I even have some move like this.
That I can respect.
Could be annoying, no? B5, E6. Quickly. Yeah.
Is there anything wrong with this?
Not too easy.
No.
Right can make custom.
What about F4 first move? But you know, why not maybe something like E6?
You mean after E5 or right first move?
First move E6.
Yeah.
Castle.
I don't know. But maybe just D5.
Or D4, I don't know.
Maybe just D5.
This
is, I really, in here?
So you're scared from F5?
Yeah, I don't know, this knight. Are we sure though? Because like, let's say
yeah,
like
B6
here,
and some F6,
knight
E5,
G6
yeah.
eventually.
Or G6.
Because G2 is very weak with that.
I think queen on C1 will be a problem.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, F4 will probably not the most likely. So E4 I think is...
E4,
right,
but then E5 is a big deal.
But maybe C5 then, if we think it's fine with it. Or castle. B6.
Okay, maybe actually it has some... Does it have some sense to start knight G6? Because we were never sure
D4, C5,
whether...
yeah.
If we don't need to...
that's a fair point. D4, C5, D5 is a different version. Though.
Yeah, it's different version. It's completely different.
Bishop C7.
Castle.
Bishop F4.
Knight D2.
Yeah, I don't see that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, castle cut. I'm just curious, like, what's the problem with it? I mean, knight G6 is less flexible.
Solid. I thought it might be more.
G3.
We were never sure whether white wants to castle quickly, and if we get C5, bishop C7, I thought maybe it might be nice to...
Yeah, but we're actually going to get that.
And if he doesn't castle...
But I'm a bit worried about bishop coming to G4 and then the queen is restricted.
What will be if you copy, like, also, I don't know.
Yeah. Also bishop G4,
G6,
yeah.
Although we have to...
It's just that with castles, and
I think this guy is...
No, but
all the same.
But I have a question. To E4, we cannot play C5, B5. I mean, castle, B5. Like, some moment, like play F4, F6.
Just about 3 minutes to go before we get things underway here in the quarterfinals for the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour season final in South Africa. Getting a look at your group stage leader, Vachier-Lagrave, joining the rest of the players with the black pieces, and most notably, Hans Niemann partaking in the group discussions today as opposed to his approach yesterday, sitting all by his lonesome.
Yeah, it just didn't work yesterday. The openings, he was just in survival mode. Like, occasionally he'd get an equal position. Often he was just worse out the opening. So I think he's learned his lesson. That's a good tip for everyone at home as well. You try something, doesn't work, you try something new the next day.
Yeah, it's that or the fact that he and Magnus were in the same group yesterday and maybe it would get a bit fun. So they just decided to do their own thing. And today they play on opposite color, opposite sides. I don't know which one's the case here.
A little bit of this, a little bit of that. It's important to note, actually, there was a portion of the day yesterday where they were not on the same side of the board, and even then he was electing to stay by himself. I think one thing too that we noticed with him is it was not just poor opening positions necessarily, but also slow starts for him. Yes, they have more time to work with today, but it didn't really ring true to the Hans that we know, that he was down on the clock so often in his matchups just yesterday. Of course, this is the group with the white pieces here: Magnus Carlsen, Levon Aronian, Vachier-Lagrave, and Parham Magsudlu.
And we got an interesting pull of the position, right, at 305. I mean, it's the first time that we've got castling possible on the very first move.
Oh.
We see on a lot of the analysis boards there, that's something that the players are looking at. I will point out, though, that with the bishop stuck at the corner, stuck for a short time, if you do get your king to safety there, you're looking at a rocket bishop, at a sniper with an eye line straight to that G7 pawn. So watch out for those ideas.
Also,
Interestingly, the first time that I'm seeing two undefended pawns in the starting position, both the flank ones.
Yeah, the A and the H pawns vulnerable. I would say the H pawns are probably the ones that are easier to go towards. We heard the players, there we see Bibisara, Asobaeva, but the players have been discussing the idea of planting a bishop on a longish diagonal and going for those pawns, trying to provoke the opponents to castle so they know where they have them. But it looks like they're getting ready for the games. It feels like there's a lot of room for creativity here. Feels like pushing a variety of pawns makes all make a lot of sense here.
Yeah, a lot of the players are looking at moves to activate the center bishop, the D pawn moving forward, potentially the C pawn moving forward. I also noticed the big possibility of symmetry happening in 305 on our analysis boards.
That's a really good point. I'll also make mention that yesterday, Levon and Magnus in an analysis group together, they were having a ton of fun, and it seems they're all smiles once again coming into the day. So high spirits, we'll see if those high spirits can be converted into victories here, as we're taking a look at Hans Niemann and Levon Aronian sitting down for the first of their two games in these best of twos.
Yeah, definitely playing with a smile on your face. That's the one thing I would say Sindarov does as well. He's one of the young ones who plays with a smile, plays with energy. Levon and Magnus, of course, enjoying the moment, enjoying every game.
There's definitely camaraderie building up there, hashtag Magonian. I don't know, chat will help us come up with something, because these two, a lot of banter, a lot of stuff going on there, a lot of great analysis.
Levness.
Levness, love it.
Well, we're going to start with our bird's eye view, rather, of all four boards. And immediately there in the top right, Levon Aronian wastes no time with the B pawn launching forward, opening up that long diagonal for the bishop. Everybody else, though, taking an extra second to consider, situate the pieces before they make any commitments on the board. I think Magnus Carlsen and Caruana, of course, going to be a featured board for us throughout the day today, simply because of what we talked about when it comes to stakes around the overall Grand Slam Tour. Only Fabiano can unseat Magnus Carlsen at the top of the standings in the overall year-long event. And of course, the first step to doing so would be to take him down today. If he's not able to do that, boom, one and done. Magnus will be your overall tour champion. You called it El Clasico, and I think for good reason. Magnus, though, still electing in this moment to take a pause at the board.
It's really something that he does quite often when we go into a classical format. Of course, with the 10+5 of the round robin, there's little time you have at the start. You kind of want to keep those moments for later calculation. But Magnus, despite being part of the analysis, the pre-game analysis, wants to sit down on his own and really measure things out. He eventually does start with the pawn in front of the rook, moves it E4, the king's pawn opening, in this case, the rook's pawn opening, and a Sicil for the kill.
Yeah, normally this would be a Sicilian defense, and this time it will have a special twist. I will mention on move one, Levon Aronian played b4, I think the players from the white team, they started by looking at b4, then they started looking at c4, they were moving across the board, then they looked at d4, eventually they settled on e4, but Levon said, nope, although we looked at e4 last, I'm going to play the first move we discussed, and that was the b4 pawn push. That was to open up white's long diagonal here, the bishop. I think we'll see Magnus in the near future. Okay, first he develops a knight. He'll play the move b3 when the time is right to open up his bishop. But for now, it really does look like a Sicilian.
3 out of 4 players with white pieces have made a first move, and all of them are unique. That is already very interesting by my account. Arjun Erigaisi, the only one that I'm waiting to see a move come out onto the board. But yeah, as we go back out to that bird's eye view, look at that. Top right is that B pawn. As you mentioned, top left, Sindarov up against Parham. Parham decides to go for that F pawn. And then Magnus, he's going to go for the E pawn as well. Still waiting for Arjun. Now, what about this? Is that typical of Arjun? That's more of a Vincent Keimer move, in my opinion.
You know, Arjun, I think one of the key aspects in this match is going to be time management between these two players. Arjun, a very super fast player. Vincent, we know he's got clock as something that he needs to take care of, often falls behind on the timer there. Arjun, I think he's also one of those players who wants to sort of go against the tide. He wants to do something offbeat. He knows the ideas that were discussed. He's looking at other options right now. He knows he took down Magnus. He took down Vincent in the round robin. He's trying to figure things out. You know what I'm more surprised about? Parham's F4. That's the king pawn in this freestyle position. David, what do we make of this move? Quite aggressive early on.
Very aggressive from Parham, already scratching his head there. But I will say, there's a massive trend in freestyle chess. One thing I've learned this whole season is you nearly never push the pawn in front of your king on move 1. In classical chess, traditional chess, e4,
do it all the time.
All the time. But in freestyle, I can probably count it on one hand the number of times that's been a good option, because it does weaken the king. But here, the difference is that white can castle within one move.
Well, can castle within one move, but even if you did so, you're still sort of vulnerable with that pawn push. To me, it's almost indicative of saying, right out the gate, I'm going the other way with my castling eventually. Of course, I've got to vacate a whole heck ton of pieces to make it happen, but...
True.
You know what I love is that on no game, we've crossed move 2. And we've got the world's best players here in South Africa. And they're all thinking. They have no idea what to do with this position. Gotta love freestyle for that.
I also want to say, like, worst teammates ever. The team with the white play, the team with the white pieces, they sat there for 10 minutes discussing the position, and not a single person has agreed with each other. Like, that is just the worst team.
Yeah, it's tough. But hey, you know, one thing that we have had across a number of our events here in freestyle is the confession booth. Now, of course, when it comes to the round robin and the quicker stages, it's hard to convince a player to divorce himself from the board to dive in and give us some of their thoughts. But already today, we've had somebody jump in. Let's go and hear from Levon on what he thought about today's position.
I managed to surprise Hans with my b4. We came to this idea like right before the game, and I think it's playable. It's at least creates this balance, and yeah, I feel it will be some sort of a sharp game, which is something that I'm looking forward to.
Well, he's calling his shots, saying, I've managed to surprise Hans. What do you make of that with the b4 push? Because as we talked about, it was one of the initial moves that white looked at. I'd have a hard time believing that the players with black didn't look at it at all.
Yeah, I mean, when we were focusing on the black team, they were mostly talking about the other side of the board. They looked at e4, f4, but b4 certainly caught Hans off guard, spent a good couple of minutes there, Hans Niemann deciding how to react. We see one of the first players to castle, there, Levon Aronian, just switching the king and rook. Hans might do the same. But I think the reason Levon was so excited, and we talk about symmetry a lot, is because after b4, if black wants to copy and play b5, white can immediately break the symmetry if he desires with the move c4. And normally this is what the players do. They say, okay, which pawn can I push where if the opponent copies, I can immediately challenge? Black now has no time to do the same and continue the copycat game, because after taking this pawn, there's a pin. White has won a pawn, the black queen undefended. So essentially, the symmetry is guaranteed to be broken in this position, and we've seen it so many times already. The white queen coming out early. Here, she cannot be hit by an opponent's piece either. Pawns can push forward, but that would just create weaknesses. So this is why Levon was so proud of himself. Symmetry guaranteed to be broken as early as move 1.
And that's a huge way of trying to get an edge out of the opening. He does castle. I will point out that here Hans does have the option to set up a battery between the queen and the bishop, threatening checkmate in 1, put that queen in front of the knight. But then I think White's idea is simply to block that diagonal. Eventually, you want to go e4. Maybe you even choose the f-pawn to step 1 step forward and just blunt that sniper that could be set up. So instead, Hans follows suit. Almost copycat chess, with the one difference that Black has moved that pawn 1 step forward. I also want to just mention, interestingly, I realize right now that out of the 4 players who had the pick of their opponents in the quarterfinals, Sindarov is the only one who chose to start with the black pieces.
That's true.
All the other 3 start their campaign of the quarterfinals with white.
That's interesting. If I were Sindarov, I would have chosen white. Better chances of winning, at least statistically, when you have the white pieces in freestyle chess, especially because Parham's lost 7 games in a row.
And do you think then that generally it's better to get the win, let that then affect the way you approach game number 2, maybe play more conservatively and look for drawish positions, versus I could see to some argument of like, I'm going to start with black where, yeah, maybe my chances are less, but then I want to finish strong. I want to finish more confidently.
I think in general there's kind of arguments to be made for both, and every player has their preference. But I think especially against Parham, if you take white, if you beat him again, like mentally, he surely will not be able to recover.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I think it really switches up when we talk about 5-1-8 classical chess, standard chess, where very often you see in a best of 2, players do tend to choose the black pieces to start with because openings are so studded. You know exactly which direction you want to go to. And if things go really wrong, you'll have white in the next game, in the final game, and you can go all guns blazing. But in freestyle chess, there's no safety net. It's unpredictable from the very start. So keeping that in mind and the form that you're playing against, I'm equally surprised with Sindarov's decision here.
Gotcha. So you're putting a premium on the initiative, given that freestyle being less understood means, okay, I want to be the one that dictates the game, or at least has the opportunity to do so.
Exactly. And then early on in the day, just how Sindarov said, he'd rather play Magnus at the very start of the round robin. That's when you've got your best chance to strike. So for Sindarov choosing black, again, we'll see whether he proves his pick of Parham, whether he proves his pick of the black pieces. I will say, I think what David mentioned early on, it is a slippery slope.
Well, you mentioned Sindarov kind of pointing out that fighting Magnus early is generally where you'd want to fight him. Well, the person who has to fight him earliest in the bracket stages is none other than Fabiano Caruana. Why don't we hop back over there, just check in on one of our featured matchups here today. Again, Fabi trying to do what seems like the impossible. Take Magnus down here, make a run to the Grand Slam Championship in South Africa, and maybe the overall title. We've had a bit of development here on the board, largely following what you pointed out before. We've seen that B-pawn push, open up the line for that dark squared bishop. No surprises, really, just yet.
No surprises. And just as Tanya mentioned earlier, in the Sicilian defense, in traditional chess, there's so many ways to open. This would be regarded as a closed Sicilian because no pieces have been traded off in the center. But these moves are quite typical in the Sicilian. So it feels like Magnus, he's relying on some pattern recognition. Also, he's relying on the power of the rooks. If you look at the white rooks, he's already castled. He's committed to the side. But the rooks propel the pawns forward. And the pawns here, I wouldn't be surprised if he continues pushing. And it just feels like he's a bit quicker. What Fabiano's done on the other side of the board isn't so relevant, but because the kings are on this flank right now. So Magnus, he's already generating the potential of an attack.
And with white having played e4 and blunted out that bishop on a8, with Fabi not being successful to do that, I think it goes deeper because Fabiano's going to have trouble with that h8 knight. Now, it belongs on that g6 square in front of the rook. We might see Magnus go knight g3, but the problem with that is that white's knight lands on h5. It will be such a powerful spot for it after the knight goes to g3, via g3 to h5, the bishop on a1 lined up against a tender g-pawn. And with the diagonal not blunted, not closed already by Fabi, we could see the early makings of an attack on the king side.
All right, so maybe we're in for a fight nice and early. I would argue, yeah, that second pawn push is very committal here by Magnus. He's saying, all right, let's take the gloves off.
Exactly. I might have to adjust that attack stat if he goes and crushes Fabiano in 20 moves here.
Can't wait.
Maybe Tanya was right all along. But yeah, it feels like he's going on the front foot very, very quickly. And yeah, these pawns pushing forward. Fabiano now has to calculate that on every single turn. Is it going to be this pawn? Is it going to be that pawn? What are the consequences going to be? For now, I will say that Magnus's queen maybe is the only one that's not too happy, but it could line up on the long diagonal, potentially long term. So yeah, this looks, at least to my eyes, in practical terms, quite promising for white. Difficult for Fabiano to know what to do next.
I'm actually loving Magnus's position here, and I think this is exactly what Fabi had to avoid. He's going to be on the defense for a long amount of time right now, and it feels like, once again, a traditional chess position where white has suddenly got the pieces exactly where you want them. The rooks are at the center of the file. The bishop already lined up nicely. The white knight ready to jump into attack if needed via g3 and h5. A potential battery of the queen and the bishop. Feels like a dream position with the white pieces right now in a Sicilian.
Right now, things look all good for Magnus Carlsen. His matchup against Fabiano Caruana. Still plenty of time, though, for both players to make their mark here on the South African stage. In the meantime, while we earlier heard from Levon Aronian in the confessional booth, how about we hear from his opponent in Hans Niemann? Take a look at this.
Hello, I felt bad that no one used the confession booth in Vegas, so I thought that I should set an example. It's quite a complex position. We mainly checked c4 and d4, but I should have relatively simple play. Perhaps b4 will be an overextension. I could maybe get a tempo with knight c6, so it remains to be seen whether that's space advantage, but if I develop normally, I have a pretty solid position, which is in our game in Vegas. I didn't really get out of the opening, so I'm quite happy, and we'll see how things go.
Now, he can't hear us, but might I just say thank you for setting that example and using the confessional booth. Both guys at this table having already jumped in there. But how about that? He kind of confirms exactly what Levon had told us, that he perhaps surprised Hans Niemann. Most of their focus was on, the C or the D pawns as opposed to that B pawn. But he's not convinced by the strength of the move there from Levon.
I don't think it'll be long before he's convinced, though. It's just a position that we have. It's starting to look very dangerous, at least to me, for the black pieces here. Levon already striking in the center, trying to open again that diagonal. His knight beautifully placed to jump onto that f5 square now. Again, one of those dynamics, as we saw on the Magnus board, the makings of a potential attack. Can Hans actually keep it solid here, David, with a move like d6? Is that the path to keep things under control and keep that bishop on a1 under check?
Yeah, it's a big decision. Already the first major crossroads for Hans Niemann. Tanya mentions pushing the pawn forward, keeping the center closed. That's definitely something he should consider, because the alternative, just to put a couple of moves on the board, to take this pawn and to allow the white bishop free reign on this diagonal. It's just a quick comparison of bishops. This bishop already pointing towards the black king, black's bishop in the corner, just blunted totally, just hitting a rock in the center. And now the white queen is going to line up behind as well. As Tanya pointed out, the white knight can use either path to go towards that pawn. It just looks like the big weakness in front of the black king is too easy to get to. So this does look so risky now for Hans Niemann. Maybe it is a better choice here, a bit wiser and more pragmatic to push forward.
We can notice in this moment as well that kind of the pattern that developed yesterday in the group stage here for Hans continues today. Just about to dip under 20 minutes on his clock to the likes of 26.
I thought you were talking about the twiddling of the hair.
Well, maybe that as well. We're learning all of his quirks here on the freestyle circuit. But yeah, I mean, I think already this speaks to me as well about the confidence that Levon enters the entire event with, right? Coming out of Vegas and into this one, I don't know what's gotten into him, but he just seems to be one with freestyle chess.
Yeah, maybe he wishes the World Cup last month was freestyle chess as well, because somehow he's got this feel. I remember in the early 2000s, seems like an age ago, probably a lot of our viewers are saying, what? Like, that's prehistoric history. But in the early 2000s, Levon was playing these Chess 960 matches in Germany. They had a yearly tournament there, often 1,000 players playing in the Open. But he was winning these matches against some of the best in the world. Anand, Svidler. He was one of the front runners, one of the big supporters of this format. And that experience clearly clearly has paid off.
Some of our very grandmasters in this tournament weren't even born yet in the history that you're referencing.
Exactly. Sidorov wasn't even walking this planet. But Levon, I'm liking the shirt. I'm liking the fact he's been to the confessional once. Wow, breathing fire like a dragon, Levon Aronian. Looking like a good start to the game for him.
Yeah, dressing to impress, playing to impress as well.
I wonder if Hans knew. Like, he said he was the first, but Levon got there just minutes before him to the confessional booth.
That's true.
And he's looking so chill and calm. Ever the Mr. Composed on screen here, Levon. I think Hans is 100% feeling the pressure. It's not just the player he's playing against, but what he's got on the board right now. You know, you were talking about how much Lev's loved this format for so many years. Even at the very start at Weissenhaus, he mentioned it, that he's so happy. I think he was one of the most excited of everyone that this tour is happening, that freestyle chess is getting the attention that it deserves. He's a player, we've spoken about his artistry on the board, his creativity on the board. And this format of freestyle chess, of Fischer Random, really lends itself to that from the very beginning. I mean, you don't get to see this very often. 3 pawns, a b4 pawn, d4 central break early on. The best players in the world now down to like 17 minutes, one of the best in the world. 17 minutes on the clock. On what move number are we? On move number 5, no opening preparation. Levon's truly enjoying chess when it's freestyle.
And he's truly enjoying the position he's put his opponent in right now. I mean, just the sheer difficulty of Hans finding a way forward, just burning time on his clock, almost a 10-minute differential between these two at this point. I mean, I know we're playing 30-15, and Hans is no slouch when it comes to blitzing out moves, but at a certain point, you're doing yourself a disservice if you're not giving yourself enough time for the remainder of the game.
Exactly, and Hans, I've noticed, when he is the one lower on the clock, he gets a bit nervous. It was the same in the Grand Swiss, where he was on the brink of the candidates. He lost to Anish Giri because he was behind on the clock all the time. He uses the clock as a weapon. The biggest problem for him here is that Levon's about to connect 4 and just win on the spot. So
clearly the biggest problem for any chess player to deal with.
Oh, and it can happen now because Hans does try to block the center. Probably a good practical idea. But Levon now can start pushing this pawn forward, maybe even gaining space in the center. There's so many tempting moves now.
The horizontal connect 4 is a rarity in top-level chess, but we have an opportunity for it right here, right now.
And I think it's the one that's most attractive as well, because you're looking at that connect 4. I'm also looking at a potential, well, right now connect 2, but could be a connect 4 with the move d5 and really shutting up that bishop at the corner of the board. David, playing against the light squares. I think 2 very tempting options. The reason Hans took this much time on the previous move, very early on move 5, a critical decision. It's one of those critical moments of the game that's pretty much going to dictate the rest of the middle game. Does he keep it closed, or does he go for an open center? Both with its pros and cons. But eventually, now, starting this move, Hans will have to speed up. And big decisions lie ahead.
Yeah. Big decisions now for Levon Aronian in terms of how he wants to respond. And while both of these players have already dove into the confessional, another player that I love to hear the insights from, particularly remembering back to Weissenhaus, where he seemed to have an intuitive understanding of positions better than anybody else, it's one Vincent Keimer. Let's take a look.
I think we had a very, very complex starting position with many, many options for both sides. Arthur started with f4, which I think is a quite sharp move. It gives me the option to either just try to go for symmetry with f5 or to play c5 as I did in the game. We analyzed quite a bit of the structure I got now from e4, c5, and there I was not entirely sure whether it was the best way, but after f4, somehow I did feel like it might be a good idea to trust Fabi after some thought. Because f5, knight g3, I was not entirely sure how nice that position is. Of course I have the option of going d5, but that is extremely committal, and also I felt like I would need to calculate a lot and spend a lot of time to be sure this is nice. So I think now it's just a very double-edged position with chances for both sides. So basically I'm claiming that the bishop on a1, knight on b1, queen on c1 has a little trouble developing, while I will have to be a bit careful with my king where to put it. You know, on the queen side I pushed my pawns already, and on the king side I'm running into some attack, so we'll see about that. But generally I'm quite happy about the placement of my pieces, so I think as long as my king is gonna be okay, my position will be quite nice.
Relatively happy with his position, but fighting chances on both sides of the board, he recognizes. And how about that? A little nod to Fabiano saying, you know, I'm going to put my trust in one of my analysis teammates there, and I'm going to go his way.
It's fascinating because via different move orders, we were talking about the white players starting with E4, move 1, F4, B4, all these different first moves. Now, this game, Vincent Keimer, also Parham Magzulu against Javorkir Sindarov, and that Magnus Carlsen Fabiano game, the structures are very similar. They have clear kind of similarities, and yeah, it's a clash of ideologies here. It's kind of the white pawns pushing forward towards the black king, but the black pieces being much more active on the other flank. Who will this favor? It looks like the eval bar is roughly in the middle, so I don't think either side has made any drastic mistakes. But yeah, it's yet to be seen. I think Vincent's highlighted the key. It's about the black king. If that survives, then his position is very healthy.
I love the insights that he gave. They were so deep and chess-oriented and chess-focused with what is going on. You know, the question about where he places his king, him questioning where does Arjun place his own pieces on the left flank of the board, coming in their own way. And that's what he made an argument for. The key master to this position, Vincent Keimer. Arjun makes a decision to push the d-pawn, consolidating the center. And David, as you pointed out, 3 boards, very similar storylines going into this middle game. Levon Aronian, meanwhile, has gone his own completely different way here. And I wonder if you're going to see a potential central break by black in one of these 3 boards with the idea of e6, d5. Once, you know, you've got your pieces developed and you're looking for open lines, open diagonals, it's all about getting those central pawns moving ahead.
Yeah, it's a matter of time. Black needs to fight for the center eventually. First, he could maybe develop this bishop to hit a rook. He can develop this bishop to stare down the white king. Lots and lots of choice. He's got to commit his king at some point, Vincent. I did notice in Weissenhaus he was getting a lot of success from leaving that decision as long as possible, something that Magnus Carlsen also likes to do. But it does feel like just castling on the short side, just swapping the king and rook around here, is the more likely of the 2 options. At least somewhere down the line. It just feels like too much to get out of the way to go the other flank.
A little bit of a same but different across each of our boards. And speaking of, why don't we check in with Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana after a solid think from Fabi. We had wondered how he would respond, and while things are still essentially equivalent, I will note there's only one board where the engine just barely favors black, and it happens to be this one.
Wow. Not what we were thinking earlier, Tanya, but Fabi has done some good work.
But it's 0.1, so it's really not, it's not big, but we'll take any chances we can get against the world number 1.
Exactly, the tour, the overall standings, they're opening up. And just a quick action replay for everyone at home. We left it in this position where we were saying it's the power of the white rooks, the towers here supporting the pawns marching forward. Fabiano, I think, did a very good kind of regrouping of his pieces here. He just pushed this pawn forward. Tanya mentioning that the knight doesn't feel safe kind of using the other square since the white pawn can just attack it, among other reasons. But now the black knight actually finds a nice, safe square, just a bodyguard now for its king. And after Magnus brought his bishop forward, a bit of a mysterious one, Fabi just says, okay, whatever you do now, I can hit your bishop, I can block your bishop, I can react to whatever you try. And very interesting position now.
I want to just add to everything you said, g6 is such a high-class move. You know, if you just put that pawn back to where it came from, David, it just looks like everything's safe next to your king. You might want a castle there, you have your f6 pawn defended. I don't know how many of us would actually think of this move, have it on our radar. It just shows the level of play these guys are at. I mean, g6, it's not your boom, boom, sacrifice, I win the game. But to me, this is just top-level chess. You're weakening your own king side, your own pawns. The engine approves of it. You want to push. The idea is you want to come with that h or the f pawn. Maybe you don't even stop at just h5. That pawn will go h4 and drive Magnus's other knight back on the board as well. But I will say, this is a very difficult move to make.
A lesson in chess principles and knowing when to break them, right? But it's only once you master them that you are truly in the position to decide when to break those principles.
How hard is this move, David?
It would not have been on my radar. I was actually thinking, for example, to show how hard it is, that Magnus in this position could have played the move bishop out to h5 to the corner here to create some awkward pressure. And then I thought, okay, once black pushes the pawn, then you retreat somewhere and you've provoked a weakness. So I would have even been willing to give black a full move to play this, because it looks like somehow you're just a bit more tender along this diagonal. But Fabiano realized that if he had, for example, not played this move and castled, then this would have given white the opportunity to, for example, start stepping forward and maybe even, like Tanya said, in the near future, planting a knight on the edge of the board. G6 just takes away some key squares. And now is the moment of truth. Does he push forward, Fabi? Does he push this one forward? Some very tempting pawn pushes.
I'm super impressed with G6. It's such a small move, but it just shows the class that Fabiano Caruana is.
Magnus, with the retreating knight move, just kind of rerouting, bringing more of his pieces to the right-hand side of the board and building his threats.
Oof, Tanya, which one?
H, I was going to say.
H.
How will the H pawn?
How will the H pawn? Let's
Throw that
go.
Hala in.
And this is actually going to sideline two white pieces. Like, this bishop has to go either to the edge of the board, which doesn't look too stable, or it has to go back. Let's say, okay, for argument's sake, I'll put it on the edge. Now, this one, you said H, you might as well say H again. And this white knight.
Got to go all the way back to its starting square. Oh, that's disgusting.
That is really bad. And suddenly, I'm not sure exactly how Fabiano takes advantage. Probably his king is not castling on this side now. Maybe he should be getting his bishop, his queen out the way somewhere. But he's going to go the other way with his king. And suddenly, white's king does look a bit airy. It's something you said, James, like right back on move one.
Mm-hmm.
This is, yeah, just to put a few moves on the board. Maybe the queen comes out, I don't know, somewhere. Let's say white moves, the bishop moves. And yeah, black is just one move away from castling over to safety. Fascinating double-edged position here that we have in front of us.
Double-edged position here. Let's go over to our group stage leader, Vachier Sindarov. Again, the only player to elect to start with the black pieces, as we mentioned before, against the struggling Parham Magsudlu. We'll check in on him, see how he is perhaps wrestling control away as he sits with the black pieces. A bit of a different look. As you mentioned, some similarities to the structures of Fabiano and Magnus, as we've seen before. But it's Vachier Sindarov, who's having quite the finish to his 2025, who's looking to make it one better with a victory here in South Africa.
Wow, it's almost deja vu. The only real difference is that Vachier has castled the black king instead of going for what Fabiano has done by pushing some pawns on that flank. And Parham has reacted by trying to gain space on the other side. He's trying to get that connect four. I tell you, it's in the air, potentially. And what are you thinking, Tanya? Who would you pick in this position?
It's really a tough call, but I will add the kind of position that is 3-0-5 to start with. One thing I've noticed is such little trades early on are possible. We've got all the pawns, all the minors, majors, everything on the board. So really a complex battle. Again, pros and cons for both, right? You have this beautiful center. You have ideas of the white knight jumping to h5, that bishop on a1 looking good, the d4 break you're talking about. But I also want to point out the pawn formation that Parham has chosen does leave behind some key squares that the black knight can eventually jump to. I'm not only eyeing d4, I'm also eyeing that d3 spot, which will come with a fork. I mean, there's a direct way to threaten it. Black can go knight b4. I'm threatening your pawn on a2 at the edge of the board. I want to come in with my knight to d3. And we've got a decision right now. He goes with a trade. He starts with a trade first. Immediately, Parham recaptures with the pawn.
They heard you talking about how few trades there were, and they said, all right, we'll give you one. It's just a pawn apiece.
Well, we've actually been playing 31 minutes, and that's the first exchange, first trade on any board.
Yeah.
Wow.
Of the day.
Wow. Do you think that, okay, let me ask you, it's probably a little bit of one and a little bit of the other. Is that more a product of the starting position itself or more a product of the time that the players have?
Ooh, I think a bit of both. It's definitely the type of position where there's no immediate tension in the center. Like, symmetry was very hard to achieve early on. And, of course, the fact that players have been thinking a bit longer kind of lends itself to that. But, yeah, it just feels like position 305. It's something Vincent said. A lot of room for exploration here.
I think we've got another move by Sindarov here. He's already made his decision. He brings the bishop out, hitting the d2 pawn, so stopping your idea of pushing and getting that break in the center with d4, with the rook on e1 being x-rayed currently. You asked which side I would take. I'm actually liking black's activity here. It just feels the bishop coming out, maybe the rook joining on the b line eventually, the knight jumping on to b4. Kind of liking what Sindarov's doing here.
Yeah, not the first time we've said that this last couple of days. Sindarov just looks so calm. Maybe he'll make it look like a masterstroke if he wins with black. I think this match is just pretty much settled as a contest. Magzulu, it feels like his pieces are set up for an attack on the black king, some kind of assault. Like, why else would the white light squared bishop be on this side of the board? Why would your knight be here if it's not to leap forward? Maybe push some pawns at some point, but...
Yeah, but how do I break through?
Whichever pawn white pushes in the center, black will just block. If it's the e-pawn, black will just say, nope, bypass. And if it's the f-pawn, black might just say, nope, I'll bypass you. It's kind of very interesting, this pawn formation.
And that just means the decisions for white are so much harder, because for Sindarov, I feel the next few moves kind of just flow, sort of like hand moves, right? You put your queen on c7, you get your rook on the open line on b8, you maybe jump forward with your knight eventually, and you improve the position of your pieces, waiting for white to react in the center, and then responding to that.
Yeah, it's always nice to just be able to react, especially with black. And yeah, I do feel like Parham on the clock is holding things together, but probably not happy with the position.
Yeah, and in most of our games, queens have yet to get really truly involved, waiting for the decisions there.
How do we feel about this matchup? I want to check in with you guys on this. Okay, so Sindarov, obviously, when we talk about form that the players bring into this grand final, there's no competition. We had a 5.5 out of 7, undefeated by Sindarov, and a 0 out of 7, winless, drawless by Parham. So clearly, Sindarov's the player who's on his A game, just turned 20, World Cup winner. But Parham, extremely dangerous as well, right? Just as a player, isolate this match for what it is. A quarterfinals, different bracket, different time format. Sindarov, the pressure that he needs to prove the fact that he picked the underdog. He picked Parham. How do you see this play out?
I don't know. At the age of 20, I don't think he feels pressure. Fearless. In the words of Cher, if I could turn back time, if I could rewind to 2 months ago, I would have said this is a 50-50 match.
Wow.
But just judging on the World Cup, judging on yesterday's action, I think, yes, he's a clear favorite.
Yeah, I am a person who puts a lot of stock in form. And peaking at the right moments, like you're talking about, momentum. And I actually love the point about his age, because I think typically younger athletes in general, when they have that confidence and momentum, it can even be more of a boon, right? They're fearless in the way that they move about the space or the board.
Yeah, I hear you guys, and it all makes really a lot of sense. But I will say one thing. I think this matchup has a lot of twists and turns in store for us. I think it's not going to be an easy ride for Sindarov. I don't think we'll see the story that we saw yesterday. I think we're going to see an action-packed one, and Parham will be up to this.
Agree with you there as well. And again, I'll call out that there were a couple of matchups yesterday where Parham had very solid advantages, strong advantages against his opponent. But as we know, the game of chess can be decided on a single move. And in a couple of those cases, unfortunately, it went the opposite direction. Today could be his day, though, where you find one of those two winning positions, and this time the cookie crumbles in your direction.
Exactly. The one thing he has to avoid, Parham, is dropping too low on the clock. If he gets under the 1 minute mark at any stage, I think the ghosts might start to resurface from yesterday, where he did make those one-move blunders. He did miss those opportunities. He had 3 winning positions yesterday, couldn't convert any of them.
Yeah. And I think for Parham, really the big question, the big battle is what's going on in his mind. It's an absolutely psychological warfest, this one. So we'll see what happens here. Should we jump into some of the other action?
Yeah, and actually before we do, let's take a look at heart rates and accuracies, something we haven't done just yet throughout this event. Obviously, on each of your boards, you can take a look at the bottom left to see the heart rates, but this is all of them in action. Just a couple of our players up in the triple digits, Magnus, Carlsen, and Sindarov, warming into the event alongside Levon Aronian, but everybody feeling relatively cool, calm, and collected here through the initial portions of our first round. But how about the accuracy? That's what I'm most interested. Not going to come too much as a surprise that our super GMs are all sporting 90 plus. But who's got the best? It's Levon Aronian, 99.5% up against Hans Niemann. And you know what? Maybe that's the board we should go to. Check back in with him, because I think he is the person who has the best advantage, though still minimal at this point in the game.
How dare he drop 0.5% of accuracy? Levon Aronian, what a man, what a player, and bang on form today. And this is the position we find ourselves in.
Both representing the US. You've got the hot pink and that dark burgundy purple. on the jackets. Levon, though, up and out of his chair right now, while Hans Niemann has had a very solid think about this most recent move. Just a simple pawn push in the center of the board, d4 to d5. But again, closing down that position, David, I'm looking at that light squared bishop. How does it ever get involved in the game at this point? It's going to take quite the journey for it to eventually get on a diagonal where it feels useful.
And this is tough. We'll just do a very quick action replay of the last few moves. Since we were last at this board, we left it with black trying to clamp down on the center, just pushing a pawn forward, saying, okay, if you take me, I'll take you. It's going to be back towards symmetry, and the worst is past. And very instructive what Levon did here. He looked into the future. He saw what his opponent was planning. If he had pushed his pawn forward to blocking the bishop immediately, he realized that Hans would try to break that bishop out of jail. And now Levon would find it impossible to cement his center, to back up his pawns, because in this position, suddenly there's a pin. The white queen is vulnerable. You cannot take towards the center now. You would have to take away from it. And black would have tactics such as bishop takes pawn due to the undefended nature of the white queen. So he realized, okay, I need to switch around the move order. Before I push forward, first, I'm going to bring the queen to a better square. That's also attacking a pawn. Hans reacts with a bit of a trap, bringing the bishop out. Queen takes pawn now, not advisable, since the knight would hit the queen and win the pawn in the center. Suddenly black is better, but only now does he push forward. And if Hans were to try and break out, Levon here would have many tempting moves. Maybe he could even grab a pawn, but at the very least, he could cement the center, and that bishop remains dead in the corner.
Well, and as you say it, Hans has made a choice. You can see, reaches out. He's going to grab that knight, jump it forward onto the f4 square. Very strong position for that knight to be in, but doesn't necessarily solve any of the issues, again, of the top left-hand side of his board. That's where I really struggled to find how he's going to get those minor pieces more involved in the game.
It's a clear pawn sacrifice. You're giving up that a7 pawn. It comes in with a tempo, hitting the bishop as well. To me, when you jump knight f4, the one idea is that you want to create a kingside attack, but I don't see where it's coming from. The bishop on d1 stops queen g4. f5 is not possible with the knight on g3 completely under control. This is going to be Hans down a pawn, desperately looking for compensation, and it's not evident where he's going to find it.
Yeah, he didn't take the pawn immediately, which is very interesting from Levon. Maybe scared of getting his queen trapped now, but yeah, that pawn is not running away, and there's no chance Hans Niemann is going to take a timeout and defend it with his queen, putting the queen on a blunted square. Both players kind of trying to tempt each other. Hans saying, please take my pawn, at least give me a bit of time, but Levon, he's not a pawn grabber. That's one thing about him. He prefers to be the sacker of pawns. And yeah, it looks fantastic for him.
Yeah, instead he just shores up his position there in the center of the board by bringing that pawn forward in support of the rest of his pawn chain. Lots of control for him, just a bit more space to work with here for the player with the white pieces.
The last thing you want to do as black is to actually defend that pawn with your queen. I mean, can you imagine? Let's just put that queen on b7 and show how hideous that position is for black. With the queen and the bishop just staring at the d5 pawn, you're essentially just playing down these two pieces.
Yeah.
That's not what you want to do ever. So in fact, this is one of those scenarios where threat is stronger than the execution, so he just keeps the pressure, and Hans immediately makes a mistake.
We just had our first kind of major inaccuracy of the day, and on this board in particular. Bringing the knight out, wants to try to find a way for it to get involved, but it has to go to the rim in order to do so.
That is such an ugly move. Now the knight is terrible, and it will remain terrible for ages. It's never going to get back towards the center. Not only that, it ties down the black queen for eternity. Like, something's going to have to defend this knight. And, I mean, this is a kind of one-dimensional move. It's aimed at stopping the white queen from grabbing a pawn. Maybe it does also stop white from breaking through on this side of the board, but to use two very, very powerful pieces just for kind of defensive purposes is not a good sign.
Well, there's one explanation for perhaps why this was on Hans's radar, why he played it. Maybe somewhere it discourages Levon to develop his knight, because knight c3 is a move that you want to make. Knight c3 with the idea of jumping onto b5. But now with the knight on a6, there are some tricks that he set up. The black other knight will jump over to d3, and then there's suddenly a double attack on the b-pawn and the rook. So I wonder if this is just aimed at trying to create or make it a little bit more difficult for Lev to get harmony with his pieces.
Oh, but look at this. Immediate hit on the black rook. No real safety for it. If it steps forward, check this out. Already trapped, this rook.
Wow.
And, the bishop cuts across the diagonal. The white knight will just take this rook off on the next move. So the rook has to slide across to a really bad square now. And Levon, it might be tempting to jump this bishop in at some point. And yeah, I mean, maybe at the very least you can step the bishop forward, hit the black knight. This just looks so bad. And only now that move you mentioned, Tanya, because the knight jump can be met by the white rook sliding and defending its pawn.
Yeah, this looks beautiful for Lev. I mean, this is why he's the eternal artist. You know, that move queen to a3, it might have just looked like it's hitting the pawn, but that's the reason why all of Hans's pieces are now stuck. He's just not managed to achieve development or complete any kind of harmonious opening play because of that queen at the edge of the board.
And so far, Levon is proving his pick, right? We talked about it more in the case of a Sindarov, right? Having first pick, he goes for Parham, prove it. In this case, there were a lot of questions around Levon choosing Hans, maybe foregoing an opportunity to face up against a Vincent Keimer, but as of yet, he's proven his pick without a doubt.
And it was a story in Vegas as well, right? In the finals, Levon was just crushing it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he had a fantastic run. He took down Magnus, he took down Hikaru, eliminating them to the lower bracket, but never really gave Hans any chance at all in that 1.5-2 victory in the finals of Vegas.
Sometimes it's just your matchup, right? Sometimes you just have that edge over another player. Is this the case historically, you feel, between these two guys, that Levon just has Hans's number?
It does seem that way. They've had quite a few draws in their history, but the decisive games have been in Levon's favor. There are maybe 3 or 4 players in World Chess that Hans has struggled against. It's Levon Aronian, it's Fabiano Caruana, and Anish Giri. He just nearly never scores a win against that trio.
What do you think is the reason for that? Is there something about their style?
Maybe something about their style. Maybe, it's definitely psychological, it feels like. Against Giri specifically, Hans has lost so many kind of one-on-one matches, lost in the Grand Swiss final round, lost in the Esports World Cup playoff. Feels like just he can't get the energy going. Maybe he needs that kind of that passion, that anger to bring his best game, but somehow they just quell that passion.
But Hans has spoken so much about wanting and his dream of becoming the world champion. And the thing is, to get there, to be the best, you have to beat the best. So he has to find a way to overcome this psychological block.
Mm-hmm. No doubt about it. But right now, it's small incremental advantages being built here for Levon Aronian, move after move on this board. We're in a moment going to check in with Vincent Keimer and Arjun Erigaisi to see how their game is going. But before we do so, let's just hear from Arjun himself as he dove into the confessional booth.
This was one of the positions where there were so many starting moves for white, and we were mainly discussing d4 and e4, and in the end someone mentioned b4, and at the board when I was thinking, f4 also looked interesting to me, and I spent quite some time and I kind of liked the lines there. In 1 e4 we were looking at c5 and e5 both. c5 I kind of liked for white, but after e5 I wasn't sure. So I thought I'll start with f4. So if I go c5, e4, this is what happened in the game. This is some kind of a Sicilian, but now pieces are a bit oddly placed. But yeah, right now, especially after he played queen b8 and I got e5, I kind of like my chances. But let's see how it goes. It's a double-edged game anyway.
Well, if that's not proof enough that this is one of the more difficult positions all the players have had to evaluate after sitting with, some of the other best chess minds in the world and saying, we looked at this, and this. Even still, I sat at the board and said, well, what about this f4? And ultimately, that was the way that he decided to go. And it has produced, as both he and Keimer, by the way, both said it in the same words, double-edged is how this game feels right now.
Yeah, still a board packed here, 32 pieces still on it.
Wow.
It feels like Vincent's actually hinting now that he might castle to the other side. That would be the first time we see a black player do that in this round, and that would essentially render all of White's activity just pointless here. For now, it does feel like the moment to strike for Arjun. Whether it's pushing forward with a pawn, whether it's some kind of sacrifice, I don't quite see it, but if he slows down, then Vincent will get a decent position here.
I'm really liking how controlled it is for black for Keimer here. I mean, he's also on the clock, pretty much leveled. In fact, Vincent a little ahead. Not a story that we're used to when you're playing against Arjun. It's one of his big weapons that he uses. The position as well. Yes, he's not castled, but he's one move away from choosing either of the two sides. So the king isn't specifically in danger. Vincent's also set up this c4 check at the right moment, opening up the black bishop against the white king for activity for those trades. He's keeping the tension. He's keeping the pressure. I'm liking the way Vincent Keymaster has handled this position. As he usually does in the classical formats, you know?
Yeah, the player who has the most stark difference in performance between our time controls, it feels like.
100%. Like every round robin throughout the season, he's been consistent, but unfortunately it's been consistently kind of below par for Vincent. But as soon as the time increases, it's consistently strong.
All right, I'm sorry to rip us away from this game, but we have got to go to Parham versus Vachier-Lagrave, because as we get here, take a look at this eval bar. I'm going to ask David to explain exactly what's going on. But Parham finds himself in a similar position to what he did just yesterday in a few of his games. A sizable advantage on the board already. Can he capitalize?
Oh, he can, and he really needs to. I'm trying to work it out here, whether there's a direct attack. It's something to do with his bishop, something to do with his knight, something to do with the white queen as well, it feels like. But is this the moment to strike? Tanya, it's all of these ideas you've been talking about, and it feels like Black's maneuver, bringing the knight over, is, if anything, just worsens the situation for Vachier here.
I'm going to say it. I said it. There will be a lot of plot twists in this matchup. You know, Parham might be the underdog, the dark horse with everything that happened, but don't write him off just yet. David, to all the points you make, it feels like F6, G7 are the tender spots. That's where the knight is lying. And I'll also tell you one more thing. The eye line of that white queen on C1 against that knight on H6. Watch out for moves like F5 at the right moment, hitting both the knights. So I'm wondering if the tactics are around either one of the pieces, either the bishop or the knight, grabbing on F6 to get rid of the defender. And this is the kind of line that's going on in Parham's mind. Take it at the right moment, strike with F5, hit the two knights. I love that the bar doesn't fall down right now, David. Could this be it?
This looks very, very strong. And I'm going to say it's not so difficult either. Parham has 4 minutes more than Vachier right now, and there are many tempting moves. He doesn't even need to find this necessarily. In the live position, Black's 2 moves, the last 2 moves have set it up. He's put a knight on the edge of the board. Bizarre, because that is a tactic that only helps the white queen. He's put the other knight on a square. It can get attacked as well by a pawn, and white can build up. Sure, white can just improve a piece, still with a promising position, but Parham's a very direct player, and I would be shocked if he misses the opportunity for bishop takes pawn, knight takes pawn. They both look good, and this idea, double attack, and something's got to give. Something's going to crash forward. Bishop takes pawn.
Makes a move.
On the board, a brilliancy by Parham. The first time here in South Africa, and he's the one on driver's seat here right now.
That's exactly right. Gets the double exclam, and for good reason. He sees his opening, and he's going to seize it. Now, difficulty for Vachier. Maybe regretting his pick. Maybe regretting starting with the black pieces.
Exactly. And did you see this synchronized action here? David picking up his drink, Parham going for his right now. He's feeling good about his chances.
Well, and this is where mentality comes back into the conversation, right? Because as confident as you might have left yesterday's round robin with the undefeated record that you have, the moment you take that first punch, and let's be real, this is kind of the first punch that Sindarov has been forced to endure in this entire tournament so far. The question will be how he deals with it.
Yeah, I'm just so surprised because Sindarov's so good tactically. He's normally got a great feel. He doesn't allow anything to hit his king. He's always dodging. He kind of sees threats from afar. But this one, it's quite straightforward. It's only a 2 or 3 move tactic. And he's invited it. He's actually asked for it, if anything. To me, it feels like he's underestimated Parham. Firstly, by picking the black pieces, which I think was his first blunder, Vachier, but also the last few moves. He's put his bishop on a square, the dark square bishop here, where it doesn't help contribute defensively. It's blocked. And he's also put his knights on some very, very awkward squares. Shaking his head now.
Shaking his head, keeps pulling his hand back. The hesitation, he's under 7 minutes right now, struggling on the clock, struggling on the board. David voluntarily, almost, it feels like a self-inflicted tactic right there. Parham, he's dangerous in these positions. And if he gets this win in, he's going to forget about everything that's happened before this. This is a brand new stage, a brand new tournament we're talking about.
As far as he's concerned, this is day 1 of the tournament with the way that he's playing right now. All right, here's the decision tree right now that Sindarov is facing. What do I capture back with, my rook or my pawn?
Yeah, unfortunately here, the move he wants to play to take this bishop with the pawn, I think just loses on the spot pretty much. The white pawn steps forward. There's no good way to defend this knight. This is the key one. The other knight's actually attacked. If you move this knight back, then white can simply cash in. You take a knight, now it's level material. You take back, and it's a fork. This would be game over. So he took the other way. He had to, and he's going to lose material anyway. We see some quick captures. Knight check, pawn takes. double attack again, and at least he saved his king. He's moved forward, and here we see Parham rushing a bit. Parham maybe selling the advantage slightly short, but he is up now a rook for a bishop.
Don't get too far ahead of yourself. You still got 12.5 minutes to play with far less time for your opponent. Take a breath. Show us that composure.
Just to show, in this position, he took a knight because it's a free knight, but he could have pretty much banked a win on the spot if he'd slowed down and brought his knight towards the black king using this square. Tanya's been talking about knight h5 since this round began on other boards too, and this would have just been lights out immediately. No way Vachier defends this.
Show the tactic on knight f4, because I think that's beautiful. Why you can't save the knight and the trick on h5.
Yeah, the square covered for now, but as Tanya says, tactics. Queen sack. Queen takes knight would have ended the game.
My queen!
My queen. And it is white who ends up with an extra exchange and a pawn. So if we go back to the game, we've seen a few more moves. Oh,
yeah, we have seen the queens leave the board.
Yeah, but he's sold this really short now. And yes, he's up material. Yes, he's a big favorite to win this, Parham. But no more attack. It's going to be a long game. The nerves are going to kick in. He's got to be thinking, if I don't win this, I'm never going to win a game, Parham. We saw the nerves, the overexcitement at that one moment. But the worst might have passed for Vachier.
100%. If he doesn't get this done, the tournament's over for Parham. You know, you get this kind of a position out of the opening, you're up material, you're up by 5 minutes on the clock as well. Whatever happens, Parham has to convert this. He still has an advantage, but I agree with you. The worst is behind Vachier right now. Parham consolidates that position of the knight, maybe even looking at getting the king into the game. But David, now this is going to be an endgame grind. It's going to be about technique. No checkmating attacks.
No checkmating attacks, and black actually has good compensation here because the black knight is super strong. The black bishop could even find itself as well on some nice strong squares. White's rooks kind of lack targets at the moment, so this one is going to go on for a long, long time.
Well, with the expectation that this one will now slow down and be a bit more of a grind, let's check back in with Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. Last time we left it relatively equal, and I would argue that Fabiano has, you know, ever so slowly, you know, improved his position just by the smallest of margins. But he's going to have to get it done here and now if he wants a shot at the overall Tour Championship against Magnus Carlsen.
I just want to back up because we left it last with this really impressive g6. How did we get to this point with this beautiful knight on e5 and then we deep dive into everything?
Quick action replay. We left it here with black pushing the pawn to g6. We talked about pawn pushes. This was an opportunity maybe for Fabi to push forward. He waited. And if we just fast forward, it was Magnus who actually wanted to go for blood, trying to open up things towards the black king. But Fabiano very, very coolly, calmly, just captured a couple of pawns, planted a knight in the center to block this white bishop. This bishop now a bit blunted. We saw some more trades. The bishop actually exchanged itself off. And we saw a check. This is what Magnus was banking everything on. But in this position, after the king stepped forward, there was no way to pursue the attack. A queen check would now be blocked by the black rook. And instead, the queen dropped back. And this is how we got here. I would say live position is quite high stakes for Magnus here, Tanya, because if the attack dries up, black has the bishop pair, especially this black bishop, looks like a real beast. And yeah, I just think long-term it's Fabiano in the driver's seat, so Magnus has to look for something quick. I don't see any sacrifices tactics yet against the black king, though.
I'm just amazed at Fabi's play so far in this match, you know. Starting from that pawn move to the way he's brought his king out. I mean, let's not forget in the starting position, you have the option to castle. Instead, now he's going to eventually plant that rook that hasn't moved on that H file, and it finds itself on the most active square against the white king. He's brought his king to safety and also evaluated that despite having these two pawns ahead of it, it controls all the squares. You're not worried about any knight checks. And that's why Magnus had to reroute his knight now to the center of the board. The f6 pawn also defended right now with that bishop. And I wonder if this is the moment. Well, knight takes pawn. Is that a threat? Are you worried about it? Because there are potential pins coming up. Will Fabi go on the defense or continue playing for the initiative?
Yeah, he could just defend that pawn. Maybe with his queen, for example, staring down the diagonal as well. Fabi with a very healthy position, but it is one of those that could turn within one move. It's the type of position it's easy to blunder for both sides.
Now, I'm using digital help here, but rook h8 is what the engine is asking for a 1-point advantage in this position.
Wow.
One, what's the idea? Two, is it even something that Fabiano would be considering? Because without that move, we're essentially back to equality.
Yeah, it's the move that Tanya mentioned. Like, if White's knight hadn't landed, I think he would have played this move. So it's definitely on his radar. But Tanya, I think it's the point you mentioned, rook to h8. We'll put it on the board. This is not Fabi playing it yet, but knight takes pawn is the key question. And the pin, the PP on the PP.
I love it that it wasn't me who said it first today.
the something pressure on the pinned piece.
Put pressure on the pinned piece. How could you forget?
How could I forget? And the knight drops off. This is not easy to see from afar. I think if an opponent threatens a pawn, you defend it. That's normally how it works. Or you move it, or you react somehow. But just letting it fall, that takes a bit of courage. Yeah.
It's scary to go into this line unless you're sure you're winning material. But Fabi, this is what we were talking about, right? Where are Fabi's best chances, or for that matter, any of these elite players when you're playing against a guy like Magnus? It's to get these imbalances in the position. It's to kind of draw him out into that tactical battle as quickly as possible. And so far, Fabi's been successful to do that. But that means that it's the kind of position which has opportunities for both to go wrong. Every move is a high responsibility move.
Magnus looking away, I'm surprised by that because the position is so tense, but Fabi needs to keep the time advantage. Fabiano, if it gets down to a 2 versus 2, kind of on the clock at least, type of situation, I don't think he's got the speed that Magnus is capable of. I don't think he's got the gears, the shift.
So we see the bar, we see the position, we know Fabi, he's trying to put pressure on Magnus, but it's still a game for 3 results. Prediction time? Do you think Fabi has it in him? And we spoke about this at the start, right? He needs to knock down Magnus into the lower bracket. For a shot at winning the entire tour, he's the one man who can do it. He has to go a long way, but this would be step 1. Does he do it? Do you think he finds a way?
I'm sorry to be the party pooper, but I'm going to go with a draw. Not that it flips in the other direction, but I do think this is the kind of game that Magnus is so capable of saving.
Yep.
Especially with the time. As you mentioned, Fabi's so good at calculation, but you need time to calculate, and you're running out of that time right now. With still a fair number of pieces on the board. We lose a couple more minor pieces, or even a few of the majors, and we're in a more endgame scenario. And as I say it, take a look at that. It's an inaccuracy he's given the opening for Magnus to find more equality in this game, or maybe even start to push it in his direction.
Yeah, that's a very passive move. It's a negative decision, and I think the first hint that he's starting to feel the nerves.
I say we blame Tanya for that.
Oh.
She was the one who even you brought it up. You put it into the universe.
Fabi from the start of this event, well, after you guys took Sindarov and Levon, you know, seeing their performances yesterday, but Rook F8, it does feel like in the wrong direction when you're playing for that 1-pointer.
Yeah, it was very important to have that rook active because now White's knight is going to come in. We talked about knight h5. There's just 2 moves needed to get that knight to a very important checking square. Black's king suddenly feeling the heat.
But there is the logic that you were talking about, right? When I asked, would he even be at this point considering rook to h8? You said, attack a pawn, I want to defend the pawn. And that ultimately is the decision he made by bringing that rook over to defend the pawn alongside his dark squared bishop.
Yeah, I can't blame him for that move too much, but I think it's just the first hint, the first sign that the trend might be turning. And okay, in the meantime, Magnus is up on the clock.
And I wonder what he has up his sleeve, David. Did we see what happens if he now continues with the idea that we were talking about earlier? Because now there's no pressure on f6. So can he still go rook h8? And once you bring up your knight, I believe that's what you wanted?
Yeah.
Oh, and this is quite bad because you're threatening what exactly?
I don't exactly see it. Maybe White's just going to put a bishop here, just
knight takes
apply some
pawn.
pressure.
No, knight takes pawn is not a threat. Sorry,
Not
David.
yet.
Bishop f5.
It just feels loose for Black. I think this is still roughly in the balance, at least in practical terms, but it just feels a bit awkward.
I'm sorry, I'm getting excited here, but do you think knight takes pawn, the other one is a threat? Take that pawn, take that knight, g6 hang in?
Ooh, maybe. Bishop f5 in the air as well, just a pin along the g-file. Black's king definitely much more vulnerable, and out of the blue, Magnus is whipping up an attack.
Now we're not loving the g6 move anymore as much.
No. And I'm not loving Fabi's clock. I've seen it so many times. Him in the driver's seat, he's the one pushing, and suddenly, under the 2-3 minute mark, it turns around.
Yeah, uncomfortable position now perhaps for Fabiano Caruana. Somebody else, though, who's been in an uncomfortable position for a majority of his game is Hans Niemann up against Levon Aronian. On our way over to that board, let's get another quick word from Levon, who jumped into the confessional booth yet again.
Nice.
I feel that Hans shouldn't have allowed d5. Yeah, because, or, I mean, he should have went for something sharp, because he played kind of slow, and now my position looks almost winning. I just have to, you know, pay attention, not to blunder anything, but objectively, this looks really, really good.
Objectively, it looks really, really good. We would agree with you on this side of the screen, but he said at this point, it's not 100% winning, just got to avoid any blunders, though, and play it very consistently from this point out.
Objectively, subjectively, literally, figuratively. I think you can decide. All he had to do was come to the confession booth and say 2 words. Any guesses for which ones?
One of them has a number in it.
The other one is David's favorite.
It's Connect 4.
Connect 4 on the board.
I mean, I sometimes say it as a joke, but this one is very much not a joke because the black bishop is just staring at the strongest pawn chain you will ever see. And that means Hans Niemann is really just lacking any counterplay. He's also down a pawn, Hans Niemann. White's queen has gone grabbing. And it's a matter of time before Hans tries something on the king side. That's where his knight is, his dark square bishop is. But, okay, you can trade off one of those 4 pawns, but you don't really change anything in the process. And slowly but surely, Levon now is going to push forward on the side where he is the stronger, with whether it's the C pawn, whether it's the A pawn. It just feels very, very good for him.
Who's stopping A4, A5, A6? I just don't see it. In 3 moves, can you muster up a counterplay against the white king, which can easily be defended by one of the rooks next to it? The A pawn advancing, the C pawn breaking through. You're not only down a pawn, you're down that bishop on B7, a really sad one. Hans starts with the H pawn, but this time it just feels like it's going to be too slow.
Yeah, much too slow. And yeah, this is just a kind of stab in the dark. When in doubt, push the H pawn is the saying. It's just kind of a hit and hope. It's like in football, soccer, where you're 30 yards out, you just hit it for the sake of hitting it because you're a goal down and there's 2 seconds left on the clock. But it's not really threatening anything.
It's Hans the H pawn solo right now. Yeah. There's absolutely nothing assisting that attack.
You can see his body language. Hans not looking optimistic.
Now Levon just working his dark squared bishop a bit more into the game. 2 moves here to bring it over to C1. But of course, this gives Hans the opportunity to launch some form of a counterattack. A bit of a wild swing here as his H-pawn moves 1 step closer into enemy territory.
But where exactly is it even headed? Because the moment it arrives on the 3rd rank, White is simply going to kick out that knight. Levon takes a decision to get rid of it already, trades on F4. He's up a pawn, but he needs to start pushing one of those 2 pawns we were earlier highlighting. You know, either break open with C5, get your queen back into the game, or start pushing that A pawn. I would go A4, A5, A6 last year.
Yeah. I'm really surprised he took that knight because he could have done that any time in the near future. He could have taken that knight 2 moves later, 5 moves later. There was a pin on it. So very surprising. Black's bishop, this looks like a King's Indian defense for anyone watching at home who plays that opening. Same pawn structure for white, for black. Often black's idea is to push forward on the king's side. But here, black at least has a strong bishop to compensate now.
Yeah. Bishop to C6. Are we trapping our opponent's queen eventually here?
Whoa.
That is interesting. Bishop to C6. I think it's also...
You're inviting the trade. Obviously, I don't have to take it. But if you do, my pawn gets to slide up into a dominating position there.
And the knight jumping to D5 next?
That is a beautiful outpost. Good knight versus bad bishop. That knight is going to dominate. And yeah, we might not win the black queen, but it's not moving out anytime soon.
Yeah, it's just locked in a cage.
Oh, that's what he's aiming for. That's why he took the knight, Levon. It's slightly counterintuitive, so not obvious because the opponent's bishop is so bad. But you kind of transform the advantage. Instead of playing against a bad piece, you create a nice, beautiful square for yourself.
And that's such a creative way to play this position out, because after bishop c6, there's really no way to hide. You can shift that bishop to that a square, but then you end up trapping it with b5. Instead, first, Levon stops any activity on the king's side. He's in the driver's seat right now. By the way, huge turnaround on the Sindarov board. Sindarov is pushing for the win.
Then off we go to the Sindarov board up against Parham. We had said Parham, he had such solid control of the game, perhaps moved a bit too quick for himself once he did have that advantage. And just like that, head in hands, he's in a difficult spot. And Sindarov is... looking mighty confident once again.
What happened, David?
When it rains, it really, really pours. Allow its level material. We'll do a very, very quick action replay. It was all about the one moment where Parham cashed in too soon. He had 12.5 minutes on his clock. He sacrificed a piece and could have just won on the spot now by bringing his knight round to deliver a check to the Black King. That would have been an unstoppable check. The White Queen would have been able to swoop in. It would have been game over, but he took this knight prematurely. It wasn't running away. And yes, he was the exchange up, but we saw the Black Knight suddenly reach a dominant square in the center. And if we fast forward, it would look like it was another mistake from Parham at this moment, allowing the bishop to come in. I mean, suddenly the bishop is by far stronger than any of the white rooks, and he actually ended up giving back the material in this moment. He played the move d4. That is an admission, basically, that his last few moves have been bad. He had to give up his rook for a bishop, and if we fast forward now to the live position, I mean, he's just worse. Black has this beautiful kind of trio of pawns in the center, really flexible. The knight is sidelined.
Worse on the board, worse on the clock. And I'll go back to that point you made. It was 12 minutes and 30 seconds to his name with a time advantage. He moved too quick for himself, and now he's eaten up a bunch of the time that he could have used in that moment to execute a little bit more accurately. Game's not over just yet, but what a breath of life for Sindarov.
He was up by 5 minutes. He's now down by 4 minutes. A worse pawn structure, easily targeted by Sindarov. The knight coming to the center, hitting the C pawn. The rook eventually going either to the G or the B file, starting to attack some of those other weaknesses. And Parham keeps thinking. And this is just honestly really difficult. It's quite heartbreaking. The entire story that he's had in this tournament. So many missed opportunities. And just when the stage resets, it's within reach. You know, you play this brilliant opening ideas, you sacrifice at the right time, you're gifted material advantage, and then only to blow it up.
Yeah, he's not lost. He's just a little bit worse here in an endgame. But it's this type of position where central pawns are actually stronger. Because if they do end up pushing, they're going to gain so much time on the way. They're going to start hitting things. They're going to be so strong connected. White, in the meantime, has a very weak isolated pawn. And flank pawns often less effective, at least with rook still on the board. So it's not the end of the world for Parham. But the key moment was when he looked to the skies earlier. He knew he was winning. Internally, you could even see him say, right, I have to win this now. And that's where he started to get nervous. Yeah, so still long defensive job, but difficult defensive job ahead for Parham Maghsoodloo.
Yeah, again, it comes down to that battle of the mindset, right? Because after everything that happened yesterday, and to give away such a huge advantage, it's very difficult to reset yourself onto the defensive mode now. You've been the aggressor the whole game. You feel like things are finally turning around. So for Parham, it's an incredibly uphill battle. And look at Sindarov. He's feeling it, you know. He's suddenly paced up. He's over 7 minutes. He's getting the knight into the game, eyeing that G4 square next to jump into at the right time. E5 coming in to kick that white knight out. F4 with the rook on G1. Pinned after that E-pawn moves forward.
This is tough. This is very tough. 2 minutes. Tanya, do you think he defends this? Do you think he holds?
If yesterday would not have happened, I would have said there was a better shot.
Yeah, I think he's fighting for a draw alone. I think a white win here is almost unthinkable. But I don't think he's going to be able to hold, unfortunately. He brings his knight back to stop the black pawn pushing. But the Black King can stick its head forward and support that pawn push anyway. Parham on the back foot. Sindarov, he lucked out there, but often that's what happens when you're in form. You get half a chance to fight back, and you seize it.
You know, you've got to take advantage of your opponent's mistakes, right? And that's what he has done in this game here. Those couple of mistakes here from Parham have given Vachier a way back into it.
Interesting developments by Magnus. You know, there's a reason why David knows him best. He's gone for his idea with the knight jumping in, the bishop jumping in, pressure on Fabi, I wanted to say, but there's been an inaccuracy. A good moment to jump in?
I think so, especially with both clocks ticking down here. Again, 15-second increment for our players, but Fabiano Caruana and Magnus Carlsen a locked-in battle.
Both under a minute.
Both under a minute.
Wow, it's all about the pins and the PPs and the whatever you want to call it. Like, there's so much tension here. White's last move, just very quick action replay. White's last move was a big inaccuracy, pushing a pawn forward to c3 when he actually had tactics. He could have landed a very strong blow, a sacrifice here, but not easy at all. He took his foot off the pedal, and now dropping the king back Fabi, a great move, since if there is a capture on this square, then black suddenly would have a winning advantage by pinning the white bishop. And it looks like Magnus now down to seconds. He's got to decide what to do. Is he going to back up his bishop? Is he going to run?
Takes a look at the clock, checking in on his time. 10 seconds to go here. Gain 15 back, but both these players are about to be playing with increment and nothing else. He's going to drop his bishop back. Computer doesn't like it. This is an opening for Fabiano Caruana.
Fabi's about to be up a piece in this position.
Can he capitalize on it?
This is insane. And it was the only move. King h8, a beautiful find by Fabi right there.
And we have a flurry of moves, trades. Pieces are coming off the board, but as you can see there, the computer only loves the position more and more here for Fabiano Caruana. Magnus is unhappy.
He cannot believe it.
He's just 2 pieces down, Magnus Carlsen. He resigns. Wow. Magnus taken down by Fabiano Caruana. The whole tournament, the whole tour is wide open.
In the matchup yesterday between these two players, it was Magnus who would come out on top. But in game 1 of their best of 2 in the quarterfinals, when Fabi needs to get it done for any hope at unseating the world #1 in his quest to become the first year-long Grand Slam Tour champion, he gets it done from the black side of the board. One more game to go here for Fabiano Caruana.
And at least now he sees the light at the end of the tunnel. You know, this was step 1. He does it, and I have to say, in a very classy way. That game was intense. It was amazing by Fabi. Maybe a few inaccuracies, but the way he finished off, and David, we're going to need an action replay of what happened in those last few moves, how Fabi finished the job, maybe once the round is over. But this was amazing to watch. Fabi getting it done. Magnus has to win on demand the next game.
Yeah, Magnus actually smiling, if anything. And
he said no. He said no to an interview, I think, there. He doesn't want any of it.
yeah, he was smiling. He knew that that was uncharacteristic. It just all collapsed in the space of 5 moves. But that's what happens when the clock ticks down. And here we see the arbiter telling Fabi when he needs to be back for the decider.
Whew. And talk about energy and momentum, feeling at the top of your game, peaking in the right moments. Maybe some inaccuracies by Magnus Carlsen, but they were so quickly capitalized on by Fabiano Caruana, who exits the playing hall with a little verve in his step there. We'll return to Levon Aronian and Hans Niemann, as this one, it's not so decisive, it feels like, as maybe it once was here for Levon.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still reeling from what we just saw. I mean, we're talking about Fabi and Magnus, the 2 giants of chess. We'll discuss more of that. But look at this, a flurry of moves, quick sequence right there. And now it's suddenly absolutely in the balance. I'm doing the math. Levon's still up a pawn. But Hans has made magic happen on the board.
Yeah, Levon's been getting nervous. He's played some really passive moves. What he did with trading off the black knight, what he did with pushing this pawn forward, not trading off the light squared bishops, has backfired. And now, look at the white king in the corner. It's ready to be caged. If somehow the rooks can come off the board, I'm thinking Hans is going to move his bishop. So many tempting squares. And it just feels like Levon's king is ready to be hit. This could easily backfire. Levon's clearly nervous, visibly now. Hans has fought back.
He's fought back, and with the opposite color complex of the bishop, the attack on the king is a key aspect in the position. And the white king absolutely boxed up. I love that G3 square, David, really creating threats on the back rank as well. And he does make a decision. He hits that white queen.
Ooh.
You could trade both rooks. Oh my god. Okay, this gets a brilliancy. It was not on my radar as a move.
Me neither. That is incredible. And it's all about the pins again. The white rooks are pinned here. It's given a double exclamation mark because it is a sacrifice, but it would cost white a rook to take that bishop off the board now. Only move for Levon Aronian. He needs to trade off the rooks.
But that one he will play, because otherwise there's problem to white's king. You can't really move the queen away. But what happens at the end of that sequence is what Lev's calculating. Hands down to 22 seconds as Magnus continues to look over.
I think he can trade the rooks and force a draw, but he has to be really accurate with where he starts checking. After all the rooks come off, the white queen has to start doing some zigzagging and chasing the black king wherever it goes. And Levon is now the one who has to force a draw. He has to bail out, escape this game. Otherwise, we might see a full turnaround, and Hans might be the one to win.
What a save by Hans this will be if that happens, if he's able to get that draw in this round one. I mean, from an absolutely busted position out of the opening.
Almost made more surprising. Yep, here come the rooks off the board here with the check. So he did find the only move. But at best, you're hoping for a draw. What was a one position, what he said in the confessional booth, he recognized as a winning position. Somehow, he wasn't able to get it over the line.
And White has no time to capture the D pawn. There are checks followed by checkmate on the back rank right there. Huge threat. David, I don't think Lev can do anything better than keep checking the black king. And handshakes to follow?
Yeah, should be, but he has to check on the right square. There we go. He's forced to find only moves Levon Aronian, as Tanya says. If he stops checking, if the checks dry up, run out, then black wins. It's just checkmate, game over. So he has to check on the right square. And I think the path is easy. The white queen actually needs to keep checking on dark squares. That is the key. And I think he's found it.
So the point is, when the black king steps up to 8-6, you need to have a good check. And like you mentioned, you zigzag your way across.
You zigzag around the board, and the black king doesn't have enough squares to hide on, to run to. We might see that play out as Hans moves his king away.
Honestly, insane that it's Lev who has to bail out and get the draw in this position after how this game started.
I can't believe it. King's going to dance just a little bit. We're going to see some time built back up on the clocks here with the 15-second increment. But in all likelihood, we will be seeing this one end in a draw. Somewhat surprisingly, but Hans Niemann will keep himself very much alive in his matchup against Levon Aronian. And now Levon might be reconsidering his opponent pick from just last night, as this was his opportunity with the white pieces. It'll be Hans, who's a little bit more in the driver's seat in their second game, soon to come.
Yeah, and it was all going so well, but the moment that Levon moved his dark squared bishop around, took the black knight off the board, it just felt like he was scared of what Hans was able to conjure up. And often that's not how you can play and win games at this top level. You can't be afraid. And it was very anti-Levon. That's why we're so surprised here in the studio. Gave another check. He's got to keep checking. Only move not to lose on the spot.
Yeah, should come right back to this same square. We'll see the beginning of the repetition. And he does.
Immense relief for Hans.
Wow. Yeah, I gotta wonder what's going on inside his head.
He's just happy right now to survive this one. This was dead lost after 10 moves for Hans Niemann. Down a pawn, a bishop killed on that left flank. And we were saying there was nothing to make of this attack. The final check.
And the final reposition of the king, the handshakes. Oh, Levon, I mean, good to see a smile on his face in knowing that he may have let his opportunity slip by him. It will be half a point apiece. These guys go into their second game of the day in even standing. We still have a couple more boards in play, though, and it seems like, to some degree, the story of this round has been, you know, games flipping on their head once we cross the halfway point. Let's check back in with Vachier-Lagrave up against Parham, because it was Parham who had a very solid advantage. At some point, though, giving it back to Vachier, and now it feels like Vachier is in his rhythm, just clawing a tenth of a point here, a tenth of a point here, and we're starting to see that bar slip, 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 slip more in the direction of the young Uzbek.
Well, this is a really ugly position, and there Magzulu needed actually to trade off the knights. He needed to go knight to h6. He went the wrong way, and now it's just one-way traffic. Look at the power of the black rook, the power of the black knight, and more importantly, the 2 pawns in the center. The white king's in huge trouble right now. White's pawns are going nowhere. This just looks like one-way traffic.
From what could have been a win to what is most likely a loss, the story of Parham's tournament continues here in South Africa.
It's heartbreaking. I mean, this has been really tough, you know, and it felt like he picked up momentum on the last round of the round robin, just getting that absolutely crushing advantage against Magnus, coming into play against Sindarov. Huge, huge way to handle the opening with a winning position right out of it, and then giving it all away. I think the problem here is not just the two passes, but as you said, David, that white king so vulnerable to that black knight, the rook jumping in, the pawn moving into e3 with a check, and least of all, h4 can be picked up any moment.
Oof, yeah, I think taking that pawn would be a very, very tempting option right now for Vachier. Yeah, just seconds left as well for Parham. It's heartbreaking. we've all been there when we just can't kind of get the results to match our play.
I mean, in moments throughout this entire event, he has shown us exactly why he deserves to be here and exactly why he is capable of competing against these guys. But in the most crucial moments, unfortunately, not finding the right answers. And when you're up against the likes of somebody like Sindarov, who seems near infallible in his play late in the 2025 season, those are the only opportunities, those only few moments he needs to dive right back into a winning position for himself. And now we see the clock rapidly dropping down to 0. Parham will look for a little rook move, but it's not going to be enough.
Trying to find some tricks in the position, coming in with a hit on that F pawn right now. Black can simply defend it with the move. Either ways with the knight, you could move forward, you could move back. I like the backward move, David. It keeps the g5 pawn under check as well, also threatening a huge one of his own on that e5 square.
Yeah, that looks like the most logical move, and Sindarov will find it. There we go. The knight is hit. Still needs to be quite accurate, just since this pawn is vulnerable. But of course, he's going to be accurate. He finds a way to gain time. He kicks away the white rook from the site of that pawn. Next move, he might land a check. It might be time to start pushing those pawns. And that, I think, is the clincher. Parham, yeah, he plays these open tournaments. He plays lots of team chess. He doesn't get the opportunity against the very elite. And I think that's the only thing stopping him right now. It's that experience, that know-how of how to put the ball in the back of the net against the very best. It's tough. And this result is going to be tough on him. He gives a check, but that is just a one mover. The black king can move out the way. The rook is still hit, and the pawns are still marching.
Just have no time to capture that F pawn. You don't have time to capture that knight on g6. Sindarov in full control from a game that he was completely lost in. He's got more time on the clock. Parham now down to about 20 seconds. And the thing is, you lose this one, you have to win on demand in the next one with the black pieces and with everything that you're fighting in your own mind about all that's happened.
Yeah, the odds are stacked against him, to say the least. So it'll take a miraculous performance out of Parham going into this second game to
even
just
get this
force
to
a tiebreaker. Exactly.
Yeah, I doubt he's lost 3 games in a row, let alone what he's going through right now. So it's going to be very, very tough to bounce back. But he's keeping the hope alive. You saw his eyes darting across the board there, calculating, still trying to seek one last trick. A draw here would feel like he's won the lottery. So still some chance. Sindarov trying to find the right square for his king.
And speaking of draws, we'll stay here to watch the conclusion of this game. But Vincent Keimer, Arjun Erigaisi, the only other board in play, most likely moving its way towards a draw, but still a few pieces on the board over there.
You say that. That's actually a very fascinating endgame. And Vincent is down under 20 seconds right now. So whenever is a good moment. I mean, this one, I think Parham needs a miracle to save. I'll leave the call on you guys, but that one's hot.
You're the expert here, not me. So if you say that's interesting and that's instructive, let's go over there. Let's take a look at an endgame with relatively equal material, but you say has opportunities to kind of blow open from zeros to decisive.
You're down an exchange in the position, and for me it's fascinating that just based on piece activity, David, the evaluation bar says that black is level, down a whole exchange.
Yeah, it feels like black is the one playing for a win, but we might have jumped in at the right moment because we've seen this position before. The rooks are chasing each other. Vincent has said no to the rook exchange since he is down a rook for bishop. That would have been very interesting, the endgame with the black king running. But it does look like if Arjun plays this move, bringing his rook forward to defend his pawn, the most logical one, the game will start to repeat itself. It's a dance between the rooks.
This might be it. It might end here and now with rook to f3 and the yo-yo that we're seeing, and there it is. Arjun says, I'm up for the draw. Let's take this to the final round.
Last chance for Vincent to dodge. If he doesn't play this move, though, then maybe he starts to get kicked back. The white pawn will step forward and kicking the bishop, and things might start to turn. So if Vincent wants, this is a 3-fold repetition now.
What do you think? Do you think he goes for it, or will he try to push just given, trying to threaten that e4 somehow, fall back with the bishop, find an alternative? Is there something more that Vincent can play for?
I feel like the only other thing I can think of is bringing my rook all the way back and rerouting it to the right-hand side of the board and maybe start threatening that h-pawn instead. Nope.
The clock.
He says a draw sounds good to me. How about you? And with a nod of the head and a shake of the hands, Vincent Keimer and Arjun Erigaisi will go half a point apiece. It's a draw in game number 1. They'll flip sides, so Vincent will pilot the white pieces in their second game against Arjun with the black.
Very interesting game. Like, a lot to talk about for the players, but ultimately it was always likely to end balanced. And that is not the case, unfortunately, for Parham Magzulu on the other board. It looks like he's about to crash to defeat finally.
Yeah, it's gone from bad to worse, right? You're up in exchange and now you're down in exchange in this game.
This is tough. Here, Vachier probably has multiple ways to win. He's looking at the move to slide his rook across now, maybe, but he could also just simply take the bishops off the board. There we go. And as long as he can eliminate some of the white pawns, don't take it yet, because there's a nasty knight fork. Check, hitting the king, winning the rook. But you can even just lure away the white knight now. Push it away by giving up your pawn. Take this one off the board, and rook will overpower the knight. Now this looks decisive, Tanya.
It really does. He instead just sidesteps with the king. Equally strong, David, avoiding any of those knight checks. Keeps it on a good square right now. G5 attack. E3, super strong. And Sindarov knows it. He's not only survived the worst, but he's bagged the victory.
Yeah, he's feeling good in his position right now. Rook 2 pawns versus knight and 2 pawns here in the endgame.
How trivial is this one? I mean, let's just point out, if all the pawns are off the board, that is a theoretical draw. But there really is no way that you can get or trade off or force a trade of these pawns.
Yeah, black would have to be really, really naive and compliant to agree to any trades of pawns, even trading off kind of one set, which is a distant dream for white. Even that is unlikely. And that would also still lead to a winning endgame for black. You need the pawns because you need a future queen. That is the key.
So what is the winning plan if you're black here?
Just to get the king around. Like, the rook is doing a great job of cutting off the white king. But at the right moment, if the black king can join the party, white's trying to create a barrier. The pawn stops the king moving forward. The knight does the same. But the king does have half the board to use. It can go the long way around as well, but this looks like the shortest path forward.
Keep the pawns on the board. Don't go d5. Even if you have one set remaining, just don't trade off anything right now. And Sindarov, it looked like he was reaching out for the rook.
He might also just tickle that white knight. There we go.
That's it.
Another option. Can the king step up and defend?
Yep.
Then maybe you go for the other pawn.
And then once the king is committed to the center, that pawn is very, very hard to defend. Oh, this is tough. Magzulu, he has to move his king. The knight dropping back would allow the black king forward. Now he has to try and find a way to keep this pawn on the board, most likely dropping back his knight, but also that allows the king, the black king, in. And that will spell the beginning of the end. Okay, he pushes his pawn forward. That won't change much.
And your heart has to break a little bit here for Parham in these moments.
It's been the story for a while now. I mean, this game, just the way it turned around, it was awesome to see what he did, you know, after Sindarov gave him the chance to sacrifice on f6. And that move that David pointed out, which would have won on the spot, missing that, quickly trading the queens and going into this, well, better endgame, but still far from winning. I think that was the start where I think, David, you started feeling that, you know what, he still has work to do.
Yeah, I could see it even before he kind of made that mistake and didn't win on the spot. He kind of looked up. There was this one moment, you could tell he was like, okay, I'm winning, I'm winning, I'm winning, I'm winning. It was just in his mind a bit too much. He's like, finally, the curse is broken. But the game goes on. You still have to finish things off. And as soon as things start to turn against you, that's where the mental side of chess kind of amplifies 1,000-fold. And unfortunately, it was just one of those days.
Yeah, saw the finish line in his mind and scrambled to get there without doing his due diligence with the 12.5 minutes that he had to his name at the time. And a small inaccuracy is all a player like Vachier needs to flip things on its head.
And they say that in chess, winning a winning position is one of the hardest things to do. And when you get that kind of an advantage, you have to be super alert. You can't just sort of lose focus and say you've done the hard part and the win will come to you. That is something, especially at this level, you want to wrap it up as quickly as possible. I think it was in those two moves when he went and captured that knight on g6, instead of actually finishing the game on the spot, all he had to do was slow down for 10 seconds. Just take a breather, and it would have been over. He would have been up in this match with a brand new tournament ahead of him.
This goes to your point, though, about maybe a lack of experience. And you know what? Then he's getting the experience, right? That maybe has to be how you start to reframe, you know, things in this tournament. Of course, he still has the opportunity to strike back, assuming, you know, the win here for Sindarov in game number 2 and equalize things, force a tiebreaker. But maybe it's a tournament of learnings here for Parham.
Yeah, I think he said it before in interviews. Like he's always been in that next bracket of players, like the top players playing each other in these round robins constantly, getting these big invites. He's always been just outside the lucky few, and often once you do get the opportunity, you do need a few games, a few days to acclimatize and to kind of gain that confidence, the knowledge you can beat the very best. And yeah, he'll get there, but unfortunately not in this game. And there we go. Sindarov finally locates a weak pawn. He's going to pick that one off, and black is going to create a passed pawn. It's going to be a rook for knight advantage plus the extra pawn. That is the key. And the fortress has been broken.
Yeah, there was little hope of creating it, I think, in the first place. And though tried, now the pawn falls. He does bring the knight back. You have to be a little careful till knights are on the board. They're always slightly tricky, you know. Watch out for those forks. Sindarov slows down. He's calculating, can he go for the pawn? I don't see an immediate refutation. I don't see a way for white to actually trap that rook. David, am I missing something?
I don't think you're missing anything at all. The only thing is that black also has another tempting move to bring the king forward. But there we go. He takes the pawn. Resignation from Parham Maghsoodloo. Sindarov continues his winning streak.
As True remains undefeated in this tournament, while perhaps in his most precarious position across the 2 days so far. Vachier Sindarov, he gets the dub, gets the point, and he'll be advantaged going into game number 2 against Parham Maghsoodloo.
And could have been a completely different end result about half an hour ago. So just crazy.
So surprising. So surprising. So 2 decisive victories and 2 draws across our opening game here in the quarterfinals in South Africa. Vachier Sindarov dispatching Parham and Fabiano Caruana getting it done over Magnus Carlsen. It was a draw between Hans and Levon, a draw between Vincent and Arjun as we look towards our second match of the day.
Vachier remains undefeated in the event so far. And so close to it. I think the closest that he's been was in this round against Parham. And the day started with none of us expecting that.
And what a position we were delivered. Position 305. It definitely proved tricky for a number of our players. We talked about how many moves into each of our boards we went before even a single piece would end up falling. And then in the later stages, a flurry of moves as some players benefiting from mistakes of their opponents. Others looking to capitalize, though. That man on your screen, Fabiano Caruana against Magnus Carlsen. That has to be the story so far here in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, fascinating. No wins for the players with the white pieces. Black took 2 wins. There were 2 draws as well. Some massive turnarounds. Levon Oronian winning, then having to scramble for a draw. And Parham and Magnus, who both ended up being defeated, had decisive advantages. Both of them had chances within a few moves. Full turnaround. Crazy.
Yeah, I think for Hans and Parham, it was the comeback story in their games, but it was fabulous Fabi, right? Taking down Magnus in this game 1 with the black pieces. And like you said, there were inaccuracies made by Fabi that gave Magnus chances. But overall, apart from those 1 or 2 moves in the middle, very high-class chess by Fabi. I think he's got reasons to be proud. Because what we saw from him yesterday, a completely different, almost felt out of shape, Caruana.
He said it himself in his interview at the end of the day yesterday. Not happy with his play at all. Playing poor chess, if anything, but it looks like maybe he has awoken a little bit in this tournament. We'll analyze that game just a bit more in a moment. First, let's take a look at the tournament tree, given the results of our first games of the day. As I mentioned, it's Vachier Sindarov, who maybe gets away with a little something up against Parham Maghsoodloo. He has a 1-point advantage in the upper part of the bracket. Just below them, Magnus Carlsen falling down to Fabiano Caruana. So decisive victories up there, and it's all draws on the bottom side of that upper bracket between Levon, Hans Niemann, Arjun Erigaisi, and Vincent Keimer. But we still have 1 more game to go in our best of 2s before any possible tiebreakers. That will, of course, seed our semifinals and our lower bracket coming out the end of the day. But now let's dive back into that Caruana versus Carlsen game. I'm going to turn to you, David. Let's relive some of the final moments and understand exactly how it was that Fabiano was able to get this one done.
Yeah, and I'm going to take us back to just a few moves before the end, where we actually did a bit of a deep dive here. We said Fabiano had played perfectly as black. He defended everything. He'd shored up his king and would have had a huge advantage if he'd first put his rook on the edge of the board, allowing a pawn to drop, because then he could have pinned successfully and won some material. The white knight here would have been doomed. But instead, he did allow Magnus half a chance, I will say, by bringing his rook to the wrong side, a bit too passive. Magnus now correctly lining up a pin on the black king, and what happens next was so finely balanced. It all depended on one key tactic, though. The rook now finding the better square. Magnus now applying pressure on the pawn in front of the black king. The rook defends it. White adds the pressure with the pin again, and it was here, after black played a defensive move, that Magnus could have potentially cashed in and won this game, but it would have taken, I think, an almost superhuman sacrifice, one that he might have needed 1 hour on the clock to find. Knight takes pawn, and this one would have blown open the black king's shelter, but not just that. Magnus would have had to realize that there's nothing immediate after the knight recaptures. There's actually tension between the queens, and Magnus now could have cut that tension by planting his knight on a dominant square. This knight now is so strong, impossible to remove it, and White has ideas such as a knight check maybe at the top of the board, the white rook coming up to the top of the board. Yes, a pawn down, but huge pressure. Such a hard position to evaluate, though. And Magnus not spotting this wasn't the worst thing, but it was what happened next. After pushing his pawn forward, he'd lost all momentum, and Fabiano dropping his king back. This one was the one that tripped Magnus up. His bishop suddenly attacked. He hadn't realized that he couldn't, for example, take this pawn due to yet another pin. And he panicked instead, Magnus, in this position. He instead dropped his bishop back to the worst possible square, maybe using this square instead. The computer even suggests bringing it forward. Very mysterious move there, unfindable. But he dropped it back to a bad square, and look at this, Fabi pounced. G5, tempo play, hitting the knight. And if Magnus had retreated, the only safe square, it's all about the pins. Bishop takes pawn, and here black has multiple wins, but even taking, due to the pressure along this diagonal, suddenly it would have been black with a counterattack. Magnus therefore decided to go all in, but it was too late. Knight takes pawn. He landed a check. Oh no, seriously, he landed a discovered attack, and after a check, he found himself 2 pieces down.
Wow.
How quickly the position fell apart. In just that moment, Fabiano, he finds it.
Precise. It was amazing. I mean, this is a story of Magnus versus Fabi that's been written for our entire generation. You know, the last 10 to 15 years of chess. We've seen them fight in a world championship battle every time they play. They know each other so incredibly well. There are always big fights, but it's usually, most times, as it is in the chess world, that Magnus comes on top. So at this stage, at this point, when yesterday at dinner, Fabi ended up playing Magnus, you know, he didn't have a say in this. It was how it was. No. And his form yesterday, it just felt like it was going to be the end of the road for Fabi.
Well, Fabi's poised to do it, but the question is, will he, right? Because Magnus still has a say in that matter with our second match soon to come. What do you guys think? We always talk about a wounded Magnus, an angry Magnus, and he was visibly upset with how that game concluded. We feel like he's going to strike back. You feel like Fabi has found that kind of form where he is going to get it done here today?
I'm going to say Fabi's a small favorite, but not by much. I think it's just because he has white, and it's a bit of a longer game. He has time to think, has time to calculate. A lot will depend on the start position. If he can make it, you know, a bit more symmetrical, if he can exchange some stuff off early, I think Fabi's going to do it. But if it's tense, if it comes down to the last few minutes, if it's a position like this one, 305, then maybe Magnus has a chance.
You know, I think there's definitely a Magnus bias. Anywhere else, we would be saying that Fabi, huge favorite now to take this match. The fact that it is freestyle chess, there's no way for Fabi, one of the best prepared players in the world when it comes to traditional chess, to actually shut the game down, to go into familiar territory. The fact, like you said, a wounded Magnus makes him even more dangerous with his back against the wall. He almost always delivers. There's definitely a big chance he does it, but I'm going to say Fabi makes it happen this time. I think he goes through to the semis.
Well, there you have it. That's the call out from here in the studio, but nothing is decided just yet here in our quarterfinals. We are going to take a reset, take a short break while the players have an opportunity to call on their minds and reset towards game number 2. On the other side of the break, we'll bring you into the action and we'll see what the players have in store for us. See you then.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Welcome to the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam season finals in South Africa at Grootbos Private Nature Reserve. What a spectacular start to the 5th stop of the 2025 Grand Slam Tour. The round-robin phase delivered surprises right from the start. Magnus Carlsen had a difficult start against Vachier-Lagrave, but recovered quickly and ended up in the upper half of the table despite the rough start. He beats his rival, Hans Niemann.
Magnus just signals, I'm so happy. I have everything under control. Burn your time, my friend, and I'm going to kick you in the next couple of moves.
And Magnus also prevailed against the Weissenhaus winner, Vincent Keimer, whose costly blunder in their game pushed him down to the lower part of the table by the end of the day.
I'm just surprised. That was one of the most bizarre blunders I've seen at this level.
At the top of the table, it all turned into a head-to-head race between Levon Aronian and Vachier-Lagrave, a battle that would only be decided when they met in the final round. Going into the game, a draw was all Vachier, the birthday boy, needed to secure first place. And with a composed performance, Sindarov did exactly that, finishing the round robin ahead of Aronian, claiming the top spot and adding 8 Grand Slam points to his score. Get ready. It's time for the next round. After a thrilling preliminary round packed with 28 games, brilliance, and bold moves, the tournament enters its next intense phase, the quarterfinals. The top 4 players earned the right to choose their opponents, and the matchups are set. It's not a surprise that Vachier-Lagrave selected Parham Magsudlu, the underdog who is relatively new to freestyle chess. Levon Aronian chose Hans Niemann, setting up a replay of the Las Vegas Grand Slam final. Arjun Erigaisi will face Vincent Keimer, and Magnus Carlsen goes head-to-head with Fabiano Caruana. From now on, every game matters. Every move could change everything.
Chess is hard, freestyle chess is harder.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not the one out there having to play and just here to enjoy the game.
Stay tuned. Eight of the world's strongest players come together for a compact, high-intensity competition where only one of them will emerge as champion. Here's how the tournament unfolds. Day 1 features a complete round-robin stage, in which every player faces all 7 opponents. Each game is played with a time control of 10 minutes plus a 5-second increment. The final ranking is important, as players can win decisive Grand Slam points. On Day 2, the tournament moves into the quarterfinals. From now on, each matchup consists of 2 games, one with white, one with black, and time control increases to 30 minutes plus 15 seconds per move. Before the games begin, the top 3 finishers from the preliminary round receive another strategic advantage. They each get to choose their opponent for the quarterfinals from among the players ranked 5 through 8. First the leader, then second place, and finally third place. The 4th ranked player receives the remaining opponent. Day 3 brings the semifinals, where the winner of quarterfinal A meets the winner of quarterfinal D, while the winners of quarterfinals B and C face each other. The players who lost their quarterfinal matches are not finished yet. They enter the placement playoffs for the 5th to 7th place. Everything culminates on Day 4, the decisive final day of the event. The 2 semifinal winners compete for the championship title in the grand final, while the semifinal losers battle for the podium in the 3rd place match. Both played with 30 minutes plus a 15-second increment. At the same time, the lower half of the standings is resolved through the 5th place match and the 7th place match, which use the quicker 10+5 time format. 8 players. 4 days of freestyle chess. 1 champion. Who will take the crown?
Welcome to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour.
The world's greatest chess players will battle in a unique and thrilling format. No opening preparation, no memorized lines will help the grandmasters here. Only creativity, skill, and instincts.
That's because all games are played in Fischer Random, also known as Chess 960, or as we like to call it, freestyle chess. Before every game, a new starting position is drawn, challenging the players to rely on their creativity and intuition.
The stakes couldn't be higher. The Grandmasters will compete for first place and Grand Slam Tour points with the hopes of becoming the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam champion.
This format ensures that only the most adaptable, resilient, and fearless chess player will triumph. No second chances, no shortcut, just pure chess brilliance.
World, are you ready? This is Freestyle Chess.
What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right dosage? Is there somewhere we can go to fix these broken roses? If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took him off the shelf, would he even be himself? If I told you that we could have a better life.
No sleep. You'll never find me dreaming these days. Lonely. I had to get another set of keys made. What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right dosage? Is there somewhere we can go to fix these broken roses? If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took her off the shelf, would she even be herself? If I told you that we could have a better life.
If I choke on the words in my mouth, will you help me get them out?
You know I'm always worried about.
If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took him off the shelf,
Would she even be herself?
if I told you that we could have a better life?
I can never keep my distance from a little mischief, I admit. Now I'm hanging on my hopes on us and letting you decide. I will never lose my interest if there's something in this. I'm convinced there's a glimmer of a hope for us, or is it just a lie? So why you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, So did your luck run out? Are you running dry? Did you realize I was everything you hoped for now? I never had it down. And so now, from the moment you came over, I'll be anything you wanted me to be. Now I know that it was only curiosity that led you to me. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high, and you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, 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 yeah. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. So are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. So are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high, and you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, 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 yeah. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. Show me how to make it real. I won't let you down. If this is how we're meant to feel, I never had a doubt. Through every test, I gave you my best. I am obsessed, believe me. So take the next step, we'll make up the rest. Try to let go. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a ride. You wanted me to break the rules. I can read the signs. I can feel it burning through. You see it in my eyes. It's complicated, 'cause all along I've been waiting. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a ride.
you do to keep reminding me there's magic inside me and you. Dreams to reality. All of my worries and fears fade away with you. There is no limit to all of the things we can do. Let's go, take my hand and hold it tight. I won't ever stop dreaming. Eyes closed, jump right in, we'll take them tight. Let's go, 'cause I got that feeling. Give me that, give me that, give me that. Never stop dreaming. Give me that, give me that, give me that. Never stop dreaming. You take me to a better place. Never wanna leave. Affection in a million ways. When you're next to me, all of my worries and fears fade away with you. There is no limit to all of the things we can do. Let's go, take my hand and hold it tight. I won't ever stop dreaming. Eyes closed, jump right in, we'll take them tight. Let's go, 'cause I got that feeling. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that. Never stop dreaming. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that. Never stop dreaming. Gotta show them how bad you want it. You don't always get them second chances. Don't start chasing till you got it. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I'll never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, 'cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave, I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end. You think I'm done, but I just started. I'm the fire that lights the darkness. Don't get strong, confused with heartless. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I'll never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, 'cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave, I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end.
underneath the neon. Denim jacket you can lean on. In the drop we can be gone. Like a dream, I think I see one. On the rig, you know I need that. On my neck, your name is ink black. Got your hands up on your hip like a pin up in that fit. I be lying through my lips, say anything to see a dip. Drop it low, let it show. Do your thing out on the floor. I'ma count to 1, 2, 3, chorus on the phone. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to. But you the one shining bright. Bump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Too bad we breaking woke pink. Matter take it slow. Back into the moment when the summer had a summer glow. Body like somebody gon' be missing, ain't somebody. Twerk it like a ratty, I'ma eat it like a zombie. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to. But you the one shining bright. Bump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Too bad we breaking woke pink. Matter take it slow. Back into the moment when the summer had a summer glow. Body like somebody gon' be missing, ain't somebody.
Underneath the neon. Denim jacket you can lean on. In the drop we can be gone. Like a dream, I think I see one.
I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to. But you the one shining bright. I'm better when I'm with you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to South Africa. The best players from around the world have come here to fight for the title of 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour champion. After an incredible journey, Weisenhouse, Paris, Las Vegas, it all comes down to this. With this as our backdrop, you can really feel the energy of this place. It's powerful, just like freestyle chess, full of emotions, creativity, and surprises. From here, we're heading south to one of the most beautiful places on Earth. A place where luxury meets nature and where the 2025 champion will be crowned.
Welcome to Grootbos Private Nature Reserve, the home of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Season Finals 2025.
It takes your breath away. The perfect place for the grand final.
Where strategy meets beauty and champions are made.
That between mountains, forest, and ocean, Grootbos is not just a location, it's a world of its own.
It's the perfect place to celebrate the beauty of nature and the brilliance of freestyle chess.
Who will win the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in South Africa? And who will be crowned the champion of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour?
Get ready!
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to South Africa as we are gearing up for round 2 of the quarterfinals here in the Freestyle Chess at Grand Slam Tour 2025. Before we start to reframe and refocus towards the second matchup between each of our players in the quarterfinals, I think it'd be wise for us to even reflect on the group stage for those who might be joining us midway through the day. And I think there's no better place to start than with Vachier-Lagrave, the guy who topped the group stages and really set, I think, the pace for the rest of the field, separated himself as perhaps the guy to beat here in South Africa.
Vachier-Lagrave, remember that name for the rest of the event in South Africa. He starts with a win in the knockout stages as well against Parham. But look at that performance. 5.5 out of 7, finishing the day undefeated. You know, yes, he was one player to watch out for, but was anyone expecting him to finish it right at the top, not lose a single game? And let's not forget, he started his campaign against the world #1 and smashed his way through. So getting to the top, taking down Magnus Carlsen on his birthday,
could not have been a better day to be Vachier-Lagrave.
He threw down the gauntlet early. The only other player to match him in that undefeated category would be Levon Aronian, who only sat a half a point behind him. But this is now the picture of your upper bracket here on our quarterfinal day. With one game already in the books, it was Sindarov who got away with something up against Parham Magsudlu, who unfortunately still has yet to convert a game into a victory. Fabiano Caruana as well, though, dispatching the world number one, Magnus Carlsen, in a decisive win here in our first game of the day. And then two draws there on the bottom side of the upper bracket between Levon Aronian, Hans Niemann, and Arjun Erigaisi and Vincent Keimer. A quick reflection on how these games played out. Again, starting with Vachier Parham, it was kind of the story that has been Parham's entire event, David. Finding a winning position, maybe getting a bit too ahead of himself, a bit too excited at that opportunity to finally get a point on the board. A small blunder. That's all the opening Vachier needed to get back into a decisive winning position.
Exactly. I mean, two takeaways are that Vachier, his killer instinct is just incredible right now. Give him half a chance, he'll take it. But for Parham, it's those transitions in the game. It's like everyone makes mistakes. He still had a small advantage, even after failing to find the immediate knockout blow. But he just wasn't able to deal with the twists and turns, the momentum changes. His head was down clearly at some point, and eventually his luck will change. It's just, I'm not sure it's going to be in this match, unfortunately.
And talk about luck changing or making your own luck. Fabiano Caruana, after a disappointing group stage finish, he goes up against Magnus Carlsen. We set up the storylines at the top of the day, Tanya. He's the only person who can unseat Magnus Carlsen at the top of the overall tour standings. Step one is taking him down here today, and he did it in the first of their two games.
And now he needs only a draw to knock Magnus down to really up his chances of getting that tour victory. He's the only one who can catch up, as you said. And it just feels like Magnus, starting from the round robin, hasn't really found his rhythm so far here in South Africa. So if there was ever a moment to beat him in match play, one of the hardest things to do in chess is to take down Magnus, not in one game, but in a series of games. Even a mini match like this, you don't see that happen too many times. Fabi did it. He did it with black pieces, but this is freestyle chess, so I don't know how much that really matters that he starts game two with white. Magnus, he knows what needs to be done. If there was one player you'd want to bet on to make a comeback, it's Magnus Carlsen.
Your point about just sides of the board, it says something that three of our four players with their with the opportunity to decide which side of the board they would start on, three of them chose white. No one won with white in that last game. And so really anything can happen here in game number two. We talk constantly about slow starts to tournaments for Magnus Carlsen. It is only day two. Granted, he did have 7 games to warm up just yesterday. It's always a question, though, of when he'll turn on. Not if he'll turn on, when. And when he becomes that unstoppable force that we know him to be. Will it be in this game, or will it be Fabiano who can knock him down and force others to run into the unstoppable force in the lower bracket?
Yeah, it feels like Magnus really should be playing some training games just before the day starts, because it's always at the beginning. I think statistically throughout his career, it's always game one of any day. There's a warm-up period, and Fabiano, looking in great spirits, did take advantage of it. Whether he can capitalize fully, that will have huge implications for the overall tour standings there. Fabi looking very relaxed.
And I think a lot of people, a lot of fans have been rooting for Fabi in this tour. You know, starting from Weissenhaus, we've seen some great performances by him, but he's just sort of missed out at that finish line. He's yet to win a tour event. He's been so close yet so far. And one guy who came so close yet so far, Hans Niemann in Vegas, right? Against Levon Aronian. He lost in that final. But what a tournament he had. Today, almost lost.
Exactly.
Right out of the opening. And then a sigh of relief there as he got his chances and managed to escape with a draw. So that's a reset. I think Hans definitely the happier out of the two.
Smiles on his face. Again, maybe recognizing that both he and Vachier got away with a little something as they sync up before we get the position draw for our second game of the day. But I think it's going to be an interesting conversation that we might be having following the next round if Levon doesn't take Hans down. Because I'll remind everybody, Levon's second place finish out of the group stage, he had his choice of 3 opponents. A lot of people were looking at Vincent Keimer as maybe the most reasonable second pick for opponent. He said, no, I'm calling my shots. I'm going for Hans. That's who I think I have the best chance of beating. And again, if we isolate the first half of the game, it looked like he was going to live up to his word. But if it goes the other way, then all of a sudden you're regretting that pick at dinner just last night.
Exactly. Momentum is on Hans' side. Even a draw, even if it goes to the blitz tiebreaks, I think Hans is happy there. If you give me a choice of Vincent versus Vincent or Hans in a blitz tiebreak, I would have chosen Vincent every time. So I think Levon needs to back it up here and now in this next game.
You know who's not happy? The guy behind Arjun right there, Magnus. He hates waiting in queues. You know, it was his time, his shot at going for that frisking that was going on, anti-cheating, fair play measures right there. And whoa, there's some stuff going on here as well.
Heart rate stuff.
Heart rate, they're putting on the monitors.
Yeah, Arbiter
There it is.
helping
Magnus, how
Javakier
happy
out.
does Magnus look right now on a scale of 1 to 10?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be the guy who's wanding him right now, getting the death glare in this moment. But again, this is the type of Magnus that we talk about is the scariest, right? This is where you really have to be making sure you're putting up your best because he's going to come out swinging. He does not want to find himself down in the lower bracket following our quarterfinals today.
Yeah, Magnus, he looks glad to get out of there, glad to get to the board. Maybe Levon will be able to cheer him up with some pre-match banter as they discuss the positions before the games.
I was going to ask you, do you think this will be the one time that Magnus chooses to go solo and sits on the board by himself?
I think that's a good shout. I think there's actually a fair likelihood that he does just that.
Yeah. Normally, if you're in bad form, you just have to switch things up, even if it's a small thing. Maybe that could be the catalyst for a bit better luck. It's not been working. Whatever he's been trying the last couple of days, he's not been himself.
What about Arjun? We talked a little bit about the Vincent side of things. Arjun is a guy that, again, I think at times goes under-discussed. His opening to the group stage, a very poor start, as we see Levon and Annie. Pre-match hug.
So sweet.
He plays the best when his family's here in support, and he has.
Love is all you need.
Love is all you need.
Love is in the air.
Making the rest of us feel bad now.
I know, right? Never felt so single before.
All right, well, the players are making their way to their seats, moments away from learning what is the landscape of our battlefield here. Position 305 was the first round, and it delivered in every sense of the word. And in just a moment's time, as Magnus gets one final breath of fresh air, we'll soon be out to the stage where Fiona Style-Anthony is standing by for the position lottery. Sindarov, again, set the pace here, but he got given a little bit of a gift there by Parham, who also honestly looks in good spirits. But in just a moment, Fiona will take it away and give us that position lottery as we enter the second game of our quarterfinals. Take it away.
Did you notice Magnus wasn't even there?
He walked outside.
Welcome back. The first game of the quarterfinals is in the books. We have two players who are in a must-win situation right now. It's Magnus Carlsen, who lost to Fabiano Caruana, and Parham Magzoudou, who lost to Vachier-Lagrave. We might see tie breaks later on. That's going to be exciting. But first, we need to draw the next position. I'm delighted to be joined by Michal Mazurkiewicz, who is the reigning diving world chess champion. And Michal, you were playing with the players. You saw them play at the Silo Hotel. What was your impression of how they did?
They did really good. Some of them were struggling more, some of them less. And obviously Hans, who trained and it paid off, won the whole event, so kudos for that.
It was a lot of fun to watch. We're delighted to have you here. And I'm going to step behind the table. Are you ready? So it is position number one. In all our events, we never had that impressive job. So position number one, players, best of luck. There we go, position number one for the very first time. For the fans at home, have fun. Michal, thank you.
Thank you.
Something similar.
C5, C5, no?
Inside B4?
This?
B5.
Then this guy is stupid.
C5, B4.
Yes. Maybe we can play like this, yeah? E6, bishop of 65. Or you think it's not good? Yeah, before, say 6. E3, yeah? Maybe slightly better for white. Yeah. C6 is too passive.
I like F5, just to play like F5, B6.
Ah, you mean B6, yeah?
B6,
B6. Okay,
yeah.
so you want to play B6.
First one.
B4, yeah? And then you want to play like A6 or
F5.
Wait, but even E4 here could be strong.
But same thing, no? The D6.
No, but I mean,
To stop that.
D4 and
D4
F6.
F3 is maybe.
Yeah, then F3.
I mean, like, also, it's probably the same, right? Is there any way to exploit
I
that?
thought D5 maybe, and take ED and...
No, it's D5, it's like we
Yeah, this
not
okay,
take,
fine,
yeah. Okay,
It's
it's
actually bad, yeah?
bishop. I mean, bishop is...
Yeah, this one I'm ready to.
Yeah, F3.
Okay, so what about like B6 or something?
Well, I just think that anyway, like
Okay,
back
B6,
move
let's say.
against anything would
B64, this is really annoying.
No, it's so bad, yeah.
Like E4 is
No, E4 is no, it's like B5, C5.
No, it's solid.
Yeah, solid.
Are we actually better here? Just to understand.
Okay,
I mean,
you have
of course
to take.
it's-
You have to take.
Yeah, you have to take. Of course, that's
D6.
nice looking. How do you play?
Well, I went, yeah.
Yeah, just change
E3, bishop F3.
F3.
Just change
No,
This is you can play, yeah. I think
but
for us.
we have time. We have time.
Okay, this looks.
For example, you always have this.
Yeah, it's not.
What's wrong?
No, I was just thinking like, but isn't this even more normal?
Yeah, exactly. No, right. Yeah,
I mean, D5 bishop F3 is just like, it just wins a pawn, right? Or
you can take.
oh, what am I thinking?
Yeah.
Let's see.
No, but this is.
D5 C5 is at least safe, yeah. Probably just better for it.
Yeah,
I agree.
just better than knight b3.
Let's see if there's some way to do this. Maybe A4. No, it's not.
Okay, D4.
D4, E4. Okay. What do E5? Wait, maybe E5,
B4.
So you're laughing at D4, E4, but now C4, E5. So
Yeah.
No, this is not good.
Yeah, it should be not good like.
Because you have to play
for sure.
F4.
No, this is just bad. And the queen now, you're locking the queen? Okay, so
C5 and D5 are the two moves.
Yeah, B5 is like.
Okay, B4 is like the only move, right? Otherwise, if I get this, then I just.
Yeah.
Then we just crush, right? So here. So, okay, let's choose one or the other.
I mean D4, F5. But I don't know. They can play or not. Like E6, knight F6. I don't know.
No, wait, yeah. Then I think E4 first. Because it should stop. Wait, because here you kind of get some light squares. This bishop could be bad.
It's not losing.
Yeah, if it's not,
Yeah,
it's not losing immediately, so it should be fine.
But there's no point. Just play E4 first.
Serious? Like, this shouldn't be working. Right? Something feels very off.
I mean, it's probably the rotten play.
I don't like these. Like this bishop is bad. I don't like these light squares. Like you're pushing. No, I don't think.
Okay.
There's no point.
It's a little bit risky.
It's a little E4.
Yeah, why not just play E4 then? What is the downside? Only the possible downside is E5.
Okay, E5 is B3, D4. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, B3.
Okay.
D6.
Okay, D4. Yeah. I mean, to D6 you can
Once
take
you get out, it's
I'm not
big
don't
problem.
take.
Yeah, if there's no tactical issues, then the scary thing
Okay,
is.
B3 is if there is knight F6. So
Yeah, this is like knight
I
F6,
mean,
D6,
E5,
queen
B3, knight F6. I want to play rook E.
And then what? What would be?
I cannot play something.
No, but I think D6 is.
Yeah, D6. Okay.
Same, right? Isn't it always the same? We're just playing move against anything. I don't understand how we can't better here.
Yeah, with the structure and the.
I mean, unless
if you develop this piece, then yeah, I agree.
How can we help you?
So wait, this is part of the critical. So here.
Okay, so no tactical like if
So what about d5?
D5.
Yeah, okay, just yeah, it's okay. So
Is it in? Okay, yeah. Okay, so if queen b5 then queen c2, right? Or d4.
No, d4. Okay, wait. If d6,
d4. Yeah, planning to play.
Yes, we can also.
d5. Wait, let's just see what the plus concrete.
b3. Yeah.
b3.
It's the same thing already.
Take.
C4 is too much.
No, but I think to e5 we should.
So let's say C4 here and this. Although I'm not sure what the big deal. What is the big deal? H6, G6.
Yeah, because no, actually H6, G5 is an option.
Also.
Yeah, G6, yes.
Yeah, this looks comfortable.
Yeah, it looks
Should
nice.
be okay, yeah?
Yeah, it looks nice.
What else? And move on for So after b4,
So
are we
wait,
going back?
we start C4, B6, yes? But C4, B6, E4, is it?
No, C5. Don't believe this stuff.
Okay.
b3?
Ah, you meant to play with D4. Ah, okay, I see.
E4, maybe we can go with the F5, yeah? Like same plan.
No, but also this bishop
Yeah, bishop b3.
Ah, okay, castle and then bishop b3, yeah? Or
Yeah, I think castle and bishop b3 and e5 was coming. Yeah. It was just crash.
Dangerous. No, taking castles is.
the e5 c4 in the end? I'm not so sure about that.
So what about f4 d6? No, f4 knight f6 also move. Yeah.
Yeah, f4 knight f6 is also. Do we have to play f4? Just.
Well, let's just find a safer.
Knight f6 and take e5, right?
Knight d4, d4. Yes.
Oh wait. Okay, wait. This for example.
We also don't have to play d4. Like black wasn't threatening anything.
Maybe. Wait. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Wait.
I mean, we definitely have a lot of options in this position.
Some very lively discussions here on the white side of the board as two of our players are sitting pretty with wins out of round one and just needing draws or better to get things done here in the quarterfinals. Fabiano Caruana and Sindarov being the players with that advantage. Vincent Keimer and, of course, Hans Niemann both came away with draws in their first games. But this was the big question we had going in to the second game of the day. Would Magnus Carlsen decide at this point to switch things up, sit on his own, and analyze? And we got our answer rather quickly. As a little guest peering in over the shoulder.
And Annie not really approving, but it's fascinating. Magnus, I think, doing a good thing, taking himself away. Partly because it hasn't been working with the others so far, but also because his requirements are different. I think for the likes of Levon Aronian, Arjun Erigaisi, they would be happy with a solid, stable position with black from the opening. Magnus needs more. He needs to win. So will this new routine help him?
I think lots of interesting stuff going on this 001. By the way, the first time that position has ever been drawn. So what a draw that was. No undefended pawns. Two long-range pieces once again at the corner of the board. With the major on the side, we might see h4, h5 early on in the game. Already castles on the board. So that red marker, the heat map, says that the most played move is also the best move. According to our engine, the top move, c4. Are we expecting that on the boards?
At least on some of them, without a doubt. But I think that heat map and the discussions that we heard from the players is indicative of how many possible first moves there are, right? We saw maybe 8 squares being lit up across each of the boards. As we get a look inside the playing hall, Fabiano Caruana joining Magnus Carlsen at their table, about to do battle. Vincent Keimer and Arjun Erigaisi with a handshake. The clocks will start rolling, and off we go. Oh.
Wow.
I'm taking us straight to Vachier Sindarov versus Parham, because within the first move of the game, there is an over 1 point advantage in favor of Vachier Sindarov. The question is, does he see it? And can he take advantage of it? as quickly as the game begins. So this is the bird's eye view. Plenty of players going for that C4. In fact, all 4 players going for the C4. So let's dive in to see our group stage winner, Vachier-Lagrave, up against Parham Maghsoodlou.
It's actually a pawn blunder on move 1.
It's getting worse.
Oh, wow. It's
no.
Getting really bad now. He's totally missed the idea, Parham. Also, he's opened up his king on a very vulnerable diagonal. So it's, I mean, he's in a must-win situation. He's taking a big risk, but it's backfiring quickly.
Yeah, Parham, again, story of his tournament so far has been at times showing us his brilliance and why he deserves to be here, but not able to find the conversions. On the opposite side of the table, though, has been Vachier-Lagrave playing some of his best chess to date. And it's a question mark on both of his opening moves here for Parham.
Yeah, and it's for a key reason. There's one undefended pawn in this position for black. It's the d7 pawn. It's actually difficult to defend it. The king is far away, the queen is far away. You can only really push that pawn or defend it with a knight. And already, just a quick action replay, Sindarov, as early as move 2, he could have won a pawn on the spot. He could have played this move, queen to d3, for example, hitting this one. And this is surprisingly difficult to defend. If you defend with this knight, you hold the pawn, suddenly you lose a different pawn. This one would have fallen, white could take. If you defend it with your other knight, white can just kick that knight away, take the pawn next move. And likewise, if you pushed your pawn forward, this would be totally disastrous for many reasons, including this one. White can push a pawn forward and suddenly, check out, this king is toast. It's just done on the diagonal. No good way to block it.
Okay, but usually one inaccuracy might be something we can recover from. Now let's roll forward to the second move, because Sindarov goes for something a little bit more stable, just launching another pawn forward, grabbing more control of squares, and immediately followed by another question mark here.
Yeah, he's missing the key idea. You could still bring your queen forward, looks very good. According to the computer here, there are other ways to take advantage, even using the bishop to hit this pawn. It is all about this pawn right now, or using one of the white knights to try and jump forward. This is maybe more typical. It's rare to see the queen or bishop attack loose pawns early, but there we go. He finds one of the key ideas, and at least Parham now can block. But this is just bad, I think, for multiple reasons, Tanya, long term.
You pointed out that e5 square is being critical. I will say in the pre-game analysis, it was Sindarov who pointed out that if white started with the f-pawn moving 2 steps forward, it leaves behind the e4 square for the knight. So I know that idea, those patterns are already in his head. I think finding that route that you're pointing out with the arrows right now is exactly what's going on in Sindarov's mind. Getting that knight to e5, hitting d7 really quickly, and most importantly, that king on g8 suddenly feeling very vulnerable to the a2 g8 diagonal.
Yeah, this is not good news for Parham Maghsoodlou, although sometimes in chess there is a saying it has to get worse before it gets better. It can't get much worse on the scoreboard, so at least by kind of provoking the opponent, maybe he's going for the strategy of forcing Sindarov to think early on, build up a time advantage at least.
Yeah, you tell that to Parham, that saying, I think that's exactly what he wants to hear, but he's like, when will that happen in this tournament? At what point does it start getting better? So close in that game 1.
Yeah, will it be now, or do I have to wait to 2026?
Next season.
You can beat me 8 times, but not a 9th.
There you go. Nobody beats Parham 9 times in a row.
Unless it's Magnus Carlsen, who's got 9 out of 9 in Grand K.
Yeah, that's another conversation entirely. Magnus Carlsen at his best is unbeatable, but also arguably Magnus Carlsen is not at his best so far.
Or unbeatable.
Or unbeatable, yes. He's fallen down multiple times throughout the tournament so far.
Ooh.
Okay, Vachier pushing pawns. I like the idea in general, but I think this specific scenario, piece play, was maybe more important. The bishop on a1, not so happy either about this diagonal, the beautiful long diagonal being blocked. So giving a small question mark. I think more for the missed opportunity rather than it being a bad move in itself.
All right, so it looks like Sindarov still has managed to seize a little bit of the initiative and advantage, more space in the center, more pressure, blocking out Parham's bishop on a8, making it difficult. Next, we can expect the knight to develop. We say knights behind pawns is a great way to approach freestyle openings, so that knight on d3 will be even stronger. Let's bring on our bird's eye view, James, to see what's happening across the arena.
I like exactly where your head is at. We so quickly went into this game because of how the inaccuracies came into play. We'll go back out to our 4-board just to take a quick stock of the rest of the field. Is that a miss indicator I'm seeing in the top right-hand corner of our screens between Hans Niemann and Levon Aronian?
And is that
a bottom left board where already Fabi has seized a lot of space with the C-pawn up the board?
All right, we got a lot of boards to take a look at, so why don't we just do our classic trip around the world. We'll start by going to the top right. Hans Niemann versus Levon Aronian. They enter this round with half a point apiece. Again, Levon was in the position to possibly take a decisive victory in game one. Unfortunately, let it slip back to a draw. So now on even footing, if either of these two players on your screen right now can come away with a win, they push themselves into the semifinals. Let's walk it back here, David. Let's understand how we got here and where maybe a missed opportunity already came into play.
Let's do it. Let's go from the start. We saw C4. I think we've seen that on every single board from the white pieces. A bit of kind of lack of agreement from the players with black. B6 was the idea here from Levon. Quite cautious approach, just pushing the pawn 1 square. Magnus pushed it 2 squares. This bishop now on the long diagonal opening up. And I think the moral of the story is in position 001, in position number 1, just never touch your f-pawn. Just don't push it forward. Computers hate it. And this move, given a question mark, interestingly also played by Vincent Keimer? No, by Arjun Erigaisi.
Against Vincent.
Against Vincent Keimer. So that was the same position. This is a mistake. And now the miss that you mentioned. Bishop to f3, given a miss. Instead, white should be going for the strategy we've already seen today. Vachier could have done it as well. Just launching the knight into the center of the board before black's fully ready to defend the helpless d7 pawn. This would have been a big advantage for white. Instead, offering a trade of bishops, I think very natural. We can't really blame Hans too much. It wasn't a winning advantage, just a slightly better path. And this is the position we find ourselves in. Levon, look at this, going for it, pushing pawns in front of his own king. He wants to connect those 4 and put pressure along the long diagonal.
Well, admittedly, this 001 position has not looked very comfortable for any of our players on the black side of the board.
It hasn't, but I like this approach by Lev. It's almost saying and screaming that this match gets decided in this portion. There will be no tie breaks. I mean, when you play a move like G5, you're making your ambitions clear. But it's a double-edged sword, right? Because you're also creating long-term weaknesses for your king, especially when moves like H4 are in the air already in these kind of setups with the rook lined up, even if it comes as a pawn sacrifice. Knight on E5 coming in. I'm liking how white has handled it, and he does it immediately with gaining space in the center, going to attack that undefended pawn, the d7 one. Not that easy to defend. If you move your queen to d8, there will be a trade with the bishop. The queen will be overloaded. Not easy to handle as black. Also, David, you know, you pointed out that c4, all the players with white were in agreement for the very first move. And I think if we just, for a moment, I think we've got a trade. We'll just keep up with the live board, takes on e5. But I want to point out that after c4, one of the reasons the players really liked this as a starting move was because it was impossible for black to keep the symmetry here. Something that you really want. And after c5, the concept of b4, break the symmetry as quickly as possible. Play for that edge happens on white's terms. And you already have, you know, a very decent initiative to fight for, with the bishop open and the queen out in the open.
The key in, I think, all freestyle openings is if you can break the symmetry, bring your queen out early, and the queen doesn't get hit by a piece, then it favors you as white. So this is why maybe position number 1 was quite a promising one in general for a full-blooded fight, but especially for the side with the white pieces. And Levon has traded off bishop for knight, but that does mean he still has this weak backward pawn in the long term.
He did that last game as well, and it turned out to be, you know, the turnaround moment where he did trade that bishop for knight and had to be very precise after that, failed to do so. Hans came right back in. We see a similar dynamic. So the queen jumping in, again, it's all about that d-pawn, the backward d-pawn in this position.
And while Hans was able to find the knight jumps forward to maybe attack that undefended or very weak d-pawn, I would say that it was Vincent Keimer, if we flip on over to his matchup against Arjun Erigaisi, that has found it the quickest, right? They're not as progressed in their game overall, but he seems to have recognized, ooh, bringing this knight forward into play, threatening that d7 pawn, that is going to be my avenue to victory here against Arjun Erigaisi. Just like that, he's making his move towards the center of the board.
And I'm just not surprised at all that Vincent does this time and time again in this format. So much of it comes from his training against Peter Lecco, just understanding where your pieces belong. Even if it means it's a starting position that you have no idea. I think he's one of the players, David, that we've seen across the Grand Slams to find, well, the absolute top move of the engine, especially at the start of the game.
for the first 10 moves. He's so incredibly precise.
Exactly, especially when he has that time to think. And yeah, especially I've noticed when people are trying to copy each other. This position arose on the Hans Niemann Levin Aronian board, something very similar, Vachier-Lagrave. It feels like, especially in positions where nobody else finds it, he is the only one. And this is extremely strong now. I think Arjun's starting to realize that it's just a flawed concept pushing this f-pawn forward. It's just too weakening for black. Firstly, on the diagonal, that might become open a bit later, but mainly because of this weakness. Just really rare in chess 960 to see a central pawn undefended, and this is one of the exceptions.
And I want to make a case for why we see so many players go for this f5 e6 structure, which as the games are going on, we're realizing leaves behind the square. It's because of the piece placement. You want something on f6 to challenge that dark squared bishop. You really want that bishop to come out, eventually put your knight behind it, and look for counterplay on those e4, g4 squares. So while there is something to be advocated for this move f5, but that's the thing about freestyle chess. It's only in retrospect that you understand that the squares you leave behind are more dangerous than what you gain in the position.
And we're only on move 4 here. Again, for a number of our other boards, this knight would find its way forward on move 5, move 6. So Vincent just getting that slight bit more edge in finding the move quicker than everybody else. Arjun, after some time to think, he's going to jump his own knight forward, looking to defend that d7 pawn. But that's not going to be enough.
It's just tough for black to castle. I mean, I think a big problem in these positions for both sides is going to be getting this rook in the corner into the game. Like, if you want to castle on the side you're already on, you need to move one rook out the way and then swing the other one over. Maybe that's the recipe. You can't really move it up the board because then the white knight would be hitting that piece. So the cornered rooks, maybe it's just one of those positions where it's better to throw the h-pawn forward rather than the f-pawn. You can't really say both. So yeah, very long-term concept, but I think the black rook in the corner might struggle to play in this game.
Yeah, and perhaps that's the other big reason, right? Why f5 turns out to be an inaccuracy. Because you need to get that h-pawn moving, which will leave behind big squares in black's position. The dark square is getting really weak, so you're just going to play down a rook for the majority of the opening.
And yeah, as we were evaluating the starting position, the engine, other than c4, was actually liking an h4 push. So now we're combining the two opening ideas, perhaps, for a victory for white down the line. One more board that we haven't checked in at all yet, though, with here in Game 2 of our quarterfinals would be Magnus Carlsen up against Fabiano Caruana.
Who are these guys?
Yeah, who are these guys? Yeah, they seem to be pretty good at chess. Magnus Carlsen, though, he finds himself on the back foot after losing Game 1 to Fabiano. So it's got to be a win here for him to keep his hopes, rather, in the upper bracket alive. Fabiano just needs a draw or better to get it done and move on to the semifinals.
And this is fascinating. We'll just do a quick actual replay. We've only had 5 moves here. Especially Fabi's been taking his sweet time about things, because c4, which was played across the board, b5. This is where actually the white team, they were spending most of their time, most of their energy, and this is the only board where this actually ended up being played. And white bypasses this pawn. We said it before, if a queen can come out without being challenged by a piece, then it tends to be a good thing. Magnus, we've seen it, he loves bringing his queen out early. Also, white loses a pawn closer towards the center compared to a pawn towards the flank, so this would be a nice transition for black. So instead, white bypasses that trade. Black gains a bit more space for his queen, makes it tough for the white bishop in the corner to develop. And we see a few more moves. I'm not really sure what Fabiano is trying to do with this last queen move. A bit of a mysterious one, but it feels, at least to my eyes, like Magnus should be happy. All pieces left here. He hasn't touched his f-pawn yet. I think he's made a good choice compared to the other players. And there we go. Of course, he's going to play his f-pawn forward. 5, just as I say it. And we have a very imbalanced position.
And this is so fascinating that once again f5 on the board, and the moment it's played, you see that the bar prefers white's position in this setup. And that just goes on to show that this is the wrong concept, but the most human one.
Yeah.
If the best players are playing it, you know exactly how tempting it is to get that move ahead, bring the knight out, and you just feel that's the path you need to follow, but the engines completely say that that is the wrong way ahead. And Magnus, head in hands, must win on demand to force a tiebreak. Fabi, is this the moment that he tried to seize the advantage out of the opening? Do you still push the h-pawn? Do you go queen c4 perhaps? David, you asked this question. What is the queen on c1 doing? Is it about to target that overextended b-pawn that Magnus has?
It's quite possible, very possible this queen posts up. I'm still looking at this pawn, and maybe there are ideas of jumping forward with the knight, or maybe the bishop coming to hit that pawn. It just feels like it is natural, as Tanya says, because you're cutting across the whole board on the light squares. You want to open up a line for your rook. You want to put the knight behind a pawn. But unfortunately, it's just playing away from the center. So we'll see if Fabiano is able to punish that. I do think the ingredients here, though, are for a longer game, which probably helps Magnus more than Fabiano.
Especially when we're looking at already dipping below 20 minutes here for Fabiano Caruana very early on. You said it, we're only 5 moves into this game so far. You don't want to eat too much of your clock.
And Fabiano, he got there in the previous game. He kind of created the chaos just in time before he was the one to dip too low. And Magnus, actually, down to seconds, was the one to blunder. So Fabiano will try and keep some time on the bank, surely.
And that's the thing, right? We talk about what is the best way to get a match victory against Magnus. You want to create tactical possibilities. You want a complicated game. But when you're up a point in a mini match of best of 2, there is this fine balance, right? You want to keep things under control, but you also know if you do that, you're walking into Magnus territory with strategic positional play. And in that, Magnus is the absolute boss. So how do you navigate in that position? Do you keep it balanced? Do you keep it strategic? Or do you just stick to what you know, where Magnus, you've got the best chance against the world #1?
Yeah, I would almost say that even in this situation, you still play for a win, right? Because playing for a draw means you're giving Magnus, you know, maybe an endgame situation that he'll grind you down and end up flipping the result.
Exactly. His whole career, Magnus has bullied opponents with that. They fear him. They see the 2800 rating, and they're like, okay, I would love a draw. Then they play passive. Then they start to make negative decisions. And then he pounces. He kind of psychologically bullies them. But not easy to do that against Fabiano. And I think Fabiano's had so much experience against Magnus at this point that he knows he needs to attack him, kick him while he's down.
David, he's down almost 7 minutes already. I mean, the clock, you said it, right? This has got the makings of a long game. Just the structure that we have, the position that was pulled out. Not a single pawn, not a single piece being traded off. It's not a simplified game at all. And it's not easy to get those open lines in.
Got to move. You got to move at some point. And yeah, he just needs to, if in doubt, just develop his pieces. Get pieces off the back rank. That's rule 101 of chess. Maybe bring his knight out, bring his bishop out with gain of time, hitting a pawn. The thing I kind of guess he might be spending a bit more time about is whether to push the h-pawn. That's a bit of a risky decision, but possibly also just a very good one.
Yep. Would be one of the top moves here, as suggested by the engine. So would be that bishop coming out to threaten that d7 pawn that we've put so much focus on. But while Fabi continues to sit in the think tank, let's go ahead and check back in over on Javokhir Sindarov versus Parham Magsudlu to see if he has been able to capitalize at all on those early inaccuracies by Parham.
Ooh, a first question mark move from Sindarov. It's not a mistake, though. I think he's just trying to simplify things. He's in the driver's seat. He just needs a draw to move on to the semi-finals. So trading off a set of pieces probably isn't the worst thing in the world. I think this helps Black because Black was a bit more cramped. So piece exchanges tend to favor the side who want to breathe a bit more. But, okay, is this good news, Tanya, though, for Magsudlu?
It's not been good news for a while for Magsudlu. I mean, throughout this event, I think he's waiting for when the good news will arrive. It hasn't yet, and this isn't any better. The problem in this position is that bishop on a8, which has been killed by its own pawn on that c square, right? It's about to double down on it. Sindarov needs one move to play c5 next. Once that happens, you're playing down a bishop for such a long time, with the white bishop also spitting fire along the diagonal, d7 under attack, d6 a juicy outpost. I see the inaccuracy, I see the question mark, but I think we just ignore it. Match situation, Sindarov's form, I want to say clock situation as well, up about 2 minutes. He's doing absolutely fine in this one, needing only a draw.
Yeah, I don't think it's a big enough mistake for Parham to be too thrilled about. Okay, he put some extra pressure on this central knight. And the key now is whether Tanya's move, pushing this pawn forward, really does kill that bishop in the corner.
Would you do it?
I think I would.
It's a very David Howell move, you know?
Yeah. Control, cemento. It's a Peter Lecco move. Cement the position and just remind Black that he's going to be living with a bad bishop for the rest of this game. I think this is a very... I don't think it's just a Peter Lecco move. I think it's a good move.
Good move.
What the top players want.
And good players will find good moves. And Javokhir's got plenty of time to find that move, put the clamp down, continue his impressive run here in South Africa. Again, top dog coming out of the round robin in the group stage and looking to push himself already to a semi-final bout. Of course, he will end up playing the winner of Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana, as based on our bracket. So formidable opponents, regardless of the result that happens on that other board, soon to be challenging him tomorrow.
How juicy would that be? But in the meantime, we didn't see Vachier push yet. Now, maybe slightly less attractive because the black bishop does have a way out after Parham's last move. It will land on a new diagonal. It does feel like Vachier is trying to prioritize castling his king. That is a legal move now. Maybe he'll want to wait a bit longer, but it's in the air now. He can finally get his last remaining piece, that rook in the corner, looking a bit sad. He can finally get it into the game.
And that's interesting because he hasn't chosen the approach of the alpha 0 h-pawn moving up the board to get the rook up with a lift on that h3 square. Instead, he wants to go the traditional route of getting the castle in. But still a very healthy position for white. Space advantage, beautiful knight at the center of the board. Everything looking healthy. Vachier needing only a draw. I want to pull out from this game because you've got two players, you know, must win. One is Parham and one is the world #1.
Yeah, one is the world #1. So, in fact, let's go there to Magnus versus Fabiano. The other game where one really needs to get a victory to equalize and force a tiebreaker.
Okay, interesting. It's all of the moves we were expecting, and all of them together. Some big threats on the board here, Tanya. We were looking at bringing the queen out. We were looking at bringing the bishop out. But together, combined, some huge threats on the board for Magnus to deal with.
And I know exactly where your head's at. It's not only the b4 pawn. I think there are some tactics that have been set up. Potentially, bishop takes pawn with e6 being hanging as well in some of the position is something that black has to watch out for. I don't know if it works, David. It turns out it does. And the point is you capture the bishop with your knight. Queen takes pawn comes in with a check. Bam, you pick up the knight on the next move. You won 2 pawns. That's regaining material with interest. So that's a double attack. Is Magnus about to go down a pawn in this position, or is there a good way to keep things under control?
Yeah, this is very tense, this moment. Possibly the first key moment of the game. The one way I would try and keep things together is to bring the knight into the center, blocking the white queen's diagonal towards the black king, but also clinging on to the weak pawn that's landed in white's half of the board. I think that will hold things together, but that might only be the start of the calculations needed. Magnus is overextended and now has to answer some difficult questions.
The other option would be to bring your light-squared bishop out and just blunt the attack of the light-squared bishop from Fabiano on that pawn to begin with.
Ah, that's clever.
I like that pawn.
The one thing that might stop Magnus, though, is he might think that this bishop gives him long-term potential on the long diagonal. So trading off a beautiful fianchettoed bishop, as we would say, it's counterintuitive. Not going to be easy to decide that.
That also when you need a win, David, because that's really the piece you're counting on to create those threats on the white king.
Exactly. I think he's going to put his knight in the center, at least stop the immediate threats, and hope to just prolong the game before any exchanges happen. But he does look like he might be reaching towards his bishop.
He's getting ready to move. It's not only the pressure of handling this double threat, but the match situation as well, right? What is the move that gives you maximum chances to keep the tension on the board, even if objectively it's less desirable?
Well, reaching for a piece.
Is it the knight?
That looks more like the knight,
Yes.
than the bishop.
Because he wants to keep the bishop on the board.
He's in such indecision right now.
Even if he realizes bishop to c6 is the better move, David, he doesn't want trades right now.
He just wants maximum pieces on the board. We said it earlier, in the previous round, it took 31 minutes for any piece to be exchanged on any of the 4 boards.
Wow.
Incredible. But here, it does feel like Fabiano is the one angling to simplify.
Yeah, might have some fireworks a bit earlier on here in this second round, especially as some players have their backs against the wall and are going to have to reach for some things. Magnus really putting his thinking cap on in this one. Luckily, he built quite a time advantage because of how much Fabiano had spent thinking earlier on. He still has about a 2-minute advantage over Fabi at this point, but time keeps ticking away.
And thus, tick-tock goes the clock. The time advantage is leveling out. And I have to say, Fabi, it's come to fruition, the amount of time he took. You know, he's the one who's pushing for the attack. He's creating threats on those black pawns. Who do you think is feeling more nervy right now? Is it Magnus, who must win with black? black, you know, got this pull out of this draw of this position, which perhaps not desirable with the black pieces, has to win on demand or goes into the lower bracket? Or is it Fabi who knows he's so close to do what's considered mission impossible in chess?
In order for Magnus to feel more nervous than Fabi, I'd have to believe that Magnus has nerves. I don't think this man ever feels nervous, even when he is on the precipice of falling out of the upper bracket.
The heart rate monitor. We need that, because that'll tell us whether your theory stands or not.
He does finally go for a move. It is the knight, so like you were saying, just so unwilling to let pieces fall off the board. He won't find the best move in the position, but still a solid one.
Yeah, I agree. He doesn't feel nerves. I think he feels frustration, Magnus. He just, at this point in his career, he just expects to win every game. So if he's not winning, if his opponents are playing too well, then he gets a bit frustrated. And I think that's the one thing that occasionally trips him up. But for now, at least it's very tense. Yes, white has an advantage according to the evaluation bar, but it's nothing significant yet. It's still level material, still all 32 pieces still on the board. So I think Magnus shouldn't be too unhappy.
Well, as we've finally captured Magnus Carlsen's response to Fabi's most recent move, let's hear from some players, shall we? Vincent Keimer once again diving into the confessional. Let's hear from him before we go check out his board state against Arjun Erigaisi.
I think we got a quite interesting position as white. Right now I'm quite happy with my position. I think the queen on b8 has some issues to get out. My last move h4, it was a difficult decision. I had many options. Generally, I think I have an idea of going like b5, knight e5. That would be very nice strategically, but you know, with these rooks on f1 and h1, I think also h4, h5 makes quite a lot of sense, because he doesn't really want to allow me to go h5, h6, but also he cannot really move the h-pawn, so it will be interesting to see how he reacts to that. And also, I'm not exactly sure where his pieces are gonna go. Like his knight from c8, whenever it goes to d6, I have the option of just playing knight e5, so I think that is quite reasonable. And yeah, other than that, it will be interesting to see what he chooses. I think it's yeah, very complex position, and again, I'm not really sure about h4. Maybe I had better options, but I feel like it was an interesting idea, and yeah, I will see how he reacts to that.
Vincent Keimer feeling confident in not just his position, but generally white's position overall, out of position 0-0-1 here in our 960 possible freestyle positions. And I'd say the engine generally agrees across the board, slight advantages, and we can see that H-pawn continues its march down the board.
And that's just so impressive, what Vincent just said. You know, he understands why that f-pawn that black moved forward is worse. He mentioned it. He said, you want to play the move h6 to stop white's idea, but he simply can't do that because of the squares that get left behind. If black was to push that h-pawn, the white knight will find its way to infiltrate into a deadly juicy post on g6. You know, when Vincent goes into these confessionals and he breaks down these positions just like he did in the last game, and you see how accurate he is, even the eval bar confirms exactly how he's feeling about his position. He truly is Vincent, keymaster of freestyle chess.
It's so impressive. He nailed all of the most important factors. I mean, now I think I understand everything, having listened to him, more than I do than looking at the computer alone. It's purely because the black queen is bad, and this h-pawn, that is why the computer's evaluation was dropping. And every other board where white pushed in the center, it's all about the power of this bishop combined with the march of Harry here.
All right, so let me throw a fun wrench into the works. You want to guess what the best move in the position for black is?
Go on, Tanya, after you.
I was hoping I'd buy some more time with you going first, or just copy your answer.
I'll give you a hint. You've already mentioned it.
Not h6.
h6.
Oh my goodness. How
Top move.
difficult is that?
h6.
You never want to touch that pawn.
How counterintuitive is that?
Completely. David, you would hate to make that.
I would rather resign than play that move. It's never going to happen. And
it doesn't happen. Just like that, castles happens to be the second best move in the position, and perhaps a much more natural move for a player to find.
You never go h6.
No, you don't.
Yeah, creating weak squares, that is pretty much regarded as a big blunder. It's the type of move, if you play h6 and you lose, you know that your colleagues are going to come up to you and say, you have no chess understanding.
Noob, noob.
Exactly. Did you just learn the rules of chess? Why would you give your opponent a permanent outpost? The downside behind not playing h6 is now, look at what's happened. Vincent gets to install a pawn near the black king. The black king is going to feel uncomfortable for eternity now, especially since the white queen will likely post up on this diagonal, and the black knight might just never move the rest of this game. That is going to be a horrible diagonal to deal with.
A thorn in your side for the remainder of the game is that H-pawn. And as I mentioned, Vincent wasn't the only one to make use of the confessional booth. So I think it'd be wise for us to hear from Hans Niemann, who also dove in there a moment ago, as he evaluates his position against Levon Aronian as they sit tied, both looking to push to a semifinal. Take a look.
Considering the first game, this is going quite well. I think h4 was a mistake. It's sort of hard for him to play g4, but he's only opening up the position. My bishop is the only sort of issue, but it's hard for him to really do anything, so I'll sort of slowly build up my position, put some pressure on the d7 pawn, and, you know, it's an incredibly difficult position for him to play.
Difficult position for Levon, Hans feels. He says maybe his only bad piece in the position would be that A1 bishop staring into the butt of one of his own pawns, but he's already moving towards one of the very things he called out, stacking pressure onto that D7 pawn. We see the rooks doubled already, looking to take advantage of what has been a weakness we called out from the very beginning of the round.
I mean, to me, it's completely crazy that Hans has managed to castle all the way alongside to the left side of the board. I don't know how many pieces he had to get out of the way, this entire idea, and that's what makes this knight g3 beautiful outpost that Levon has completely meaningless. David, you'll break this down for us even further, but I would love to see how Hans actually managed to get his king to the other flank, where basically Levon has no pieces to get to the white king.
Yeah, he did it by castling his king 5 squares across. And he got the pieces out the way, like you said, Tanya. He got 3 pieces out the way here. He needed to. And just an action replay of this move. One of the longest castles you can imagine in freestyle chess, shifting his king and his rook across. Just an action replay, because that doesn't just improve the king. The white rook was doing nothing. So, yeah, shifting it across, multi-purpose. And as Tanya says, black only actually has 1 piece on this half of the board. That's the queen. Alone, she can do no damage. And, yeah, just to catch up with the live position, it does look like it's very much one-way traffic. Hans Niemann with a big, big target. Black's pieces on the other side. Kind of purposeless right now.
Yeah, just thinking about how many turns it's going to take for either of those knights to become more involved in the game. They don't have good routes to the left-hand side of the board. The rooks as well, even if they were to shift over, they're all blocked in by their own pawns. We don't have the benefit of the semi-open D-file that Hans has, where his rooks can start to infiltrate.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what the funny thing is? Hans is actually going to play on the side where his king is. That's where his entire army is as well. You've got the majors there, the bishop on A1, which will play a good defensive role. The pawns are already up. There's a pawn stomp, B5, C5 at the right moment. The rook's lined up. Hans is going to turn his entire attention to the flank where, you know, as we're talking about, there's a lone queen. You can divide the board into half. White is playing on one side, black's playing on the other. And Levon takes a very committal decision with B5.
Well, that's one way to maybe get one of those rooks into the game.
He wants to swing those black rooks over somehow, open some lines towards the white king. And now Hans has a 50-50 decision. I was going to say, either you bypass and block, or you slide your rook across, and now it's actually 2 open files for the white rooks. I liked what you said about the knights, James. Like, it's the drag and drop method. If you could pick up those black knights and put them anywhere, you still don't know where you'd put them. That's the problem. Even if you have 10 moves to improve, but you don't have that luxury. If you pick up the black rooks, now maybe you say you put 1 on this side of the board, but where's the other one going? Never getting activity ever. And it looks like one-way traffic.
Trade of pawns. Yeah, now we're threatening the black queen, so she must reposition.
And maybe that explains what Levon went for with this trade, that it does give Hans an extra open file, but that knight problem that you alluded to earlier. Now, suddenly, if you do the drag and drop, you want it to the center of the board, D5. So he's created a pathway.
It's just difficult to get there now because the knight dropping back would drop a pawn, but at least light at the end of the tunnel, as Tanya says. That's normally a good sign in chess. He does create maybe a small idea as well of pushing a pawn forward while the queen is staring at the knight along this diagonal, but most likely the white bishop would come out and meet the queen. challenge it, and still looking difficult for Levon. It feels like the missed opportunity in game 1 of this match. So important.
I haven't seen Levon sit like this over a move. He's usually just so chill and calm, you know, he's leaning back, he's got a good position, he's taking a sip from his water, but you can see and you can tell that he's not pleased with the opening outcome. Openings and the way he's placed his pieces in freestyle chess has been one of his USPs, one of his big strengths. And this one, when it really matters, the final game, you know, of the longer time control, things have gone wrong for Lev out of the opening.
Yeah, the body language matches the moment. Hans has the best position of any of the players with the white pieces across all 4 of our boards. Vincent Keimer, the only one who's kind of close. The other 2 being more even and look to be like they will go the distance. Hans with a quick little reposition of the king, sliding it 1 space over to the left, getting it out of maybe the line of fire of those semi-open files.
It's just hard to find a move for black. Like, what is productive here? Like, moving the rook across, maybe, would come to mind. Other than that, like, the knights have nowhere good to go. The other black rook has to act defensively here. Okay, he does slide process of elimination, at least lining up with the white king. But the eval bar rising in Hans's favor. Is it just bring the bishop to the center to challenge the black queen? Is it lining up the rooks together? Lots of tempting moves.
Well, Levon does set up a threat as well, right? At the right moment, he wants to strike with a5 to really open that up with the rook now set to get that move in. So at least he's putting on some counter threats right now.
Yeah, but as both of you have encouraged me to do in my own games, look for my worst piece and how I can improve it. Hans said himself in his confessional, his worst piece is that A1 bishop. He's got a great opportunity here to improve his worst piece and to improve his advantage on the board.
Yeah, once that piece has been improved, what other piece might want to join the action?
My knight over on F2.
That might be coming in as well, coming forward into the black half of the board.
Yeah.
And everything's shifting towards the left, and the black knights are left kind of just sterile on the right side of the board, doing nothing.
Yeah, for the fact that they're horses, they move mighty slow across the landscape here on a chessboard.
Short range pieces, that's the fallback on them, and that's why open positions often favor the bishop. But here the problem is the pawns control all the good squares that the knight have, and they're just offside in this game. All right, so Levon on the back foot in this one, guys. Hans looking like he's putting the pressure, looking confident on the camera as well. Should we get our bird's eye view up? Zoom out for a moment, James. James, check in with some of the other matches. I just want to say, Fabi is doing everything right on his board.
Taking stock of the field here. As I mentioned before, Hans does have the best position of all the players with the white pieces, but nobody with the white pieces is suffering at all. It's all the players piloting black right now that are reaching for answers.
Position number 1. Good for white. That's
how it feels. That's what we've learned.
Number 1, not so good for the world number 1 so far.
Exactly. And I get the impression you want to jump over there, Tanya.
I wonder what gave that away.
Magnus is down a pawn. He has willingly sacrificed a pawn just to keep as much tension alive as possible. But it shouldn't be a correct sacrifice. It looks like a bit of a gamble, roll of the dice from Magnus.
But if we just had to do a quick run through, is it fair to say that Sindarov also in driver's seat, you know, he's managed to get his rook up, the knight looking good. That's a top right board that we have up there. Control of the center, the H-pawn moving up. And you can just tell Parham is lacking space. Meanwhile, Hans on the push in his one. We've discussed enough of that. And Vincent versus Arjun. Before we jump into that main one, just with the bird's eye view, what do you make of that 8-6 pawn? Is that going to be a tough one to tackle for Arjun?
Yeah, I think Arjun in trouble long term. Vincent definitely with the easier position to play. I would prefer his chances every time, at least as it stands right now. And Hans Niemann finds the move that we were all expecting the white bishop to improve. Next, the knight will come.
Oof.
Yeah, that pawn for Vincent Keimer is the thorn in Arjun Erigaisi's side that he'll have to deal with for the remainder of the game. Vincent owning maybe 60+% of the board. But let's go into that marquee matchup that you talked about, Tanya. Fabiano Caruana versus Magnus Carlsen. Again, reminding everybody at home that for Fabiano, it's a draw or better. He knocks the world number 1 down into the lower bracket. He secures himself a semifinal berth, and he keeps his hopes of not just his first Grand Slam alive in South Africa, but perhaps the overall year-long Grand Slam title.
That would be incredible, beating Magnus now, going on to win the tournament and taking the whole season. Fabiano, he's been the nearly man of the tour. But just to do a quick action replay of the last few moves, we did see a big mistake, at least according to the computer, from Magnus Carlsen. We left it here, and critical moment, Fabiano pushed forward, very ambitious. The whole goal is to either trade off pieces or to block in to cage Black's bishop in the corner. Now, Magnus, maybe the move he should have played is to just step forward and say, yes, my bishop is locked in, but long term, maybe I can try and catch this pawn and maybe bring the queen forward. Maybe it is a bit of a weakness. Instead, he did sacrifice Magnus. He dropped his knight back. The white queen can now take a pawn. Very important that this is a pin. The black knight cannot move out the way since the black queen is undefended, so no time to go and grab this white bishop. Magnus hits the queen again. The pin is maintained. And after the pawn pushes forward, I understand what Magnus is trying to do. He's trying to get this bishop at a later moment and hope that this pawn long-term drops off. But it's very much a hope here. He's very much kind of playing for Fabiano to make mistakes. And he knows that this is his best chance to try and win this game. But for Fabiano, who's already a pawn up, he's playing with house money here. He just needs to get developed and shouldn't have to worry about the position too much.
Yeah, also maybe playing for Fabi to get low on time, right? At the very least, Magnus does have a close to 5-minute clock advantage. And that's where you would be making mistakes, is when you're running out of time late in the game.
That's the biggest and the only advantage Magnus has coming out of this game. He does get up and leave. Speaking of that clock advantage, he leaves Fabi to think. And I think that's the point. You just keep the pieces on the board, as many as possible. Avoid the trades. Get a complex position and just let your opponent burn the clock for as much as possible. And then you throw those big decisions at him, even if they're not the best. You know, you spoke about the big story, what Fabi needs to do in South Africa to win the whole tour. This would be step one for him. When you talk about the whole picture, beat Magnus, go on to win the entire event, hope everyone beats Magnus, Magnus finishes last, all these things to go his way. It really sounds like you're climbing Mount Everest right now. But I will say with that first win, it's already Fabi at base camp.
Yeah.
He's already done a huge step towards that.
I'd argue it's more intense than that. That's like summiting Everest and then having to go on and summit K2 right after.
Right after.
Good luck. Good luck.
Just remember to bring your hiking boots. That's the main thing.
Your crampons, your ice picks. Climb the mountain. That is Magnus Carlsen. That is step one.
That is step one. I mean, that itself is a massive achievement in a match. You know, Magnus, Fabi, how many times have they played their head-to-heads, hugely favoring Magnus in all these matches? For Fabi to do this would be huge, but it would not even be halfway there. And that just goes on to show how difficult it is to get the Tour Championship.
Yeah, you've still got someone at the summit there ready to kick you back down as soon as you climb. And wow, Magnus really going for it now. This is Magnus in must-win mode. He pushes his pawn, very weakening for his own king. But he's trying to scare Fabiano. He's going to try and push all the pawns forward. A pawn storm against the enemy king here. This one, it's a real 50-50. I think Magnus is trying to play the psychological game, standing up from the board, trying to assert psychological dominance, and now pushing pawns, trying to scare Fabi.
Also, it is a bit scary when your opponent plays a move like g5. You know, your queen and bishop are offside, and Magnus is intending to go g4, f4, and blow open that f line. Maybe even the h-pawn joins the party really soon. And look at that. Fabi doesn't take a breather to react on the king's side. He's inviting Magnus even more forward. Will Magnus seize this opportunity? Are we going to see g4, h5 next?
I feel like if you play the first move, you're going to play the ones that naturally follow, right? And this in so many ways feels akin to what we saw in the Hans Niemann game. Yes, for him, it was along castles that would ultimately switch the focus from one side of the board to the other. Here, for Magnus, it's just launching that G-pawn forward, saying, I know we just spent the last number of moves focusing on the left. What about over here?
He's going to go for it. He said G, he'll say H, he'll do it all. But worth noting that both kings can still castle to the long side. I'm not sure if either player really wants to do that, but at least they're teasing each other. They're saying, I haven't committed. You attack me too hard on one side, I'll slide to the left.
And with that white pawn on c6, I think that's a decision easier made by Fabi than it is by Magnus. You still sort of have control over that flank to find safety there. For Magnus to slide his king all the way there, that would be a huge decision, and most often it would not be the right one. I will also point out this g5, g4 idea is not only around the pawn storm. It actually gives Magnus a chance to bring his pieces into play. The bishop sliding over next, the queen getting close to the black rooks, David, via e8, via g6, trying to put pressure. And I wonder if Fabi's already thinking about your move. Get that king to the other side of the board.
Yeah.
Did Tanya just knight you, Sir David?
No way.
I didn't know you had that power.
That is my lifelong dream. If King Charles is listening to this broadcast, Sir David, I will die a happy man. But in the meantime, it is all about the knights in this game. The Knights of the Realm. These two black knights hold everything together for Magnus. That is why he's got compensation for the pawn that he's down. But he's losing some of his time advantage.
This is it. Look at him. Both of them so locked in right now.
I like it. The white shirt for Fabi versus the black shirt for Magnus. Black has to win this game for the match to go on.
Yeah, the white shirt challenging the white jacket.
Exactly. The color coordination here, the color complex is on the board as well. It's all about who can take this game. So important for the tour as a whole. As maybe it's a good moment. Tanya, you've spotted something.
Yeah, I was about to say that I was expecting Magnus to take this decision sooner, and I think the idea was he was looking what is the follow-up to this next move. Once white is forced with the knight back, he instantly replies, gets the piece into the game. He's also threatening some tactics right now on the board. A tender e3 spot.
Ooh, watch out. Maybe this pawn, at some point, the knight could be sacrificed for it just to get the bishop in with a nasty check on the white king. He's also cleared the path. So now the black rook defends its queen, meaning that knight takes bishop is finally possible. There's no longer a pin on that line. The black queen, for so long undefended, finally can move. And Fabiano suddenly with some big questions to answer.
You know, I have to say the imbalance, and even though Fabi is up a pawn in a must-win, I think Magnus senses his chances in these kind of positions. That bishop on a8 is the problem child. You know, he's playing without that piece, but he's using everything else to put pressure on Fabi right now. And
I'll call out that this is the first and only time in this second round of games across all four boards where black is slightly advantaged. The eval bar that you see on your screens is at a slightly lower depth than the computer I have the benefit of looking at right now.
Oh.
And with that most recent move, getting the X-Clam, Magnus is the only player with black so far to find even a semblance of an advantage from starting position 1.
Look at what he's doing as well. He's getting up from the board. He has said in the past, in interviews, he thinks Fabiano is a bit submissive when it comes to the psychology. If you scare him, he tends to make passive moves. He said it himself, Magnus, in the World Championship match in 2018. He said he was trying to scare Fabiano by acting confident. He's acting confident again, Magnus, to try and get inside Fabiano's head.
And he has this amazingly unique ability to use all these small aspects of the game to combine them to get the result that he's looking for. I mean, just the way he's played this one, you know, on the board, dynamics, and then, like you said, the psychological aspect of it. How many times have you seen him get up and leave the board? Not even once before this game. And he's doing it now because he wants to put the pressure on the board, on the clock, and psychologically against his opponent.
Now, we'll be back before this one concludes, but let's touch base with some of our other boards in play. Going back over to Vachier-Lagrave against Parham again, Vachier had a very solid advantage from essentially move 1 due to some inaccuracies from Parham. The question is, has he found a way to actually capitalize on those mistakes from Parham? Still a lot of pieces on the board in this one. Very claustrophobic, very congested here at the middle of the board.
Yeah, but more congested for black, I would say. All of black's pieces are kind of on his first 2 rows, other than one black knight that kind of sticks out slightly. For white, though, the bishop's pointing towards the king, the other bishop's pointing towards the queen. Just need to clear some lines, and I could see a big attack brewing. So definitely Parham Maghsoodloo on the back foot here.
Yeah, it feels like Cinderov's birthday party is just extended into day 2. I mean, he was on a kill list with his round-robin performance, and Parham's on that list as well today. It's just trumps that I see for white all across. You know, that F5 move that we've been talking about, it's left such a huge weakness for black. E6 always something now that'll have to be defended. Using the queen to do that, you're basically playing without the most powerful piece on the board. I'm really not seeing what is it where Parham will find his counter chances on this one, as long as it takes positionally, strategically, tactically. I think Cinderov in the front foot here.
Yeah, I think it was just a bad opening choice, unfortunately, for Parham. He wanted to make a mess of the game, just to try and strike back, but it hasn't quite worked. And Cinderov making a bit of a mistake. Nothing too drastic. Still got the advantage here. He just wants to get out of the pin along this diagonal.
I'm expecting him to, one way or the other, start putting pressure on that e6 pawn at the right moment. Parham's defense would be planting that knight to the center of the board. He does it instantly without waiting to be provoked to do that. And at some point, David, are you imagining an advance in the center? Get f3, e4, push that knight out, put pressure on e6. But right now, first, you need to take care of a threat. b4 under attack.
Yeah, he might just defend this pawn. He could do that with a nice, slow, stable move. Push his pawn forward here. Or you could just ignore it completely and start playing Vincent Keimer style, pushing the h-pawn forward. Just looks like a very nice position for Vachier right now. Slightly lower on the clock, though. We've said it before, nerves kick in when you see the finishing line in sight. So will the birthday celebrations continue, or will we see a turnaround?
Look at that, though. Very calm. Just slides that pawn up that you mentioned. Going to solidify his position even more. Hold on to that slight advantage over Parham Magsudlu. We'll come back to this one a bit later on. And now let's go to our view of the heart rates and the accuracies. Let's see how everybody's doing on our way to Hans versus Levon. Taking a look at it, is anyone feeling the pressure in this moment? Maybe Fabiano Caruana there up in the triple digits, being on the verge perhaps of dispatching Magnus Carlsen and sending him down to the lower bracket, and Hans Niemann as well after a touch and go first game of the day, coming away with half a point apiece. He now finds himself in the driver's seat against Levon Aronian. From here we'll go to the accuracies. Who's playing it the best? This position one. This is a very different accuracy picture than our last game, and I think that just speaks to the difficulty of playing this position, not just for the white players, but the black players as well.
Wow, 2 reds there, and they happen to be playing against each other.
Yeah.
Vachier Sindarov and Parham Magsudlu. It is the type of position it's hard to be fully accurate, but it shows there have been missed opportunities for Sindarov. Parham has been taking big risks to try and provoke him.
And only a few of our players in the green. One of those being Hans Niemann, just barely above that 90th percentile. But so far, so good for him in this matchup against Levon Aronian, kind of echoing his confidence coming out of that confessional maybe 10, 15 minutes ago that we heard.
Absolutely agree, but I have to say, I mean, Levon, that is artistry on the board. That last move by him completely ignores the threat on that central knight on d5, which has been created. And I think, David, you're going to play out the line that if white was to take that knight, you simply recapture, and the white rook on c4 is forced to move away from the defense of that b pawn. Eventually, the rook will take the pawn, and you end up losing the queen. And this is what I think it is about Lev, just how tricky he is. Yes, he's worse, but he'd always find ways to creatively sneak behind a sneaky idea to put pressure on. And I think a5 is one such move that makes Hans slow down and think, how does he improve now? Because Lev's coming for the king.
He's coming for the king, and I don't know if he's going to miss here, because it just suddenly looks so nice for black, at least in practical terms. I would even choose black's position. The knights are jumping suddenly. This knight is going to survive. The most stable move, again, just like it was for Vachier, is to defend this pawn that is attacked now. But the black knight is going to sit on a very pretty square, and it does look like black's king is very, very safe here. The white king, though, I mean, it's being stared at. That is intimidating, and I think that's why we saw Hans Niemann, his blood pressure, his heart rate rise, because suddenly he's getting a bit nervous.
How impressive it is that just a few moves ago, we were cursing the Black Knights, that they have no future in this game. How difficult it is for Levon to actually get that. And he's found a way not only to do that, but to make it the MVP, the most valued piece in this position at the center of the board, putting pressure on that b4 pawn. Actually, I don't really see a very good way for Hans to handle it, except go a3. And that's not particularly a happy move that you want to make. You create further weaknesses. After taking on b4, the black knight can reroute itself to a nice b5 post as well. It's not clear. I see the advantage the white bar gives, but I think, again, a human evaluation might differ.
Yeah. It's easier to play with knights when your opponent has a weak king. There's so many jumps, forks, double attacks. And also it's a Levon type of position suddenly, where it's a bit messy. There's enough stability for him to use his kind of great instincts, but there's also enough mess for the creativity to shine through.
And another distinct shift in Levon's body language, right?
Head and hands, I want to say.
Hands on head.
Well, so you were talking about the strength of this knight. We've talked a little bit about, the easy a-pawn push just to protect this pawn, but why not just snap this knight off right now with a capture?
Yeah, it is this variation. Black will retake, and the white rook is just trapped. There's no good discoveries that the white knight can use. If it jumps out the way, black will take this rook anyway, and if it does slide back, then rook takes pawn, and this is the sting in the tail.
Ouch.
With the pin on the white queen. Hans has made a decision finally, and he does play the best move. Exclamation point there. He does defend everything, and the moment of truth. Does Levon bring his knight forward? Does he slide it back? Either way, there's pros and cons, but he has been turning it in his favor. He just needs to stay in touch on the clock now.
Yeah, it's amazing what he's done, how he's transformed or even created chances in what looked like a hopeless position, you know, once Hans managed to get his king on the other side, had full control on the left flank. And now Levon on the think, does he retreat? Does he have time to maybe even capture on b4? Because now it's a big threat, David, to take that knight. With b4 defended, you have to answer that question.
Yeah, if black does try to get greedy here and take the pawn, then the knight will drop off. It looks like a skewer along this line, but now the white rook can step and block and act as a shield. And white has won a piece in the process. So
completely missed that.
Yeah, difficult to see. I think this was what made Hans pause for so long. Visually, it just looks like this square is so well guarded, the white rook could never use it, but two defenders would move away. He moves his knight the wrong direction, Levon Aronian. I think your other idea there, Tanya, of going back towards the white king, to go back in order to go forwards, that was the right path for the knight.
Yeah, absolutely what the computer would have preferred. And kind of goes along with what we were talking about earlier, with so much of the focus being on the left-hand side of the board. Your knight is taking a trip backwards, you know, to the right-hand side before it can get more involved later on in the game.
And optically, this looks like the move you want to make, right? So I'm actually trying to understand why this is an inaccuracy. It looked really nice to get into that b5 square. You hit the bishop, you're closer to the white king, and you feel like you're going for the attack. But knight to f4 also feels so nice, David. You're sort of tying down white's rook to defend g2. How is Hans actually making progress in this position? It's not that easy to see. Material's still in the balance. And I'm going to say knight f4, knight g3 looks like a beautiful pair to me.
Yeah, it looks like a beautiful pair of knights, but I think it's long-term that they become powerful. It's just about whether he gets there. They also block the black rook from using a very important file. I think this was a key idea. The knight now just gets in the way of its own pieces, and Hansi's getting out the way. If there's a capture now, I think the intention is to take with the rook. And if we suddenly realize that rooks are coming off the board, maybe queens will come off the board soon, then it's this pawn that might become the start of the show. The A pawn is suddenly a passer. It's going to run forward, and it's going to be difficult to stop. So maybe that is the key concept that Levon had missed here. But in the meantime, it's still all three results possible.
I want to take us to another board that has, to a degree, flipped on its head. That's Arjun Erigaisi up against Vincent Keimer. Earlier, I said Magnus Carlsen was the only player piloting the black pieces who's found an advantage. Take a look at this as we arrive to the board. The exclam over the most recent knight move, and Arjun Erigaisi is all of a sudden in the driver's seat here.
Wow, Vincent has taken his eye off the ball, I think just for 2 moves. And suddenly it's a full turnaround, and I think he's missed a key idea. It was all about the queen and bishop kind of battery along this diagonal, but that has been well and truly blocked. If he tries to open up that line now and take this pawn, then he'll be met by a cold shower. Black has many tempting moves, but he can even bring his bishop across, pin the pawn, and suddenly, whoops, white's piece is just so clumsy. Bishop takes pawn will come with a winning check on the white king, and in general, the white king is just so open. There's a knight fork in the air, hitting both white rooks, hitting the bishop. Tanya, something's gone very, very wrong. Suddenly the white king is just so open, the black king super safe.
On the board and the clock as well, David. He's down by almost 6 minutes, and that's a tell with Vincent. It's something we've seen through the tour. You know, when he feels under pressure, when he gets into these positions, the chair shake, the fidgety hands, and this big clock advantage. Arjun, cool and calm as he usually is. I would bet he's around the 60s on that heart rate monitor. Never seen him exceed that 70 mark. Well, rook h3 stopped the idea that you were pointing out of the knight jump. Arjun quickly ready with his response, lines up the bishop against the queen. And one of the points that you made early on was the dark square weaknesses around the black king as being the Achilles heel for Arjun. And that's taken care of now. So a huge structural advantage. And guess who has the connect 4 guys in the position?
Exactly. Black has the connect 4, therefore black has the advantage. It's not a coincidence that we keep seeing that that kind of situation arise. And although Arjun's last moves didn't kind of push home the advantage, I think he started playing on the clock. I think he's realized Vincent is quite low. He just played 2 quick moves there. He's going to try and reroute his knight around. He's doing it the slow way, but he's still definitely the favorite now, Arjun.
I'll predict the tiebreakers on this one.
Wow.
I think this one goes into, I think Vincent, with low time, his level of play is still incredibly high in the previous slams. I think Arjun will put pressure. Not going to be easy, but I'm predicting tiebreakers here. What about you guys?
I'm giving Arjun the win here.
Both of you?
Yes.
I think.
It's always me against the boys.
Well, I think 4x your time is significant. And also stylistically, Arjun, as we just saw, is not afraid to play quick. He's not afraid to switch up to play the pace and use the clock as a weapon, as we've said with a number of players. Usually he's using that clock as a weapon really early on, and the fear can be whether or not he can capitalize. But with still this much time to work with, I have faith.
Yeah, I just believe yesterday the trend, like Arjun, as soon as he found his footing, found his form, he was so quick, so so smart at his decisions, attacking the opponents. I think a time will come where Vincent will panic when he gets low on the clock. I'd love to be wrong. I'd love tie breaks. I want more chess. But Arjun doing very well for now.
And one of the very good games that Arjun had was against Vincent yesterday. Getting that win in. He also beat Magnus along the way. So I get it. I hear you guys. I have a feeling somehow Vincent survives this. I don't think it's absolutely over. I think 8-6 still puts pressure. Let's see. I think the clock will play a huge role. I'm calling for tie breaks. I wonder what chat thinks as well.
Still a 3-result game, by all means. Anything can happen here. But yeah, Arjun is a guy that we've talked about across all of our events. I'll recall back to Paris, you know, we're just kind of waiting for him to unlock that last ounce here on the freestyle chess circuit.
You know, one of the things that I've noticed about Arjun is that his big strength in chess are his openings. His opening preparation when it comes to standard traditional chess has gotten him so many great results. He's also able to play against his opponent by realizing which line he wants to get into. And I feel like that's been a USP that you can't rely on freestyle chess.
Tanya, is he the Indian #1? Is he the best Indian player?
You're putting me on the spot right now. I mean, the thing is, we have so many
freestyle? Or
in
overall?
general. Yes.
Because that is, oof.
In freestyle, I think probably.
Yeah, I think so as well in freestyle. But yeah, once you start to bring the conversation outside of that, tougher call between
because
those guys.
His other USP, his other big strength is his creativity and how he doesn't shy away from battles which are offbeat. So I think that's something that plays to his strength in freestyle chess. I will say, David, that there are so many great Indian young talents that it's constantly shifting every single month. Hard to pick. And I wonder what chat thinks between Arjun, Prag, and Gukesh. How do you rate the top 3? Hey, this is a question for chat.
Okay. And you can keep your eyes on chat and let us know if they come away with any distinct conclusions. While Arjun eats through a lot of that time advantage here, maybe we pop back over to our Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana matchup, where we can see whether or not Fabiano has found a way to kind of wrestle his way out of what feels like a tough position. We see some more focus back over to the left-hand side of the board.
Wow.
An inaccuracy on the most recent move here.
This is a wild position, though.
Crazy.
If you just kind of jumped me into this position and said, okay, judge this, analyze this, I would say maybe white is better, just because black's bishop in the corner is totally dead. And there is a trick. The reason Fabiano played this last mistake is because he's hoping for black's rook to take this pawn. What could be better than a free pawn? A very important one as well. But the idea is to jump out of the way with the white knight with a check. Gaining time. Yes, the knight drops off, but suddenly the white queen's vision is opened up, and queen takes rook. White will have profited in the process. Rook for knight advantage, and Fabiano would go on to win this match. So I don't think Magnus Carlsen can take this pawn. If he can't take it, he has to do something on the other side of the board. But what is that? That is the big question.
You're really looking at the pawn storm, right? That's what you really want to get up going. We've been talking about the H pawn, potential F pawn, F4 that you're pointing out right now. It does leave the G4 pawn on pre. So do you first want to just take a pause, defend it? I think Magnus, it's all eyes on that white king. It's all eyes on the right flank. We're going to see one of these 2 pawns move up the board. You could even sacrifice the G pawn to open up that G line. Magnus says, I'm not giving up material. I'm already down a pawn. Not going to be down 2 pawns. A question mark to me was the most natural move in the position, David.
I agree. I think most players in a blitz game would want to play that move. It is I think the concept is definitely the desirable one. He wants the connect four in general. He just wants to go for the white king, but maybe there was a more direct way to do it.
I also wonder if it's in an inaccuracy for the very reason you were talking about. It just might be too slow. If you wanted to protect, this pawn before pushing your f-pawn one step forward, does Fabi now have enough time?
Mm-hmm. He does. I think he does. Like, the key in this position, at least according to the computer, was to play this move first. Pawn to f4. Not natural because it gives up the g-pawn, but suddenly the white queen is not looking at the other side of the board. And suddenly black would be able to capture safely on the b5 square, not just hitting the knight, but also getting the bishop out of jail. So Magnus kind of losing a move, and as you said there, James, now the white knight can drop back, at least according to the computer, threatening a nasty fork. One of the two knights can jump forward, and the black king, black queen, they're within killing distance here. They're in the danger zone. This is not good news for Magnus.
Whoa. Not what Fabi will go for, though. Take a look at this.
Ooh.
If we refresh, he's going to launch his own h-pawn forward. It gets the X, the miss, because of what David just showed you all at home. An opportunity for an en passant. We won't see it. Instead, the bishop retreats, and now Fabi's going to go to the other side of the board as well. If I go h4, I may as well go a4.
But this has become a complete race now because Magnus isn't going to stop. He's going to push that f-pawn forward. Fabi's playing on the left flank, but he's given Magnus the time to get f4, f3 in.
Yeah, that pawn is not stopping. It's going to force the open lines towards the white king. This is very scary. I think on the plus side now, Fabiano knows a queen trade suits him. Endgames suit him. That black bishop is well and truly trapped in the corner. So Fabiano, he knows at least his next few moves can just be about survival. If he makes it to the latter stages of the game, he should now be doing well.
But how are you even surviving this? I mean, I'm seeing these two moves that we're highlighting with our arrows and game over for white's king.
Mm-hmm. Maybe he wants to swap off the queens. Maybe if the black pawn moves, he'll advance his queen and pray for an exchange. Magnus will just dodge.
Keep praying, David Howell. No trades for you in that one.
Yeah, that's how I play chess. Hit and hope. Just move first, think later. But it does look like it's a very double-edged position still. This is all Magnus could have hoped for, though, before the game started.
It's the dream, right? The double-edged sword that he's walking on right now with this expansion of the pawns. I'm surprised that Magnus is taking his time, and I wonder what other ways he's got on his radar to continue the attack on Fabi, who, by the way, is under a minute on the clock. And this is the hard part, right? To defend this position with little time is when blunders happen, the best crack.
Oh, Magnus, he knows that the next few moves are going to be crucial, so he's just trying to look as far into the future as possible. He first moves his rook across, and that is mainly a defensive move, although hints at some advances in the center. Now, big threat. You cannot allow a knight fork. The black queen or black king should move out of the way of this check. That is a deadly one.
Yeah, so this should be a fairly easy decision here for Magnus to make. And you can see he's already considering where to go. He's just going to slide the king back.
Makes a lot of sense. You don't want to line it up against the bishop on a1 by bringing it to the g7 square, so puts it on a place where it can't be checked easily by white. And the f-pawn is coming next.
Yeah, f for forward. Magnus is going to start pushing. Fabiano looks like he's built up a bit more time. And the big question is what to do with the white king. The white king is fine for now, but the rook next to it is pretty much trapped. If you castle, then you're stuck on that side of the board forever. You can't go the other way, though.
Why not? Oh!
Ooh, the bishop is sniping from afar.
Those pesky bishops.
Yeah. I mean, also the rook has moved. So castling on the other side isn't even possible. You could manually pick up the king and go one step at a time, but you might not get that kind of time to get the king to safety.
Oh, on that side, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Castling, yeah. Short castle's still an option.
The only legal
Long
way to
castle, not an option.
Not an option for the rest of the game.
Yeah. Fabiano, if he does that, though, he knows his king is a sitting target. He knows it's a sitting duck there, but maybe he has to just have to clench his teeth and say, I need my rook in the game, closer towards the center. I think I would rather be black, Tanya. I think you've convinced me with your plan. It's just so straightforward. Push the f-pawn and go for the king. For Fabi, what's the plan? Unclear.
I've been trying to find, I mean, the dream for Fabi is to trade pieces here, right? But how do you even make an offer? You know, how do you make an offer that Magnus can't refuse? And such an offer, does it even exist?
Oh.
Okay, he does go for castle, so he's committed his king to the shot side.
Looked like he almost dropped the pieces there. A bit of anxiety, maybe, as he's under the 1 minute mark.
f4 for the score?
Yeah, Magnus is going to push, surely. He's been biding his time, but there we go. The pawns are coming. The king is feeling uneasy now for white.
Is the Norwegian winter is coming right now with that move. Huge questions to answer for Fabi with under a minute on the clock. Guys, how does he hold this? He needs only a draw.
Trust me, Norwegian winter's been there for a good month or two already, Tanya. It's been freezing in Oslo, but okay.
Coming to South Africa.
Okay, ooh, queen trade.
That's one way to start, right? Get pieces off the board. So he offers the queen trade. It is accepted, but very quickly the response continues here from Magnus Carlsen. Pawns on the other side of the board start to move. Eval Bar loving the world #1's spot.
Wow, Fabiano has blundered, and it's a hidden idea here. I've been saying for so long, a queen trade favors white because the bishop in the corner is trapped. But Tanya, there's a tactic to get it out, and to get it out immediately. Magnus is going to find it. He trades a set of pawns.
We're going to let him show it, because this one, Magnus doesn't miss. Loose pieces drop off. 2 undefended knights. He will see it, David.
He has to. The key move. Is he going to play it? Which side of the board is he looking? He's looking in the center. Magnus, he hasn't spotted it. Fabiano, bishop takes pawn now, would decide the game. He shakes his head.
Wow.
Because Magnus obviously finds it. And it's a brilliancy. You capture the bishop, the rook slides over, you win material with interest, weaknesses all across the board for Fabiano Caruana. A turnaround. Magnus about to make a comeback in this match.
You can just never count the guy out. You can never count the guy out. We said it before. He doesn't feel nerves. He doesn't have nerves to feel nervous. And he's put it on display here. When it was a win or nothing for Magnus Carlsen, he looks to be driving himself to victory.
Wow, he's won a pawn in the process, and it's not just any old pawn. He's going to totally dominate the rest of the board. The black knight in the center is just a beauty. The black knight is controlling everything, and okay, Fabiano knows he needs to sell at least one of the knights for the highest price possible. One of them would have dropped off anyway, so he takes a pawn. And yeah, whichever way you take back, Magnus is going to win this endgame. He's an endgame genius at the best of times, and this one is so favorable anyway, with a white full of weaknesses here.
And that's the thing, right? Even though material balance, it's level, I think, David, it's not too soon to call that. Just simply given the weaknesses in white's camp, the bishop on a1, a dead piece staring at his own pawn, Fabi's pieces completely all over the board, no harmony, no coordination there. Magnus, you know, greatest of all time for a reason here. Just how he made this happen. Must-win situation.
Yeah.
With the black pieces, finds a way to create an imbalance, sacrifices a pawn.
It's experience. He waited and waited and waited. Not many people can do that, withstand the tension. Most players in must-win situations, they go all out. They kind of just gamble early, and they never get a chance. But Magnus, he waited until Fabi was under the 1-minute mark. Then he set a trap, which Fabiano walked straight into. And now it's just the conversion stage, which Magnus should be more than capable of doing. It looks like we'll see more chess between these two today.
I'd say if you wanted to see more chess, you have Magnus Carlsen to thank, as he will deliver it here, pushing himself ever closer to victory and equalizing the scoreline 1-1 here against Fabiano Caruana, eyeing those tiebreakers, eyeing the faster time controls to keep his hopes of an upper bracket run alive.
And momentum, right? It's such a huge thing in chess. And to make this comeback the first time in the match, Magnus takes a breather, takes a sip of his water. He knows all those moves, not only on the board, but getting up, leaving it. You know, putting that pressure on Fabi, the mindset of everything. It's worked to perfection. How many times you've seen him turn around these match situations, and it's not over yet, but I think every move he's getting closer.
Yeah, white has one big problem here. I mean, there's lots of small problems, but the one big one is the bishop in the corner. If you look at white's bishop, that's why Magnus has shut the center now. It's staring at its own pawns, but it's also trapped. At some point, the black rooks are going to start sliding over, putting some pressure, and that bishop might just be doomed long term.
And I'm still getting my head around this. I mean, he's not doing this. He hasn't made this magic happen just against anybody. It's against the world #3. It's against one of the other greats of chess, you know, who's been in the elite for I don't even know how many years now, as world #2, as world #3 for over 10 years, against Fabiano Caruana, with the black pieces, in a difficult starting position.
It's a wildly impressive showing here from Magnus. But again, just solidifying his status as the GOAT of chess. When the pressure's on, he'll find a way.
There we go. He kicks back the white rook, first of all. And next, is he just going to back up his rook? Or is he going to protect his rook here? Lots of very tempting moves for Magnus right now. Maybe the most tempting is to just drop back and remind white that he's got a lonely pawn up here with no backup, no support.
And that pawn's about to be lost because you can't even get your own rook slided to defend the pawn. Watch out for forks on the e2 square. With rook c3 out of the question, I think your move just wins the pawn on the spot.
Looks that way. Looks very, very strong right now. And Magnus, he's got other tempting moves, of course, spending a bit of his time advantage. Feels like he's close. In the meantime, we've seen a massive turnaround. Vincent Keimer has a winning advantage against Arjun Erigaisi. Totally winning now, apparently. Even bigger than Magnus's advantage in this board.
My goodness, shoes on the other foot. Let's go check in with it real quick, as it looks like Magnus Carlsen will be able to put the finishing touches here. He goes for that rook move, as you can see on the board in that moment. But checking in with Vincent Keimer, yes, we were talking moments ago about Arjun being able to get it done down the stretch against Vincent, avoid any tie breaks, and now Vincent said, well, I can do the same.
Mm-hmm. And we'll recap it later, but we saw a horrible one-move blunder from Arjun just a few moves ago. Maybe I'll just very quickly show it on the small board we have there on the bottom right. But we left it in a very normal-looking position. We said, OK, Arjun's slightly better. He pushed his pawn too soon. Double question mark, check it out, appearing there. He just forgot that Vincent could hit his queen, and when the queen moves, pin his rook. Suddenly, full turnaround here, and that is why Arjun finds himself a rook for piece down right now in the live position. But the king hunt is only just beginning. The king is now out in the center, no man's land. The white queen, white rook circling now.
You're also down in exchange for two pawns, mathematically equal, but look at the power of those two rooks. The black knight absolutely out of play there, and like you said, the major's offside there, not coming to the king's defense. The white rook can infiltrate on the 7th rank. Rook g7 coming in next, queen f7 check with devastating threats. Wow, this is crazy. And I was saying that this is going into tie breaks. You know, Keimer survives it. I don't think it goes into tie breaks. I think Keimer takes it.
All of us were wrong. You said tie breaks. We said Arjun takes it. In fact, it will be Vincent who flips the script here. Again, finds his singular opening off after an unfortunate blunder by his opponent, Arjun Erigaisi. Simple moves now here for Vincent to find to keep pressing his advantage forward.
I meant to say it will be a decisive result.
That's exactly what I meant.
Sure you did. Huh?
We believe you.
Okay, so the rook is now on to the 7th rank, one of the favorite places for a rook to be. Threatening that pawn, looking to kick the knight out if possible. So the queen's going to come over to defend the knight at the very least. You don't want that f-pawn to drop off. It's also double duty, I guess, defending that f-pawn as well.
Stopping white from delivering any checks right now. But Vincent, okay, looks like he was about to reach that pawn, and then he paused.
It would be a big pawn to pick up. He does it. He takes it. You could give a check on g8, but the rook will slide right back from where it came, defending against any threats on the board. Vincent Keimer, look at him. He shakes his head because he can't believe what he just survived and how he turned it around. That's not a shake of head of despair. That's like, this is my chance to grab this.
Yeah, maybe a little relief in the shake of that head. Given a gift from Arjun Erigaisi.
And here we go. Arjun improves the position of his queen, and the bar is shooting through the roof. Apparently there's a forced win right now, and Vincent finds it, giving up his rook for the knight. And now, no matter which way you take back as black, it's game over. If you take with the queen, then, oh, that's happened. The pawn drops off with a check. If you'd taken with your king, the rook would have come forward. Vincent nodding his head. He spotted the win. He gives another check, and now no matter where the king goes, the white rook is coming up, either to deliver checkmate or to win the black queen. Game over.
Game over, Arjun.
Oh, good moves.
Designs.
Arjun recognizes it. There was forced mate on the board. Arjun extends the handshake, and Vincent Keimer, akin to some of his previous freestyle performances, turns it on in the bracket stage. He will push himself forward to a semi-final.
Vincent Keimer, the champion of Weissenhaus, showing that that was no fluke. Under pressure, the best comes out in him. One chance, and that's all he needs. Our first semi-finalist.
That's exactly right. So we got to go right back over to Fabiano Caruana and Magnus Carlsen. Magnus looking to force that tiebreaker and keep his semi-final hopes alive.
Wow, he might be the first Vincent Keimer, but he's not going to be the last semi-finalist. Looks like all the games in this round might be decisive. Magnus now is 2 pawns up. And yes, the white bishop looks like it's about to break through, but Magnus is going to shut that door again by pushing his other pawn forward. And there's going to be a mass, an iceberg of pawns here in the center. Black's knight, though, is a bit offside, Tanya, so maybe some hope.
It's offside, but it's also such a great attacker, right? That F2 pawn, tying down Fabi's rook to defend it until eternity. The rook's ready to line up either on the second rank or the F file. Right now, Fabi desperately trying to look for activity. Goes rook b5, attacking that D pawn. Is he forcing Magnus to push that C pawn, maybe giving some infiltration squares on that 7th rank? Vincent Keimer, he's looking up. He's seeing who's about to join him in the semi-finals, but he's got to be feeling a lot of relief on the inside, overcoming Arjun Erigaisi.
He set one trap, Fabiano. Do not play c5 if you're Magnus Carlsen. c5 would be a huge blunder, since white would just take that pawn, and suddenly black would be walking into a double attack. This has not happened. This is just my moves. Magnus will obviously dodge this one, but what to do instead?
I was thinking c6 maybe, and hit that rook.
There we go.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, rook c5. He wants it anyway, Fabiano. He wants to trade the rooks off. He wants to get this pawn in the center with a check. Very sneaky.
Very sneaky stuff. And Fabi desperately trying to activate his bishop. Rook c5, nice defensive stuff. And I see the bar completely winning for Magnus, but I think still this is not over. Fabi putting on a fight here. He's down. How many pawns is that? 2 pawns, David.
He's down 2 pawns, and the key move for Magnus is now to bring his rook into the center. He does find it to defend his pawn, and Fabi defends the rooks, but this looks like game over almost. It feels like the white king is about to get checkmated after some rook exchanges. Is there a way to get to that white king, or does Magnus just maintain the status quo? Does he trade some rooks?
Magnus is spoiled for choice here. Either rook would be fine for him to take in this position and would hold this near 5-point advantage.
Yeah, he doesn't even need to be precise, and that's the point. Magnus, with a minute on his clock, does trade. Immediately, if you put it on the first rank, d4 gets lost with checks. So I think Magnus was reaching out for the king. He's about to step away from that check on d4 and then go with your idea of getting the rook and knight to deliver checkmate on Fabi's king.
Yeah, the pawn is also rolling. Maybe Magnus can even push his pawn forward first.
Does it?
He does it.
He wants a queen, not the king.
Oh, he's 2 squares away from touchdown.
He's 2 squares away. He might just be seconds away from forcing that tiebreaker.
Very, very close now. Fabi looking at the clock.
I think he's getting ready for the fast play in his head, Fabi is.
There's nothing to do. The knight is suddenly so strong in this endgame. The white king is caught in a net. The black rook is coming. Maybe you can give up your bishop for one of the black pawns, but that only prolongs the agony. This one's over. Magnus is going to get it.
Yeah, searching for answers. Will use up the final minute, perhaps, on his clock, Fabiano. But he knows that it's looking more than doomed.
Yeah.
Magnus still not even with a smile on his face.
No. He's not going to smile till he gets the match victory. It's got nothing to do with this game.
Sure.
Magnus has to still get the work done. He has to still finish the job. But momentum on Magnus's side, I would say, David, going into the tiebreakers, it's advantage Magnus.
Definitely. If he wins this game, he's got the better track record at speed chess, tie breaks, having won the last game as well, with the momentum behind him. Fabiano looks distraught. I think just coming to terms with the fact he has no good moves here.
And also for these top guys, right, playing against Magnus, the opportunity of beating him in a match play are far and few. And Fabi knows how close he was. Played a fabulous game in game 1. And then with the white pieces, has a beautiful position out of the opening, only to blow it away.
Yeah, this one looks almost over now. Fabiano spending all of his time before bringing his rook back. But Magnus can win this in a variety of ways. He can come and hit the bishop. That would end the game. Push his pawn forward first.
Do you think with that look to the right, Fabi indicates he's about to resign soon?
Yeah, any second we'll see a handshake, and Magnus gives a check. He's going to take the white king. Got to be careful of stalemate. Don't trap the white king without giving checks. He's going to take the bishop, though, Magnus Carlsen, after another check. Extra knight. This is over.
Yeah.
Yeah, not far from the resignation here.
Seconds away.
H5 is hanging. Magnus reaching for the king. Going to get it closer to that pawn. Just keep everything defended. White's king trapped at the corner as well.
I would give a check, though. Yeah, exactly, because otherwise stalemate would have been a very real possibility. And only now, with the white king having squares to use, does he bring his own king forward.
I realized that as well. And actually, Magnus was first reaching for the king. He pulled back, and then, you know, wait a second. There are tricks in this position.
Now, white cannot give up his rook because the white king still has one safe square to use. So no stalemate tricks. And Fabiano, he just has to either wait with his rook or help the black king by checking it forward.
I think this is the moment, David. Now that there are no stalemate ideas, I think this is where Fabi throws in the towel.
He might wait another minute and a half, just kind of trying to buy himself some time, some recovery time before the tie breaks begin a bit later. But result now not in doubt.
Definitely not in doubt, but still waiting for the confirmation. He pulls the rook back.
The black
Final
king's
defensive
coming.
Restores, but yeah, the king continues his march forward, and soon the white position will be overwhelmed.
And at some point, once the rooks are off the board, it might look like the knight's trap, but you could also just step back with the knight, giving it up, going into king-pawn endings that are winning. Any way you look at it, and Magnus starts with a check. He moves the rook away now, the king marching up, and then finally a check on the second rank will decide the game.
Yeah, he brought his rook nearer so it can act as a shield across this line. Any checks from the side can be blocked. The king advances. They're just going through the motions here. Fabiano knows. Magnus knows.
What a game by Magnus.
Yeah.
From a position of being under so much pressure, staring at a knockout, at being on the lower bracket, black pieces, not happy with 001, but he plays like 007.
This could bank him $100,000 this match if he does win it.
Wow.
Tie breaks, but there we go. Magnus strikes back.
Fabi admits defeat. 1-1 is the scoreline between these two top dogs in the chess world. Magnus Carlsen keeps his hopes of a semi-final berth alive, but it will still be tiebreakers to play between these two. And if you're a fan of chess, well, these two have already guaranteed us some more chess. A couple other players who might be playing some more chess today will be Hans Niemann and Levon Aronian.
Oh.
Yeah, in what looked like a possible win here for Hans. Now down the stretch, has equalized.
That's actually quite interesting because it feels like the goddess of chess, Kaisa, is saying there's a law of averages here. Levon was winning in game one, ended in a draw. Hans with a huge advantage in this one. Finally looks like we're headed towards a peaceful result and a tiebreaker there.
Yeah, this position is dead level. The fireworks happened a bit earlier as we saw some weird queen dances, but ultimately, okay, the players have just agreed to a draw. Level material, nothing to play for. Levon, look at the smile. He knows he got out of jail.
Whew. Yeah, very happy to escape with something there. These guys will reset and dive into tiebreakers as well to match the tiebreak of Fabiano and Magnus Carlsen. That means there's one more board in play. That's Vachier-Lagrave, our top performer out of the group stage, up against Parham. He's had an advantage since the beginning of this game, and yet it has stretched. Still Parham holding on, but it's not looking good.
It's looking awful. I mean, if you're in a must-win, I don't see any reality where done an exchange in this position, even with that extra pawn, you can fight for anything here. The best result you can hope for with black is to draw this game. I don't even see that happening. The pawns are going to fall down one by one on the light squares.
Yeah, Vachier just so sharp, so smooth. You never looked in any danger in this game at all. It never looked like a comeback from Parham was realistic. And unfortunately for Parham, it won't even be a draw to get off the scoreboard this week.
You know, again, David, it was the story of what happened in game one. It was the story of what happened in game one in the round robin for Parham, and it was exactly that today in the quarterfinals. Huge missed opportunity, and then in the next stuff, he just never got going. This game was a Sindarov show. And you know, Magnus might be the man of the format, but Sindarov is the man of the moment, leading the round robin and about to qualify for the semifinals without a tiebreaker.
Yeah. Vincent too, we shouldn't forget, just doing it again in the longer formats. One of the men of the round, and Levon gets some pre-tiebreak support from Annie there. But Sindarov, in the meantime, has won another pawn and is getting ready to go further hunting here for the black pawns. This one looks over. Everyone trying to get psyched up, trying to get going before the next batch of games.
Yeah, Hans himself now trying to reset, right? He got away with something in game one. This time he let something go. Don't want to miss your opportunities when it comes to the tiebreaker, the faster-paced games, but maybe that's where he'll feel more comfortable against the likes of Levon Aronian.
Okay.
Javok here, he's just looking forward to a good night's rest after getting it done in two here against Parham.
Yeah. Very professional, just spending his time here, Tanya, making sure that the black pawns don't run too far down the board. But everything wins.
And I like that. He's going to use his king to stop the c pawn, and he uses his rook to control the e pawn. He's going for it, and he leans back. I think moves away from Parham resigning might just happen at this point as well. Again, the best result Black can hope for is a draw, but I don't even think Sindarov's going to give him that.
Yeah, no mercy. These top dogs, they're sharks. They smell blood in the water, and unfortunately for Parham, it just hasn't been his week. Hasn't been his day. And yeah, he knows it's over now. The pawns will not survive much longer. The rook will overpower the bishop. Game over. This is the moment, surely now.
Yeah, the more he thinks, the more you feel he's about to extend his hand in resignation here. Parham is. All the pawns weak. Really not left anything to fight for here. And it could have been so different had game one he capitalized on what was gifted to him right out of the opening.
Okay, he will play on at least a couple more moves. Not ready to admit defeat quite yet, but we're going to see more pawns dropping off the board.
He's going to pick up the c4 pawn next. The white king will step back to defend the g pawn if needed. Maybe the king moves forward. And look at that. Parham's just making peace with himself that this is over.
Yeah, this is truly over now. This pawn is doomed. If you step it forward, the white rook just goes behind and grabs it anyway. He'll try one last move, and this is it now. No real reason to fight on. He does continue. Another check drives his king back, and handshake. Vachier Sindarov moves on to the semi-finals.
It's the young Uzbek top finisher from the round robin. He gets it done in dominating fashion here today. There was only one opening for Parham. He wasn't able to capitalize, and Vachier books his ticket to the semi-finals, 2-0 in his scoreline.
And that's Parham's 9th loss in a row. And that's really tough to come back from, because the tournament isn't over. Parham will still fight, and I think a lot of people will be rooting for him. But Vachier Sindarov, what a superstar he's been all over the chess world in the last 2 months. World Cup winner, the youngest ever to do it. Comes here, incredible form in the round robin, 5.5 out of 7. Undefeated, not just there, but today as well. 2-0, doesn't even give half a point away to his opponent. Absolutely monstrous performance here by him.
So 2 of our 8 players have already booked themselves a ticket to the semifinals. 2 more tiebreakers ahead of us, though, to determine who will meet the likes of Vachier Sindarov and Vincent Keymer as we move into the latter half of our tournament here in Freestyle Chess. A reminder of how it broke down here. It was position 0-0-1. Didn't look good for any of the players with black pieces, at least out the gate. But Magnus Carlsen, he had something to say about that in his matchup against Fabiano. Now all tied up at 1-1. They'll be back in just a bit to face off in faster time controls.
Yeah, Vincent Keymer in the semi-finals, Vachier Sindarov in the semi-finals, making it look good for the white pieces. But yeah, those 3 players, Magnus is included, they just brought their best. What can I say? Magnus, that was one of the best games I've seen from him in a long, long time. Always felt like he had chances, made chances. And yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see what happens next.
Looking good for the white pieces, and looking good for the younger generation as well, as the first 2 finishers, 2 of the youngest players in the field to make it to the semi-finals. But there's more chess to come. There's more chess and more action. Magnus Fabi goes into tiebreakers. That's one you don't want to miss.
Yeah, the younger guy is quicker to arrest, but the veterans still have plenty of time to say something about all of that. Levon's still alive, Magnus alive, Fabiano alive in this one, right? So we'll see.
What a responsibility for the old guard. They won themselves in that semi-finals matchup.
What do you guys make of it? Levon, Hans, I mean, we said kind of the story of the 2 of them was a flip-flop from the first game to the second. Each player, maybe law of averages worked out in their favor, but that would imply that now they're at zeros, okay? Who comes out on top?
And, you know, we had 2 draws, but I don't think that tells the full story at all, because the games were so up and down, imbalanced, complicated, could have gone either way, and those are the kind of draws that you can't complain about. It was 2 fighting players, unpredictability, creativity, we had all of that, and I'm expecting more of the street fight when it goes into a faster format.
Well, with some results in, let's take a look at that tournament tree, the bracket, as 2 of our players have booked their tickets to the semifinals already. They await their opponents, but nobody's out of the tournament just yet. Those who took losses just now will drop to the lower bracket. We've got Keymer and Sindarov, both moving to that second round, each on opposite sides of the bracket. So for Keymer, will he face off against Hans Niemann or Levon Aronian? For Sindarov, will it be Carlsen or Caruana? That's the big question. Here's a look at the lower bracket because we can now fill in a couple slots here. Parham drops down, Aragaisi drops down. They can still fight on for tournament points and plenty of prize money still in play for them.
Yeah, disappointing, I think, especially for Arjun there, because he had his chances. It was just settled by a one-move blunder. But, yeah, plenty to play for. And Arjun, yeah, he'll come back next year. He'll come back stronger. It just feels like it's a bit of deja vu for him, Tanya.
No, I agree with you. I mean, it feels like Arjun gets those positions, but somehow not making the cut and then falling into the lower bracket. But before we go over to Fiona and all the action live on our floor, guys, predictions, quick ones for our tiebreakers.
Predictions.
Levon versus Hans. Let's start with that.
I'm going Levon, where history will repeat itself. I think he is the more strong and stable player. He's not going to let the moment get to him, and I think he will get it done.
I think Hans, I just have a feeling Levon, first game, even with a winning position, he played a bit uncharacteristically defensive, negative, a bit scared. He looks much more tense today. He's had Annie there to support him, but he looks less relaxed than he did yesterday. So I think Hans maybe in the ascendancy.
And what about you?
Yeah, it's really tough. I mean, I want Hans in the semis for the drama. I love it when he's on the board. It's always exciting to watch him. But everyone loves Lev. I mean, he's a guy it's hard to root against. And again, up and down games, I think it was such a fight between these two. If I have to break the tie between you two, I'll go with Lev. James, I'm with you on this.
Wow, all right.
Let's get Lev into the semifinals.
I got Tanya in my camp. Okay, but how about the other one? Fabiano versus Magnus. I don't think you'll ever see me predicting against Magnus, especially as we move from 30-15 back down into the rapid time controls.
Yeah, I think Magnus, I think he's, after that last game, I think he's struck a huge psychological blow.
It's hard to bet against this guy, but I will say one thing. I mean, Magnus has to be a favorite. Momentum on his side. What a game in game two. I've been rooting for Fabi from the start of this tournament, just simply given that he hasn't won a single Grand Slam, but I'll go with David on this one. I think Magnus now gets it done. Fabi's best opportunity is behind him now.
Well, that's what all of us think, but it's up for the players to show us what they've got and make the decisions for themselves. But in reference to a couple of our players who have already concluded their day and have booked their tickets to the semifinals, let's go quickly for a word with Vincent Keimer, as he is now in the top 4.
I think we're establishing a saying in chess now, Vincent. Thou shalt not pick Vincent Keimer if you have a choice.
Yeah, I mean, you know, not every event has gone great, but I think I've won, at least this season, every single first match I played, even in Las Vegas, although there I was already in the lower bracket, but still. Today it was incredibly fighting match. I think in the last game I had a very nice position out of the opening, then messed it up somewhere between a lot and completely. So I hope I wasn't lost, but I certainly felt like I missed a lot of things. And yeah, then I think he just must have missed bishop h3, which basically gave away the game in one move. I hope I didn't make any big mistakes after that, but you know, with this time control it's so difficult because yeah, we had quite difficult starting positions, which meant that we had very complex middle games, and therefore we had to we got complex positions already being nearly 0 on time, and then of course playing on 15-second increment, it's incredibly tough. So I mean, both games today were basically decided in that phase, and yeah, I'm just happy I managed to do it. Also, I did have the feeling that I was feeling better today. I played better chess. I didn't blunder like pieces or pawns just randomly, so I also have the feeling that I can slowly start to trust my calculation more again, which is quite important, especially in this little bit faster time control. So yeah, it has been a good day.
And that brings me to my next question, actually, because I was going to ask you about the time control. You have done better the more time you have here at the Freestyle system. Do you have enough time in this time format here to actually make it work?
Well, I hope so. I think judging from today, it's okay. I still think that if we had a little more time, for example, the second game today, I could have played much better and maybe converted cleanly, hopefully. You know, it's always difficult, but still. And nevertheless, now that's the time format we have to play here, and everybody has to adjust to it, and so do I, and I'm just trying to do that.
And you know what? I think the most important part is you're a semi-finalist. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks.
Well, let today be the day that in 11th commandment was decreed, thou shalt not pick Vincent Keimer in the knockout stages.
Exactly. He seems so measured, so calm, but it does feel like he kind of takes that challenge on, and it spurs him to kind of produce that extra 5% that's needed to win these matches as soon as someone picks him.
Alireza and Weissenhaus, Jan Nepomniachtchi in Paris, and now Arjun Erigaisi in South Africa. Same opponent, same result. They never learn. But this is so impressive by Vincent. I will say, though, James, right, for Arjun, it was so hard to not pick Vincent. He was left with the choice of between Fabi and Kaima. So he just went with what he thought was the most logical thing to do. I think that's what you do. But, you know, sometimes you got to look at the tradition of how things are going and just decide the other. Arjun regretting it now.
Yeah. Now, with all that said, we heard from Vincent himself. He was given the opening. He was gifted the opening because of a pretty dire blunder from Arjun Erigaisi. It was that bishop move. We're going to pull it up on our screens and walk back through it. He also mentioned he hopes that he didn't make too many inaccuracies beyond that and was able to pilot to victory. David, walk us through it.
Yeah, it was very convincing from Vincent Keimer at the latter stages of this game. He had, maybe in the middle game, messed things up slightly, though, and it was Arjun Erigaisi with black here with a small advantage if he played any neutral move here. If he just, for example, brought his queen forward, just kept the position as it is. This would have cemented the pawn in the center here, making the white bishop in the corner a bit blunted here. No clear way forward for the white bishop since it is so blocked. But it was very much a self-destruct move, a self-destruct moment for Arjun Erigaisi as he tried to blow open the center. Not a good idea when the opponent has bishops, and especially not good when the opponent's light squared bishop is unchallenged. This double question mark move may be one of the mistakes of the day, of the tournament so far, because bishop over to h3 hits the black queen. No good way to block. If the black knight jumps in the way, then this is a unbreakable pin. The knight will die next move. And instead, once the queen had moved, another pin decides this game. This was a pin, and if we just fast forward to the closing moments, Vincent Keimer bringing his queen across and forward. He talked about the winning technique. This was so smooth. He shifted it, brought it forward, lifted his rook up the board, took a pawn, and when the moment came, another beautiful move. One of the moves of the day so far. Rook takes knight, a sacrifice. If the king takes, then rook takes pawn, would crash through with a winning attack. Instead, the queen capture led to resignation just 2 moves later, since no matter where the black king goes, the white rook would pick up the queen. Just beautiful technique. And Vincent moves on.
One of his biggest strengths, right, is his quickness to adapt to the changing nature of the position. Even when he's on the back foot and he gets that one opportunity, he's ready to seize it. And psychologically, that's something that a lot of players struggle with.
Well, 2 of our 4 semifinalists have been determined. It's Vachier-Lagrave and Vincent Keimer who await their opponents in the next round. We'll decide that in our tiebreakers just around the corner. Hans Niemann versus Levon Aroni, and Fabiano Caruana and Magnus Carlsen about to step out onto stage. But first to Fiona for the position lottery. Take it away.
Welcome back, everyone. 2 matches have been decided. Congratulations to Vincent Keimer and Vachier-Lagrave who are through to the semi-finals. 2 spots remain to be decided. The match between Carlsen and Caruana, as well as between Aronian and Niemann, continues. And I'm very, very happy to be joined now by the owner of this wonderful resort here in Grootboos, Michael Lutzeyer. Michael, how does it feel to welcome these players here to your magnificent resort?
Well, I don't think one could wish for a better quarterfinal, the excitement, and I wish the players in the next half an hour everything of the best.
They will play 2 games of 5+2. The action is going to get very fast. They will only have 5 minutes to prepare, and let's find out the position. And it's going to be position number 478, 478. And once again, 5 minutes preparation time only. Michael, thank you so much, players. Best of luck.
Good luck.
Made on D7. Yeah.
What are you doing?
this.
G3, C6.
C6 is a bit passive. Okay. This?
Yes.
E5 maybe?
I can go C. Anyway. Yeah, it's a B6. Perfect.
Yeah, but white takes the center, right?
Ah, you do? But how? For E5. Right? I see. So, knight D3, you want to go E5. Knight D5, knight D6.
Yeah.
But this is not dangerous.
No, maybe it is, but we have to fight for the center. Yeah?
C6.
This?
Yes.
It's very dangerous now.
Now I can go D5. You go D4 or what? D4, G6. F4? You want to take?
Maybe.
I don't care.
You don't, huh?
No. Take
okay,
as much as you like. So if I go G5, you want to play...
I mean, there's E4 as well, right? TE, E4.
Very
like,
fast, eh?
Yeah, I feel
then
like...
Bishop B4, no.
Yeah, but Bishop B4,
oh,
just,
yeah.
I mean, just... We're just crashing through.
You're a dangerous man, so... You want to go knight B3. And if I go G6, you go knight C3. Let's say I go for F5, no, G4. G4. And if I go, let's say knight C6.
Knight C6, yeah.
Try to repeat. Now you want to play D4. Yeah. And F5. And you have knight C5 after this. And you're happy. Here?
Yeah. No, this is not gonna end well, I think. Yeah, but the queen not there.
But I play E5, no? Or E5 immediately.
Takes.
Very dangerous stuff. Maybe I should go E3. B3, E5.
Yeah, okay, this is maybe the... I mean, anyway, it looks very...
Scary.
Very scary. It's probably like top 10 worst 3.
Well, off we go into the tie breaks here. 4 players still doing battle over the board here today. It's Levon Aronian and Magnus Carlsen who got to analyze together before they step into the arena with their opponents, Fabiano Caruana and Hans Niemann, who would have done the same on the other side. Much faster time controls, though, here. We're playing on position 4, 7, 8. With that much more condensed amount of time to analyze, what do we feel, if anything, these players keyed into that will be important?
Well, there's a very, very important feature in this position. It is an undefended pawn for both sides, and they can be attacked as early as move 1. The queens in the corner can be unleashed towards those unprotected pawns on the b file. Knights can jump as well. Tanya, it feels like it's a dangerous position. Magnus at the end said, let's just keep it simple, because it felt a bit too dangerous.
It really does, right? Especially with the grouping of the pieces. You've got the long-range pieces on one side and the 2 knights tucked away on the other side as well. Like you said, you could put pressure on move 1. The other thing I noticed, hashtag Magonian is back. The one time Magnus decided not to prepare, not to riff, not to chill with Levon was the last game when he needed a win, but now he's right back into it. Looking at the positions in a good mood, Magnus is back.
Cue the music, cue the clocks. It's time for 2 of the best players in the world to go at it once again. Only one spot in the semifinals for these 2 guys. Hard to believe that one of them will be sent to the lower bracket after the conclusion of 2 tiebreaker games here. Fabiano starting with the white pieces up against Magnus with the black. They will flip for one more opportunity to go at it after this. But I think the question is all about Fabiano's mental state after taking that loss to Magnus and things getting equalized. Handshakes, clocks, away we go.
There we see a G-pawn push. First threat from Fabiano. That was blocked. The white queen was sniping down the diagonal. And how will Magnus react? This definitely feels like one of the most dangerous starting positions out there due to the nature of the pieces and how they start. But Tanya, if Magnus can get a grip on the center, it might become quite symmetrical.
That's the big question. Will he be in time to push that pawn in front of the rook? Will he be in time to get his queen out as well? I mean, let's just point out, this is the fastest format that we've seen in Freestyle so far in the tiebreakers, with 5 minutes and a 2-second bonus time as well. A fresh position on the board. David, I think that just makes up, that's the perfect recipe for early blunders, early errors, and big bar swings.
Exactly. I think Fabi needs this game. He needs to catch Magnus in a blunder or slip, or something about Magnus's king he needs to go for. Whether it's some early knight jumps, just as I say it, he plays the move I was expecting, to bring his knight forward and go for the undefended pawn. That would actually be a smothered checkmate immediately. He needs to catch Magnus before he can settle into this game. The longer it goes on, the more Magnus becomes a favorite.
Speaking of settling in, though, I think that's one of the things I'm going to be looking for across all 4 of our players is how much of a tempo switch up these time controls are, right? From 30-15 now to 5-2. Who is going to be the quickest to adjust in terms of their relative speed and decision making?
I'm actually amazed that Magnus has allowed that knight jump that you were pointing out. I was expecting him to start with that e-pawn, opening up the bishop, controlling the c5 square, but none of that. Magnus literally doesn't care. He's looking at defending that b7 pawn, either with his knight jumping forward or the rook. But that's tricky. You're allowing a very aggressive move. Are you worried?
I would be. Magnus doesn't look worried on the camera, leaning back. This is the type of situation where Magnus is happy to give the opponent a difficult choice. He's saying, that's a tempting move, but you think about it. You spend 30 seconds on your clock, and now he defends it with his own knight.
Defends with the knight. Opportunity to castle here as well.
Ooh, that might be the key.
Okay.
Both sides are going to castle in the near future. Everything might be defended, and maybe the white knight is actually vulnerable on this square.
The one way to break the symmetry that we see on the right side for Fabi will be to get a timely e4 in. I think a lot of the middle game plans will revolve around, will it be Magnus to strike first, or Fabi on the open e line?
Who's going to break out in the center? And that is a huge question. It will break the symmetry. It will also give whoever plays that move an isolated pawn, so big responsibility if you do choose to strike out. Suddenly it's Magnus thinking, does he castle? Does he wait? Does he give that choice to Fabiano first? As, yeah, the clock's starting to tick very quickly down.
Super tense, this position. I think one thing we can all agree on is that for both players, king safety will be found on the left flank. There will be a long castle either now or later with the G line open. I can't imagine any other reality.
Yeah, that is bound to happen. It's just a question of time. When will Magnus make that committal decision? Fascinating that the 2 games went their own way very, very quickly. As early as move 1, pretty much, we see totally different position board state on this board compared to Hans Niemann against Levon Aronian. But this is a long thing for Magnus.
Huge. I mean, that's over a minute now of a deficit. And Magnus starting to feel uneasy. Whoa, did he just play it immediately?
He broke out. He's fighting for the center. He wants his queen out in the middle of the board. He always wants his queen out in freestyle chess. When in doubt, whip it out. And this will put some pressure on White's position very quickly.
Okay.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
It's a challenge to Fabiano.
I don't think Fabi was expecting it to happen so quick. I think he was looking at long castle, how am I going to respond to it? But he's quick on the clock there. Trades Magnus's queen, beloved queen, does come out to the center of the board, a spot he likes so much for the biggest piece, for the most valued piece on the board. And now what do? Do you go long castle? C5 knight still defended, David.
Yeah, still defended. You can castle the king here. That looks like the most natural move, I would say. If in doubt, you could maybe just retreat that knight, try and keep it a bit safer. But Magnus's plan in the next few moves, as well as castling himself, putting his king across, shifting his rook over, is to move the knight. Suddenly there would be weaknesses to attack for him. And also the black dark squared bishop would be unleashed.
Well, we're going to move quick here in South Africa before the players themselves start moving quicker as the time ticks off the clock. So let's check in with Levon and Hans. We haven't seen their board state just yet, but you mentioned it's a different look. So as we flip over there, again, these guys traded draws as opposed to decisive games to end up 1-1 and in this tiebreaker scenario.
This is fascinating because Levon Aronian is a pawn up as black. Hans pretty much played a king's gambit just a freestyle chess version. He gave up a pawn, just a very quick action replay in the first few moves. Here, he brought his knight out just to block the black queen on the diagonal, and after e5, he played this gambit, giving it up for free. And after the pawn captures, black has lost some influence over the center. He tries to win back the pawn. Levon defended it, and now playing g3 makes it a full gambit. And the black bishop had to lose a bit of time retreating. Now in return, he gets a beautiful center. He gets some checking potential. And Tanya, it feels like great compensation for the sacrifice.
Yeah, I'm loving it. I mean, with all of Levon's pieces still stuck on first rank, it just feels like white has got great space. Knight jumping in, queen jumping in. The clock situation tells that story as well. He's up material, but not feeling comfortable at all. A 1.5 minute, less than a minute and a half there. Takes his knight out, and immediately Hans ready with the response. Gets his king to safety, rook at the center. Pawns are about to move forward.
Wow, this is super scary for Levon. Everything is already perfectly organized for Hans Niemann. Maybe there's just this light square bishop coming out at some point would kind of complete the development for Levon. Still a trapped bishop, still yet to castle. So this might be the moment for Hans to start to strike.
And I wonder if it's also the story where, you know, Hans, so many times you've seen him go below on the clock, go low on the clock, but then he starts playing quickly, he's able to turn things around. Meanwhile, for Levon's creativity, he does require those extra minutes to get those ideas in. So a minute and a half on the clock. Is Lev really going to struggle in this? Because he'd love to play this position with the white pieces. It's the kind of initiative he wants to play for.
Oh, yeah, he loves a good pawn center, Levon Aronian. He loves sacrificing as well. He would love to switch the board around. But unfortunately, this is the position he has to defend. And I like what you mentioned there, Tanya. That's why it was such a big shock in Las Vegas when he defeated Magnus and Hikaru in blitz games, because Levon normally prefers a bit more time. He's a good blitz player, but he's never been one of the very best.
But this is what I was talking about. I'm worried about players who aren't necessarily recognizing the tempo switch between, you know, 30-15 and now 5-2. Under a minute already here for Levon. He is going to choose to castle over to the left-hand side to match the castling of Hans Niemann.
And it's only a 2-second bonus time every time you press the clock, which is barely anything. It's barely enough time to get a move in on the board. So you get down to that under 20-25 second mark, you're in hyperbullet territory.
Playing on pure intuition at that point.
And guess what? Levon is under the 30-second mark now.
That is really scary. He's going to have to just trust his instincts. And this is where Hans Niemann needs to force Levon to calculate. He needs to give him kind of a narrow path to navigate, and that's where players low on time tend to trip up. Not going to be easy.
And still no trades. All the pieces on the board. Such a beautiful center there. Hans, he's about to make his decision, and that's what he does. He goes for the pawn push, hits the knight. It might not be the best move in the position, but again, it puts the pressure on Lev now under 20 seconds.
Levon.
Make a move, Levon.
And it's not just the fact he's low on time. There's a minimal increment here.
Make a move.
Got to make a move.
Oh, and he goes to the edge of the board. That is a bit of a surprise. Normally you want to go towards the center, but at least there is a square that he can use. Hans here wants to blow things open, wants to keep pushing with this pawn. I think that is going to cut the board in half. That's what he's relying upon right now.
And notice how that bishop on g8 still dead. The queen and the bishop, they're staring at the knight, which is beautifully defended by Hans's other knight on the board. The rook on d8, no play at all. Compare all of that to Hans's counterpart. And you know who's doing well in this position, who's calling the shots here.
At this point, Hans just needs to keep the pressure up. Recognize the clock situation of your opponent. You've got triple the amount of time. Don't let that equalize too much.
I think the clocks just adjusted themselves. There was a little bit of a tech glitch there. And Levon's got about 20 seconds, so we can all breathe a little.
Yeah, it looked scarier than it was, but it's still scary in this situation for the Armenian Lion.
Yeah, the Lion, will it be roaring come the end of this game? Hans has really slowed down, though. I'm surprised he didn't play this move instantly, pushing forward d6. Instead, he improves his queen. And the key moment now for Levon, how to stabilize. White has a couple of big threats in the air. The knight coming forward maybe in the near future. The white queen swinging. And, okay, f5, Levon breaks out. Suddenly chaos on the board.
Yeah, he's going to make things messy. He's going to make Hans think. Yeah. Hans reaching for a piece, thinking better of it for a moment, then does go for the capture and the trade of pawns here. He'll pick up another one with the bishop. King slides over for Levon.
That's the thing. When you're down a pawn, you can often give it back up just for piece activity. So Levon, knowing that the quality of pieces is more important than the quantity of pawns, especially for a player like him, doesn't blink twice, gives it away. The bishops are open now.
Yeah, but time is still very much a factor. Looking at that, makes a move with 5 seconds on the clock.
He's rerouting the knight to a really nice square. That knight coming on to d6 next.
But he's left a really bad piece on the edge of the board. The black knight, I love Hans Niemann's last move, putting a pawn on b3, saying to that black knight on the edge, you're not coming back anytime soon. This is hanging in the balance. It's going to be a pure time scramble in a second.
What Levon's relying on is the move b6, because that last move also vacates that square for the pawn to step over, and then you've got this escape route for the knight that you're pointing out, David. So knight c8, a nice defensive retreat, but I think the clock is the massive problem.
But an opening, perhaps, for Levon. Does he see it? No, the clock demands that he makes a move, so he gets the miss instead.
It was a pure bluff from Hans Niemann. The pawn could have just been taken by the black knight, but he didn't want to call the bluff there, Levon. He just had to play by instinct, and he played a survival move. Still doing well, though, removing that knight.
Watch out. Levon's bishop can strike at a1 square, suddenly threatening the kiss of death checkmate, and it's a threat that's always in the air. Hans Niemann cannot blink. He has to be careful on the dark squares.
Ooh, is now the moment. Levon can bring his bishop in. Nope, he drops his knight back first. He's doing a good job at just curling up into a ball here, Levon. He's made himself hard to beat, and he's just going for white central pawn, which falls off the board. Hans has blundered a pawn.
Blundered a pawn, and Levon is starting to pick up the pace. I criticized his tempo and his time control earlier, but no!
Checkmate! Ooh, he's...
Oh my goodness! Huge threat on the board. He stops it, trades the bishop, the only way to fight against queen b2.
And now the bishop drops off. It's back to level material after some fireworks. That was crazy. That was chaotic. And now, whose king is weaker? Levon pounces, grabs a pawn, but oh, who's blundering next? Who's blundering last? That's the big question.
Always the question in chess. Bullet territory for both boards right now, and both players with the black pieces are in winning positions, but can they get it over the line? Levon Aronian trying to get it done against Hans in the first game of the tiebreaker, just as Magnus Carlsen has gotten it done against Fabiano Caruana.
Oh, there's a big check in the air. The white king is surely doomed here, Tanya.
Oh my goodness. I don't know who's checkmating who. Queen b2, a huge idea. Rook e1 checkmate threatened. Has to give up the rook. The knight comes back, attacks the queen. c6 pawn. Super tender. Anybody can win. And now the pieces get traded off. This has to be a Levon game now. And that's it. Hans Niemann resigns. Levon takes the lead.
Wow. What a flurry of action. And Levon Aronian strikes back after 2 draws from them in the longer time controls. We had questioned whether or not he was going to be able to match up against the speed of a Hans Niemann, and he does just that. He'll take a decisive victory and the lead in the overall matchup, just as Magnus Carlsen did the same over on his board. Both of them with the black pieces, both of them now sit 2-1.
And what a turnaround that has been for Magnus Carlsen, you know, on the back foot. Must win in that first tiebreaker as the position got called out. And he did it. He gets the lead. And what a game this was by Magnus as well, never letting go of that momentum. Hans Niemann tried his best, but wasn't able to do the same against Levon.
Wow, 2 black wins. Who would have thought it? Especially after the opening where anything could have happened, especially Levon. It felt like he was on the defensive for so long, but the turnaround, the instinct, just so impressive. Experience really paying off. And we saw the handshake from Fabi as well. Hopefully we get time to recap that. But it was definitely Magnus who showed his class there towards the end.
Yeah, we spent most of our time looking at Levon and Hans because it did have a little bit of more fireworks through the middle portion of the game, but we'd be remiss not to walk back through the Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano game to see how exactly the world #1 got it done and now finds himself on the precipice of pushing himself into the semifinals.
Yeah, and we didn't cover this game too much because it did look just very equal. Queens very quickly came off the board. We entered the endgame, but we also know who the endgame master is. It's Magnus Carlsen, and the knight in the center of the board, the rook as well, staring down at the enemy king. This is where Fabiano, in an equal position, started to go astray. The best move was to just shuffle the king towards safety, towards the corner, where it would feel a bit safer. Instead, he tried to prevent the black pawns pushing forward, but this came with a downside. Now, after Magnus reinstated this threat, we suddenly see the black rook hinting at sliding over towards a weak pawn. Fabiano panicked. He blocked, and after some exchanges, found himself in an awkward situation, either dropping this pawn or, as we see what happens next, the rook would come in and grab a pawn with a check. Knight takes pawn was played, the compounding error here, and after some trades, it looked like simply nothing to do. Unfortunately, it was the d-file that was white's doom, with the rook staring down the king. And Fabiano now, if he had moved his knight out of the way, for example, would have walked into a deadly discovered check. A check, and the rook would drop off next move. This is where he decided to gamble. He moved his king out the way. The knight dropped off with a check, and he found himself in too much trouble. Just the firing line here, too strong. He resigned just a couple of moves later.
I think the story of this game is more of a battle in Fabi's mind than actually what happened on the board. I mean, with the white pieces, this position that David just showed us, everything, so many pieces traded off, and all of Fabi's pawns still on that second rank becoming big targets. It's the story of what happened earlier on in this game. You know, having that 1-point lead, needing only a draw to dispatch Magnus Carlsen, and from a position of strength, not being able to pull that off, coming into this 5+2, just a huge adjustment, which I think Fabi failed to make, and now it's him who's got to win on demand to take you to the next tiebreaker.
Yeah, hard to believe that there wasn't at least a seed of doubt planted in Fabi's brain after letting things get to a tiebreak scenario, but everybody is still in it. We're going to reset now for another matchup here in the tiebreak. 5-2 fast time controls. We're going to flip sides of the board. So, hey, both players with the black pieces got the win there. Can they do it again and force Armageddons? That's the question.
It's happened before. Magnus in a must-win situation, won with black. I think it's going to be difficult for Fabiano now, just because he's kind of stuck in a bit of a rut. But for Hans, he's very capable. I think if Hans gets his type of position, maybe keeps a bit of an edge on the clock, that was his downfall last time, then he's very capable of striking back.
Not only is everybody in it, they're all in it to win it. Especially, I think, for Hans Niemann, like you said. I mean, that game could have gone either way as well. There was so many boss swings that happened. It all happened too quickly. And I don't know if we have enough time to go through those last moments, but I was mind-boggled by the action there.
Yeah, you're talking Hans and Levon. Let's give David a moment to pull it up and get himself situated on a computer. But absolutely, we can walk back through some of it. We'll get it up on your screens here. All right, break it down for us.
Okay, let's jump in. This was a tactical melee, a real mess, and it all started in quite a stable-looking position where Levon had already seized the advantage. It was just a flurry of threats. First, he threatened this checkmate, the black queen trying to come down. This is enough to throw anyone off the ball here. The key move for Hans Niemann was actually pushing his pawn forward one square, which I think is just impossible for any human. It just looks like it invites the black queen forward. The whole idea is that once this pawn is captured, threatening mate, suddenly there will be enough time to take a knight with a check, and next move, come back and defend. White would have an extra piece. The big difference between this and the game is that after the queen captured the knight with a check, black dodged. Now, after the checkmate threat was parried, the bishop at the end of the line was vulnerable. So Levon actually winning back the piece, and the final mistake in this game was just a bit later. The rook coming across, the knight dropping back. Suddenly Levon is 2 pawns to the good. And in this position, he realized, Levon, he could just dodge. He could just keep everything safe. The black king has so much pawn shelter. The white king is a bit more bare, and the king in the corner proved super safe. Here he just ended up winning some material with a check and went on to win the game.
Yeah, that sequence of moves. But honestly, for me, what's more impressive, Tanya, is the fact that he did it with so much less time on the clock. There was a point where we were looking at Hans, minute and 30 plus to his name. Levon already below that 30-second mark. So with 2 seconds increment, I mean, that's so impressive to craft a victory together with that kind of clock pressure.
It's exactly what I was thinking right now, James. You know, it's tactics. That's what requires so much time on the board, to calculate and navigate all these lines, pieces that are hanging. And I don't know how many moves Levon made with just a second on his clock. We saw the clock bounce back to 4 seconds, 5 seconds, 6 seconds, multiple times. Hans over a minute, had all the time in the world. Levon navigated it to perfection in such a difficult moment, such a difficult position. But this match is far from over. What this game taught us is that these two players, it's a street fight when it comes to them. It's an absolute dogfight. Anything can happen on the other board. I think for Fabi now to come back and force the next tiebreaker, I think that's going to be a really tough one.
Levon riding a bit of a high right now on your screens, all smiles after coming away with that victory. Let's remind ourselves what they're playing for, though, here in South Africa, with a look at our tournament tree and the upper bracket, because 2 players have already made it to the semifinals, and the 4 players that are still doing battle here today are the ones vying for the opportunity to challenge the likes of Vachier-Lagrave, our #1 performer out of the group stage, and Vincent Keimer, the guy who always seems to make magic happen when it comes to the knockouts. Of course, the players that they've already dispatched, they've dropped down to the lower bracket, but their tournament runs aren't over. There's still plenty of prize money, plenty of circuit points in play. But I think so often we're going to come back to that storyline of Fabiano Caruana and Magnus Carlsen. Fabiano, the only guy in the field who's still capable of catching Magnus in the overall standings, but now he's doing it from a deficit. He has to craft a decisive victory here just to force an Armageddon and then maybe keep his semifinal hopes alive.
You know, it's hard enough to do that for any chess player in a best of two, to have a 1-point deficit and win on demand. The only thing harder than that is to do it against Magnus Carlsen. I mean, how do you beat this guy? This guy bounces back from lost positions. He's able to combine his psychological mindset. He lives rent-free in Fabiano Caruana's head. I mean, Fabi didn't recover from that second round loss. I would put the odds very less. The chances of Fabi in this comeback, David, I would put less than 20%.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's generous, 20%. I just think Fabi, we've seen him on the camera. His head's a bit down now. He knows, like, he just needed a draw with white 2 games ago, but he wasn't even capable of that. Winning with black now on demand in Blitz, where Magnus is the king. Almost impossible.
Well, with those kinds of odds, maybe we're keying up a fairy tale story. Who knows? Only moments away from the position lottery again. 2 players will book their tickets to the semifinals and keep their hopes of a South Africa Grand Slam title alive. Over to Fiona in the playing hall for the position draw.
What a round that was, with both Carlsen and Aronian winning with the black pieces, meaning Caruana and Niemann are in a must-win situation to take it to Armageddon. We're about to find out the next position. I'm very happy to be joined by Sean Ingels, the general manager of this wonderful resort here in the Grootboos. And Sean, you're lucky to be getting to spend a lot of time here. How do you think it might inspire the players?
Fiona, I mean, what a place to be. What a privilege to have them here. But you know what? We can feel the tension building in the room at the moment. And I think just to step outside and take a deep breath of that champagne air that surrounds us, it's going to make it happen. Calm the nerves.
Calm the nerves. Let's find out the next position now. Off we go. And it is position number 745, position 745. Thank you so much, Sean. The players get 5 minutes. Good luck to them at home. Have fun.
This is like the mirror of your game with Fabi, eh?
Yeah, but it's a much better version, no?
Yeah, because the knights are good.
Yeah.
These are good knights. Stuff? There's nothing, yeah? G. Knight G3. Ah. And if I go H5 there?
Okay, this is already...
This is already not safe. This is already not... Don't do it at home. Ah, but this is good, yeah? This guy is...
I don't know, so how is a position like this?
Take 65?
Yeah.
And then H5 business, yeah?
Yeah. I'm not sure we have
yeah.
the best squares.
It's decent for blocking.
Yeah. E4 is also quite reasonable. G5 or something else?
G5, D4.
Oh, it's already very nice. Huh?
This has to be done.
This has to be done.
Some F3, yeah. Yeah, we need some. We need to some stability now.
Yeah.
The chicken stuff is required. 97, 93. And we slowly come up with C3, yeah? C3.
I mean, 97 D4. Okay, takes a 5. But...
E4, yeah?
Yeah, I think this is the safest, no?
Yeah. 45 or 3. C6, bishop b6. No, it's just d4, isn't it? We can go. Yeah, this is very solid.
Yeah.
So, I like it.
Yeah, I like it very much.
Well, as the players make their way back into the playing hall, the thing that jumped out to me there was a quick discussion between Levon and Magnus about stability. More looking for equality than anything. You know, putting the onus on their opponents who need the victories to kind of push forward and perhaps make a mistake in overreaching.
Yeah, the chicken stuff might be needed, in the words of Levon Aronian, playing it safe and just making sure that you are in control of the position. And interesting that Fabiano sitting at the board, just trying to lock in.
Yeah. I just love that we've got the two besties back together. You know, the bromance is on. I don't know what they say, something like players who win together, stay together. Not sure how that goes, but love that analysis, those insights about how in this position, once again, you've got the rook at the corner of the board. Both of them, we can look at the A pawn, the H pawn moving forward. By the way, no analysis there between Hans and Fabi. Both players who must win on demand. Meanwhile, very happy Magnus and Levon chilling there together. This one, guys, what are we thinking? What are the odds? Who makes a comeback? Do we have the next tiebreaker, or do you think it gets decided here and now in this one for both these matches?
You know, hate to rain on the Fabiano parade, but unfortunately, I think in these types of time controls and just based on the momentum that Magnus has built since that frustrating loss he took at the beginning of the day today, I feel like he'll get it done here. If you're hoping for an Armageddon, I think your best bet is going to come in the Hans Niemann versus Levon Aronian matchup.
Now we see the countdown to the games, the moment of truth. Nice to see Parham still in the arena, smiling, watching games, as we see the other players try to get in the zone now. Yeah, Levon Aronian, it's just not his style to play safe and solid, though. I just have a feeling he's going to give Hans a chance at some point. Whether he can take it, that's the big question.
Yeah, Hans and Fabi, they took their 5 minutes in their mind palaces. What did they craft? What will be their answer? As both of them,
James.
Yeah, this view, this venue, this event has been incredible. We're hoping for a couple more incredible games to conclude our quarterfinal bouts. And if you're a fan of chess, you're hoping for Armageddon, then you're rooting for Hans, you're rooting for Fabi in this one.
2, 1, let's go.
The gong sounds, the handshakes, and we are off. It's all important for Fabiano Caruana and Hans Niemann to get out of the opening in a healthy state here. We see symmetry to start these games. That's not normally what you want in must-win situations. And the boards also mirroring each other. Knights coming out now for Fabiano Caruana. Will we see any breaks in the center or just slow maneuvering chess?
And I think it's the board on the left where that break was being set up by Levon, now stopped by Hans's knight jumping to the center, controlling that d4 square. Copycat chess, very similar positions, exactly the same if the white knight was to come out by Lev as well. So Magnus and Levon sticking to plan here.
Yeah, and Hans Niemann and Fabiano Caruana, despite sitting apart, came up with the exact same strategy. Very interesting here. But the longer the game becomes symmetrical, stays symmetrical, the more you've got to worry about your winning chances as black, as finally we see the players diverge.
And that board on the left, once again, by Levon, he insists that he wants to get that d4 break in. Meanwhile, Magnus wants to do the same, but he wants to get his pawns moving towards the center to try to get that break point. And it is Fabi who activates his rook with the a-pawn moving forward.
Yeah, very interesting. Hans, though, playing very slowly in these early stages. Long think for him, trying to just imbalance things as early as possible. But you've got to keep some time in the bank. That's what we learned from the previous game where Hans blundered a couple of times low on the clock.
Is he going to do it, David? Do we see d4 by Levon breaking the symmetry, getting those lines open, getting that bishop into the game? Will it happen now?
It is Levon Aronian. I would argue that White doesn't need to. Chicken stuff might be better in this situation. You only need to draw White, open up the position and invite some fireworks. Magnus, meanwhile, just in pure maneuvering mode, just trying to get the pieces off the back rank, trying to set them up for later in the battle.
There's perhaps another harsh reality, though, that draws are so uncommon in a 5-2 time format. So I'm not sure if the chicken stuff is even really on the table here. You might have to play for your own victory and just wrap it up here now, 3-1 fashion.
I mean, you have to play for survival if you're the one with the 1-point deficit. A draw is as good as a loss or a win. I mean, as good as a loss for the players who are on the back foot here. I think that's the least likely of the outcome in any of the boards. Meanwhile, Levon also saying on that left side of our screen that he's going to wait with that central break. He gets the rook active on the flank.
All right, first inaccuracy across both boards. It comes on the left-hand side. Hans Niemann choosing to push that d-pawn forward 1 square. Got the small question mark by the computer.
Wow, that is provocative, but also probably just inviting the opponent to improve their position. And that black rook on the top left corner on the left board on your screens at home, that rook is never coming into the game. That is pretty much a, I'm going to say, big advantage now for Levon Aronian long term, as he does finally break in the center. And Hans is saying, please come forward, advance all your pawns. But it's a second question mark for him. A disastrous start to the game for Hans Niemann.
Disastrous start for him, and actually the eval bar is somewhat mirroring them on the other side. Now Fabiano gets a question mark. Again, not an easy spot for either of these guys to be in. Must-win scenario. They're going to have to take some stabs. They're going to have to take some chances. So far, those chances haven't worked out for them, though.
I'm actually loving the position for both players with the white side. Both players who only need a draw to wrap up the match. Both Levon and Magnus doing incredibly well. Look at the amount of space that the pawns have captured. For Magnus, on the right side, it's a central pawn. For Aronian, it's that A pawn and D5 now, kicking both of Hans's knights away from ideal squares.
I've said it once, I'll say it a million times. Connect 4. The white pawns on the light squares in the center for both boards now. 4 pawns connected in a row, therefore decisive advantage.
You say it once, you have to say it 4 more times when it comes to connect 4.
4, connect 4, connect 4. And yeah, it's just a space advantage. It clamps down on the opponent's pieces and no good pawn breaks. The opponent's just suffocating long term. Especially with all the pieces on the board, if you are lacking space, you have no room to maneuver. Your pieces are just stuck and unable to get active.
And it's the pawn point theory, right? That D5 pawn, the head, the absolute spearhead right there. It means that there's going to be a lot of play and a lot of activity for white on that left flank of the board. We can expect rook lifts lining up. For Levon, it means more pawn storms coming up the board on that left side.
As a couple pieces fall off the board and Levon starts to mount the pressure on the left-hand side, we're going to dive into that game, and then we'll hop over to Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana to see that one conclude.
Let's do it. Big moment here. Hans Niemann must win to take it into the next tiebreaker, but David, things are not looking good for black. Extremely passive.
So passive. I mean, the black king, which side does it want to castle on? Probably it wants to go the whole way across the board, but you need to clear a few pieces out the way first. I mean, the black bishops, they're barely breathing at this moment. No pawn breaks. This one is covered. This is normally the pawn break you want, but that's well guarded. And there we go. He has to go back in order to go forward, Hans Niemann. This is not looking good for him. He's just got to go into survival mode for the rest of this game, as Levon as well has full flexibility which side to castle his king.
I won't be surprised if he goes all the way to the right side as your arrows were about to point, and then just get his rook to slide over and line up against Hans's king. A lot more difficult to achieve for Niemann to do the same in this position. Levon first going for the rook lift. The A, the B, the C pawn ready to stomp past with a good break, either with B5 or C5 at the right moment.
Yeah, first he repurposes his knight, repositions. We'll see Hans try to clear his back rank. This is one of those funny start positions where it's the maximum distance a king can castle in freestyle chess. So they're both kind of just biding their time. They haven't touched their kings or rooks. They will go the long way, most likely.
Yeah, the knight continues its reroute, but Levon just very happy to live in this position, owning most of the board, most of the space, and owning the scoreline right now in his matchup against Hans Niemann. Hans is the one who's going to have to make something happen.
I love how David just wants to highlight the connect for every opportunity. It's also a game of who blinks first. Whoever does castle, the longest castle in the position, I think there's a potential G4, G5 pawn break that you have to watch out for. So you really don't want to be the first to blink, but it is Hans Niemann who takes the decision. Will we see G4 for the score by Levon?
100%. It's a Levon move. He waited, he waited, he waited. No matter where the Black King castled, it was going to get attacked. And this is a lesson for everyone at home. Ladies and gentlemen, do not allow your opponent this much space on the board. They will come for you and steamroller you with these pawn storms.
Well, as Niemann slides his king to the edge of the board, we're going to flip over to Fabiano, see how he's faring against the world #1 in Magnus Carlsen. And just as Hans had, concluded his long castle, Fabiano will do the same. So he's thinking that's his recipe for success. The computers don't agree.
We'll jump over to that board. It looks like a big advantage there for Magnus Carlsen as well, as we bring up that one. And here, quick material count shows that Magnus is a pawn up with the white pieces. Fabiano has had to flog a pawn, just give a pawn up here to get any activity. He's going for the white king, but the white king could do a bit of a shimmy here. Once the white queen gets out of the way, it can still go the whole way across the board to safety. This is Magnus just in full control right now.
We've been talking about this matchup primarily from Fabi's perspective, right? The only guy who can catch Magnus, who can unseat him. That's important to recognize, and that means that if Magnus Carlsen wins this matchup here and now, he will be your year-long Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour champion. No one will be able to catch him in the overall tour standings.
I would agree. I mean, Fabi's chances, that ship sailed off the South African coast in the last game. I think trying to win this one with the black pieces, down upon Magnus's king coming to safety, I don't see a reality where that happens. I don't see a universe where Fabi makes a comeback from this position.
In simple terms, this blitz game alone could be worth $100,000 plus. Like if Magnus wins this here and now.
That's exactly right. Overall tournament winner.
I told you, it has to be the wild hair for Magnus. That's the one that gets the job done. Just don't slick it back.
Wild hair, wild play in the early stages, but this one much more controlled. And Fabi was shaking his head. The problem is the Black Knight is just in the way here. He wanted to open up a line towards the White King, but then the Knight would simply be captured. And now is the moment Magnus can just run the whole way across the board if he wants. He could also just grab a pawn very safely right now and undermine the Black Knight. All roads look very, very safe here. It's hard to imagine Black getting any activity. Look how blocked he is, especially this bishop. The Black Queen not active either. Space yet again deciding this game.
All roads right now for Magnus Carlsen lead to victory.
Yeah, this one.
Fabi's going to have to carve his own path, it looks like, if he wants a chance out of the woods here.
He's trying to do it. He's sacrificed another pawn, so that's 2 extra pawns for Magnus. The b5 pawn beautifully defended by the queen, completely in control. Till that b file is blocked, Magnus is in no rush to even get his king to safety. While that happens, I think Fabi's plan is to get his bishop back, try to win that b5 pawn, but I think White's bishop landing on a4 will keep things under control. This is Magnus Carlsen show all the way. Should we take a quick look? If Hans has managed to make a comeback against Levon, the other player in a must-win situation, and I know Hans has got a lot of supporters in our chat.
Yeah, feeling like this one's result is determined. We're hopping back over to see if Levon can do what Magnus seems poised to do and end this one in 2-0 decisive fashion.
At least it's level material on this board. It's still very good for White. Look how the White rooks are doubled up, ready to infiltrate behind enemy lines here. Landing on the 7th rank as well, so many targets, but it's first the bishop that lands. And he's coming in from behind Levon Aronian. He's attacking a pawn, trying to get Hans to make a decision, and then he's going to go for the Black King. The bishop's coming back. The Knight does grab a pawn though, so Hans is actually material up. But look at the just penetration here on the 7th rank, just everything dropping. Pawns up for grabs. The Black King is the main target though.
Yeah, massive piece activity. You could fall back with the bishop, but look at that. It's Hans Niemann's rook that gets to the 2nd rank first. It hits the queen, and with the clock situation, 5 minutes with a 2-second increment. Anything can happen.
Hold on.
Mistakes. Queen f2 coming in.
That's a miss, and now an opening here. There are 2 options. Actually, a few options, but it's a queen move.
And it's not tough to find, but look at that.
He doesn't find it.
What is this move?
Blunder.
What? Bishop h3?
Blunder.
He doesn't do it.
We have to stay on Hans Niemann's face. Oh, he doesn't find it.
He was about to win a rook. Levon, he missed it.
Wow. Neutral blindness there. The bishop could have dropped the whole way back with a check on the black king, and the bishop could have just taken a rook off the board. That would have been game over instantly. And Levon just trusting Hans.
You can see the heart rates to match the moment. Both of these guys feeling the pressure here.
It would have been a match over in that moment, and such a simple move to find for Levon, but he can't think about it right now. He needs only a draw.
Less than 10 seconds to move here for Levon.
Levon, make a move, and he makes a mistake. Black's queen about to infiltrate.
Oh my goodness.
Queen can come in now. Oh, and he doesn't find it. He brings his knight instead. Levon needs to get the queens off the board. The white king is too weak. The knight checks are coming in. You need to trade queens.
This is how you do it. Right here. It's still called a miss, but it feels logical.
It was, I think, the best practical try. Like, keeping the queens on was too risky long term. And this should guide the game towards safer waters now.
Cannot believe that Hans didn't use that opportunity to bring his queen in. Allowing this trade in a must-win. This is the one thing you avoid.
Now there's so many pawns. The white pawn's 2 squares from touchdown. The A pawn might be the key. He has to walk into the firing line here, walking into a discovered check. But now he's safe. That white king is living another day at least. And okay, the pawns are marching.
Still dangerous. That H pawn is coming up the board. Defended by the white rook. The black rook overloaded. Needs to keep the knight under defense. The player's playing on seconds now.
All right, so the black knight hops out of the way.
Pinned now.
Oh. PP on the PP, pinned piece here, pressure on it. That knight is just dropping off. This might be the clincher.
That's
Hans leans back.
He knows it.
Wow.
This is over for Hans.
Heartbreak for Hans Niemann. But Levon Aronian, your Las Vegas champion, keeps his finals hopes alive. He books himself a ticket to the semifinals. In the tie breaks, in the faster time controls, the Armenian Lion will get it done.
Wow. And there we see the celebrations, the hug, the relief. It was not easy. He let it slip for a move or two, Levon Aronian, but he was able to clinch it in the dying stages again against Hans Niemann.
Incredible stuff. Levon does it. Magnus does it. Magnus Carlsen down in that classical portion at the start of the day. Made a comeback in the second game. Went on to win both his tiebreakers against the world number 3. There's no stopping this guy. And Levon as well, Vegas champion, comes in. He's got Hans's number. He's schooling the kids in freestyle chess.
It feels like even on his worst day, you can't count Magnus Carlsen out. He gets it done. He'll take a step outside, breath of fresh air, perhaps an interview to boot as we relive the highlights of this final tiebreak round.
What a day it's been. Just, we've been treated to roller coasters of matches. We've seen players in must-win situations ultimately experience paid off.
And I think the one player who's really kicking himself right now, it's got to be Fabiano Caruana, coming so close to knocking down Magnus Carlsen, the world number 1. Really an opportunity of a lifetime, needing only a draw in that second game and messing that up to go on to lose the tiebreakers. And for Hans Niemann as well, the disappointment for the second time, it's Levon Aronian who kicks him out.
And that goes back to our conversation about proving your point. There were a lot of questions risen about Levon's pick in opponents, saying, shouldn't it have been Vincent Keimer? Well, guess what? Vincent Keimer is the one who goes through in his matchup, and Levon does prove his point for another go-around, another rematch against Hans Niemann. But I'll reflect back on the conversation these two guys were having in their analysis over this position. They understood that with the advantage of having that first victory, playing a more stable approach in this game, knowing that these guys are going to have to take some risks, that's exactly how they did it, and it worked out for them.
It worked out to perfection. It was either that or they've been listening to David Howell and they're like, get the Connect 4 in a position and we're getting this through. We're through to the semifinals. I mean, that was the defining feature.
Yeah, David Howell's next book coming to bookstores near you.
You know what it's called.
Connect 4. It writes itself. What can I say? It's just a guaranteed win. But yeah, that's where I think the kind of match play strategy just comes into play. Like, you bully your opponent. You say, okay, you have to allow me this Connect 4. You have to allow me space. Otherwise, we'll just trade off all the pieces and it's going to be a draw. We move on. So yeah, the players getting the space advantage and converting.
We talk about heartbreak for Hans Niemann there, perhaps greater heartbreak for Fabiano Caruana. I mean, the number of times this guy we've talked about, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. And in this situation, you run into the brick wall of Magnus Carlsen in the quarterfinals. It's not your choice, but it's what you were left with. It was the cards you were dealt.
And you almost break it down. You almost get your way past through it. And then yet, still so Always so close and yet so far. For Fabiano Caruana, the story of disappointment continues, but Magnus Carlsen, always the tough nut to crack as it is. He is the king of this format. And of course, we've got now Sindarov, Vincent, who are already through. I have to say, despite that, it's been those two who have been super impressive today, James.
All right, well, with those results in the books, let's take a look at that tournament bracket. Our semifinals have been decided. It was Vachier, Sindarov, and Vincent Keimer who awaited their opponents. And Vachier Sindarov is going to have to do it once again against Magnus Carlsen. He got the win over him in the group stage. Will he have the ability to do it in longer time controls and a best of two? Levon Aronian stepping up against Vincent Keimer in their semifinal. We can flip to the lower bracket, though, because all 8 players are still in play to a degree here in South Africa. Parham Magsudlu, he's going up against Fabiano Caruana. Hans Niemann, he'll be taking on Arjun Erigaisi. All of these guys playing for 5th place down to 7th and 8th place based on their performances in the coming days.
A clash of generations, David. This one on both our big matchups at the top of the table there. And I will say one thing: Sindarov versus Magnus is a rematch of the Weissenhaus fight for 3rd place, which Magnus eventually went on to win. Sindarov finishing 4th. So I wonder if this is a bit of a grudge match for Sindarov. How motivated he is. It's going to be the World Cup winner against the world #1. And let's not forget, just yesterday, round #1, Sindarov took down Magnus. What do you think? What are his chances? He's definitely looking forward to this one.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets Magnus in the first game, I don't think he's going to let Magnus back in like Fabiano did today. Agreed. I think Sindarov, he's on a roll. Magnus needs to survive the first game. He's been a slow starter to every day we've had so far. Oof. And yeah, if he can, he's probably the favorite Magnus. But I don't know. It's a big if when it comes to Sindarov.
Well, I got a question for you on that front in just a moment. But while I ask that question to David, I'm asking a question to you, the audience at home. Who was your most valuable player of the day? Let us know in chat. And while you guys make your voices heard, I'm going to ask you, considering that Vachier Sindarov, the highest seed coming out of the group stage, he gets to choose which color he starts with. He was the only one who elected black today, and it did work out for him. But do you do the same thing against Magnus Carlsen? Or rather take that white edge that you kind of expect to have because you want to get the first victory and then hold him off in the second game?
Why are you hitting me with the tough questions here?
I'll take white before David decides.
I think the same. Sindarov, he made it work today, but I did think it was a bit of a blunder choosing black against Magsudlu. He could have taken white, kicked him while he was down, and made it smooth. He took black. He was actually dead lost after the opening. Yes, it turned around later, but I think he'll have learned from that mistake. So I think he will pick white. I think picking black, not trying to take Magnus down in the first game before he's warmed up, that is, yeah, that would just be a misjudgment.
We'll find that out later tonight. All right, Tanya, your thoughts?
No, I absolutely agree. And I was just going to say, I think for our chat today is a really tough pick for the MVP. I was thinking about it as you asked that question. I don't know who they're going to go with because lots of good options there. Everyone had their shining moment.
Yeah, that actually is a tough choice. This is good. I'd say normally it's a pretty easy pick, so I'm glad the chat might have a more difficult time with it this time around. You could go for Magnus Carlsen just because he turned it around and he is going to keep his run for the top spot alive.
You got so much case and argument to make for the rest of the trio in the field as well, you know. Levon with his performance in the tiebreakers. Sindarov, Vincent not needing tiebreakers at all. Incredible play at the beginning. I think chat's got a tough task ahead of them.
Well, the results are in. It was a close one, but it would be Vincent Keimer who edges out Magnus Carlsen in the vote. So Magnus #2 in the MVP voting. But Vincent, it's been the story of his entire freestyle career. Poor performances in the group stage. Something turns on. A switch is flipped when we get to these knockouts. And once again, he's found himself in a top 4 position and a semifinal. But perhaps looking to start and end his year in the same way. He was our first Grand Slam victor. Can he be our last?
A huge question. David, I want to ask you, 90, and we've got the scorecard there with his strengths, attack, defense, calculation, strategy, intuition, time. Seeing his performance so far, any number adjustments in your mind there?
It always seems to be higher when the time is higher. I think much lower when the clock is lower. So I think Vincent, in these games, in the 30-minute games, he needs to get it done there. That's where his strength is. If it goes to tie breaks, I think he's the underdog in no matter what matchups we have.
Yeah.
All right, now we had a few brilliancies today, so I feel like just as it was difficult for chat to choose an MVP, it might have been more difficult for David to pick a move of the day for us today. What do you have in store for us at the conclusion of our quarterfinals?
I've been making notes. I've been keeping track, and it was a tough call, but I've gone for maybe the key move of the day for Magnus Carlsen. It was the first win he got today against Fabiano Caruana. He needed this. A draw would not have been enough. He would have been knocked down to the lower bracket. It was in this position with things balanced on a knife edge that Magnus had set up a tactic. He did it by luring the white knights to vulnerable squares. Neither of these pieces protected. That is the key trait in this position, and therefore the best move, the brilliant move. Bishop takes pawn, a sacrifice to crack open a line for the rook. The rook did land after the bishop was captured. It landed, double attack on the white knights. Black regains the material with interest, and he went on to win very smoothly in the endgame.
Yeah, really nice. I think this is definitely one of the big highlights. This is what made our semifinals bracket the way it is, and so easy to miss. And I also want to point out this tactic, Magnus actually set it up, the move before, you know, pushing that F-pawn, inviting Fabi to trade queens. So he had that vision, and Fabi fell right into it. So brilliant stuff there by Magnus. And let's remind everyone, I'm still thinking about our two youngsters. Vachier Sindarov undefeated, guys, in the tournament so far.
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
That is insane.
Not taking a single loss. 4 victories, 3 draws on day number 1. 2 decisive victories here today. I mean, is this the best Vachier Sindarov we've ever seen?
By a mile. I mean, even the World Cup, he ended up playing around 25 games if we count the classical or the tiebreaks. He only lost 1 out of those 20-something games, and now he's gone. What is it? 9 games unbeaten so far. He's a hard nut to crack.
So you're saying in his last 35 games, he's 34-1, or well, with draws. Sorry, yeah.
I think starting from November 1, the last 45 days have been the best days of Javakir's chess career.
Breakthrough.
Well, he's got 2 more days to keep it up. That'll be the big question, right? You want $200,000, you want 50 circuit points. It's going to have to come down to tomorrow's semifinals and the finals. Exactly. You're playing Magnus Carlsen. No better person, though, to have to go through to prove that 2025 is your year, I think.
Yeah, and this is just the kind of launch pad for him. He's got the candidates next year. Imagine what a boost that will be for the confidence if he takes down Magnus, if he goes on to win this event. Suddenly, is he one of the favorites to qualify for a match against Gukesh? They're the same age, pretty much.
Yeah.
That would be a clash of the youngsters, and yeah, it just feels like this is the beginning of his career.
You know, it's a career-defining moment for any chess player to beat Magnus, and he did it in the round robin in a faster format, but it's a completely different animal to try to do it in match play as well. So huge day for Sindarov coming up. I will say that Vachier, in his absolute A-game, the form of his career, really, and I wonder if Magnus is able to find himself now. Is he finally settled in? He's still feeling shaky, because if that's the case, Sindarov will pounce on that opportunity.
I don't think Magnus is feeling shaky
anymore. He's done it. He's over it.
No.
Magnus is back.
It was the switch up. It was sitting alone for just one analysis portion that I think changed it all for him. And then getting that victory, extending to the tiebreaker. This is the Magnus Carlsen that everybody fears. You're moving into the back half of the tournament. If you didn't shove him to the lower bracket by the time you get to the back half of the tournament,
yeah, it just feels like he's got an extra gear. That's always been the defining feature of Magnus's play. He can play all sorts of positions, but when you push him to the edge, when you really challenge him, he can go up into that 5th, 6th gear, and it feels like he activated it today with that kind of locking in, getting into the zone, that one moment. And also, he knows how good Sindarov is. I think Magnus will embrace the challenge, and that will inspire him.
Well, we'll have Levon joining us in the studio in just a moment's time. Before he does sit down on the couch alongside us, let's hear from Magnus himself as he has a solid day to push himself to a semifinal. Take a look.
Magnus, that turned out to be quite a hat trick at the end here after losing the first one.
Awesome.
Yeah, for sure. Losing the first, of course, was a big blow, especially the way that I did. First, kind of surviving a difficult position, and then just giving it away and having like an absolute brain hemorrhage in a few moves, thinking that I could take his queen when I'm in check, and like I'd missed his previous couple of moves as well. Like it was like a complete and utter meltdown. And from there on, I was really pissed that we had to wait for like an hour and a half for the next game. But in retrospect, it was probably not a bad thing. And I was thrilled about the opening in the second game. We managed to get a very complicated position where I felt that I was not considerably worse, which is really all you can hope for with the black pieces. From then on, I thought I played some really good sequences, probably some bad ones as well. But overall, I think it was deserved victory in a very hard-fought game. And then it was, I mean, I did feel really good about being there, but it was still quite difficult to adjust to playing quicker chess. I had to tell myself several times, make a move, come on, what are you doing? But then my intuition wasn't really telling me anything, which is because we're playing freestyle. And it's more difficult. The pieces are in slightly different squares that I'm used to. But yeah, fortunately, when it came down to a bullet scramble, I was I'm usually a bit better than him there, so I managed to pull it out. And then yeah, second game it got a little bit low on time there as well, but I think I always had a very good position.
How do you beat Sindarov tomorrow?
Well, I mean, the way it's going, Sindarov is not easy to beat. He won the World Cup. He's looked fairly convincing here, but I've been in these situations before where I've kind of stumbled, and then I'm playing whomever is playing the best chess, and then sometimes I can pull a rabbit out of a hat. But he looks very good right now, so I'll certainly need to play much better than in the first game at least.
We're looking forward to the magic tomorrow. Good luck.
Thank you.
Exactly the kind of candor we've come to expect, know, and love from Magnus Carlsen as he achieves a much-deserved victory, saying he feels good about it, like he earned it, even though the day did not start well for him. But another deserved victor is sitting on the couches with us right now. It's one Levon Aronian. We had you with us yesterday at the end of the day, and we immediately went to ask you about who your pick would be for your quarterfinal opponent. You said, no, that's up to Annie, my wife. So explain to us where it was the logic in all of this, because it was one of the more talked about things coming into the day. Hans Niemann or Vincent Keimer were both options. Hans was ultimately the pick.
Yeah, it's a hard pick to make, so I didn't want to, make the call myself. So I decided to give the pressure to somebody else.
Well, so she had the pressure of the choice. You had the pressure of the day in facing up against Hans. First of all, congratulations on your victory, 3-1 fashion. It did end up going to the tiebreakers, but bring us all the way back to the 30-15 games, the slower time controls, where both ended up in a draw. How do you feel how those developed against Hans?
I was really well in the first game. They winning. Second game I was losing. It was more or less balanced. And Blitz, I think freestyle chess is such a difficult game, and to play it Blitz is very brutal. I think it almost feels like a bullet, because the blunders are going to come.
Yeah, in that interview with Magnus that we just had, he said he himself, throughout the 5-2, was having to almost kick himself to make moves and expecting his intuition to be there, but your intuition is so often tied to a standard position. How do you kind of effectuate the tempo change as a player? Again, with such drastic time controls, is there a process you go through mentally just to step into a more rapid or even blitz-oriented game?
Actually, it's a mystery for me as well, how the players manage to because it's not something that you can actually teach. It's something natural. You get the urgency, and then somehow you start playing well. I mean, although it shouldn't be the case. Yeah.
Yeah, really fascinating and amazing performance today, Levon. I think I want to go back to the picking of the opponents, because that's something that we talk about so much in our studio, and mine is a sort of a two-part question. Your pick of Hans, Did it have anything to do with what happened in Vegas? The fact that you did beat him in the finals? And I think my second part is more sort of psychological, because we wonder, is it more of a luxury that you get to pick an opponent, or is it a curse because you have to prove your pick as well?
Well, first of all, I mean, the question shouldn't be directed to me.
You're right, we're going to have to get Annie.
But if it was me who would be picking, I would most likely also pick Hans, because, I mean, I think Vincent won in such a manner in Weissenhaus that I have so much respect towards him that I think, I mean, it's natural for me to pick Hans.
And do you think that there is an added pressure when you have to make that pick for an opponent?
No, not really. I mean, anyway, somebody has to pick, and I don't think there's any pressure in picking.
And Levon, you mentioned the respect you have for Vincent after Weissenhaus. You, of course, play him tomorrow. So what's your approach going to be for that match?
I think, you know, I passed through the stage, difficult stage. Being already like fighting for top 4 is already very good. So I'm just going to relax and play freestyle chess.
Guaranteed top 4 spot on the other side of the bracket is Vachier, Sindarov, Magnus, Carlsen. Just want to get your perspective on the performance that Vachier has had, not just in this tournament, but here at the end of 2025. One of the young guys who's really impressing many and across all kinds of formats and all kinds of times.
I think he's a very talented player who is kind of respectful to his colleagues. So therefore, he wants to learn, he wants to improve, he wants to prove himself worthy. So these are all good things, I think, for a young guy of his age.
No, the semifinals clash, I think it's going to be awesome to watch for everyone. Another thing that's been awesome to watch for us has been the pre-game analysis. You and Magnus seem to really hit it off there. There's a lot of banter going on, a lot of ideas that get exchanged there. But Lev, there was this one moment and only one game so far where Magnus decided not to step in with you and to analyze. It was the time when he lost to Fabi and then had to win on demand. Did that surprise you a little bit that he wasn't present? And tell us about the dynamics, about the pre-game, and what is it that makes you guys enjoy each other's company so much?
No, actually, it didn't surprise me at all because he had very different goals. I mean, he has to play for a win at any cost. So for him to analyze with us, who are not in the must-win situation, just, you know, it's not that useful. So I kind of understand the logic behind that. Well, generally analyzing with somebody and somebody who's good in the game is a big advantage, you know, because I mean, this is a game where you don't really have experts so far, and you can get very delusional, as many games showed, including many of mine. I remember one time in St. Louis, we had maybe half an hour to analyze before the game, the Chess 960 tournament, like the early ones, and we spent all half an hour analyzing the position very deeply with Fabi, only to come back to the room, I mean, after the games, and realize that the move we played actually led to minus 0.40, while the other move that we thought is actually bad for white was plus 0.60. So half an hour analysis just was a total rubbish. Yeah, so I think the game is very complex, and any help you can get is very useful.
And you think that's exactly what you love about freestyle chess is?
Absolutely. This is the greatest game invented ever.
Wow, big words. And the greatest game that was invented ever. Levon, if you could highlight one kind of critical moment today that helped you get the job done, any position, any moment in the games, what would you say?
His first Blitz game where I was in trouble, when he went d6, I think managing to play c6 and kind of stay, you know, kind of bringing my knight back, this was actually very critical. Yeah.
Because, you know, it's easy. Like, I was on 3 seconds. I was thinking, okay, what happens if I take on d6? Then he, I mean, instead of c6, then some tactics will happen. And I was kind of worried here. Because takes knight b5, you know. This is not so easy to understand that black is actually doing fine here. You know?
Yeah, scary position.
Scary stuff. And once I managed to play c6, b6, I thought, yeah, I'm in the position where I will have chances. But of course, I got really lucky when I blundered a piece. The check that he took the knight with the check. Of course, this was really ridiculous.
It's funny because this is a mistake, but the only way to refute it apparently is to play the move c3, which, yeah, I don't think is easy at all. Hans only had 5 seconds himself.
Yeah, c3 is hard to find. Yeah.
Those time scrambles, they make for messy but very exciting games. Congratulations, Levon, on your victory today. Thank you so much for joining us. We look forward to what you can put on display, as you have already made a top 4 finish a guarantee for yourself. But you're just 2 series away from back-to-back Grand Slam championships, perhaps. So I'll let you go, rest up tonight, and we look forward to your semifinals tomorrow. As Levon leaves us, I turn to you at home to thank you for watching with us and enjoying all of these amazing freestyle games. We're going to shut things down here in South Africa as we prepare for our semifinal bouts to take place tomorrow. Same time, same place. So you better be there. I'll be looking out for you. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, be good to each other, and good night.
No dream can be too big, 'cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be free, time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do with my time. With my time. Life is a blessing, such a gift, and I am so lucky to be here. Live to the fullest, don't resist. No time to waste, so have no fear. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big, 'cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be free, time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do with my time. 'Cause this is my time.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.